Welcome to this audio presentation of the new Sai Satcharitra. I am Aushim Khetarpal, and it is my privilege to serve as your narrator on this spiritual journey, sharing the timeless life and teachings of Shirdi Sai Baba in audiobook format. My heartfelt thanks to Nikshubha Srivastava from Cinepod Studio for bringing this work of Shirdi Sai Baba Foundation to life in my voice. With humble reverence to Lord Ganesha, I present this audio journey of the Sai Satcharitra. This is not merely a collection of words. It is the outpouring of a devotee's heart, a reflection of divine experiences, and a testament to the living presence of Sai Baba in our lives. Originally authored by Hemad Panth, the Sai Satcharitra is a sacred scripture that records the life, teachings, and countless miracles of Sai Baba. These stories are timeless echoes of Baba's compassion and wisdom, happening then, happening now, and destined to continue for generations. Over the years, inspired by Baba's grace and guided by his unseen hand, I have brought these divine episodes to audiences through television, films, and digital media. This audio edition is a continuation of that journey, an offering shaped by faith and surrender. Even today, Baba's miracles unfold in mysterious ways. His blessings are alive and present in the daily lives of his devotees. In sharing this work, my intent is not only to recount miracles, but to offer Baba's love, compassion, and eternal message drawn from the living testimony of a devotee who has received his grace and heard the heartfelt stories of many others. O Sai, I am but a humble medium, chosen to share your divine truth, your boundless power, and your infinite grace. Review. Creating this audio work continues my humble effort to share the true stories of Sai devotees and the glory of Sai Baba stories I have earlier brought to life through my programs. Now, these experiences are presented here in the form of an audiobook. Baba, you have guided each word. The grace you shower on devotees even today is proof of your living presence. This is a new Sai Satcharitra, inspired by you and created for today's world. My wish is that the words you spoke more than a century ago, now manifesting in our time, may be heard once again by your devotees. While this is not Hemad Panth's original work, it is deeply inspired by his devotion. Baba, you foretold events in your lifetime, and those miracles were recorded then. Today, those same miracles continue. When Hemad Panth wrote the original Sai Satcharitra, he quoted the Saint Gyaneshwar Maharaj. The Lord loves those who write about his life. Such service is for the chosen few, and those who write or narrate about saints become instruments of the Lord's will. Originally composed in Marathi and later translated into Hindi, the Sai Satcharitra remains, after decades, a cherished scripture in the homes of devotees worldwide. You are now listening to the audiobook edition, created to reach hearts through the spoken word for those who wish to explore this magical and divine wisdom in greater depth. The detailed version of this audiobook is also available for readers as a book. Hemad Panth begins Shri Sai Satcharitra with humble obeisances following ancient tradition. He first prays to Lord Ganesh, removing all obstacles, stating that Shri Sai is Ganesh himself. Next, he salutes Goddess Saraswati, the source of inspiration, identifying Sai Baba as one with her divine knowledge. He then honors the trinity of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shankar, asserting that Sai is one with these deities who govern creation, preservation, and destruction. Hemad Panth also pays respect to his family deity Narayanadinath, sages of ancient times, and revered saints, acknowledging the spiritual lineage that guides him. He offers gratitude to his family, his grandfather, father, mother, aunt, and elder brother, and to his readers, praying for their full attention Finally, he bows to his Guru, Shirdi Sai Baba, an incarnation of Sri Dattatreya, the ultimate refuge who reveals the truth of Brahma as reality and the world as illusion. The chapter then narrates an extraordinary event witnessed by Hema Adpant in Shirdi around 1910. Sai Baba was seen grinding wheat in the masjid, a curious act since Baba had no possessions and lived only on alms. The villagers gathered, and 4 devoted women insisted on grinding the wheat themselves. After finishing, they took the flour, but Baba angrily ordered them to scatter it on the village outskirts. This baffled the people until they understood that an epidemic of cholera was afflicting the village, and this symbolic grinding and scattering of flour was Baba's spiritual remedy to destroy the disease. Soon after, the epidemic subsided. Hemadpant reflects on the deeper meaning of this Leela, divine play. Sai Baba's daily act of grinding represents more than wheat. It symbolizes grinding away the sins, sufferings, and impurities of his devotees. The 2 stones of the mill stand for karma and devotion, while the handle signifies meditation, dhyan. Baba taught that spiritual knowledge arises only after one's desires, impulses, and ego are crushed, much like the grain in the mill. This reminds Hema Adpant of Kabir's words about the crushing agony under the wheel of worldly existence and the need to hold firmly to spiritual knowledge to be saved. With reverence, Hema Adpant bows to Sri Sai and wishes peace to all. Let me now share what this chapter means to me. O Sai, what is the significance of this act? Hema Adpant has described its meaning in great detail, and today I wish to share it with the world. Baba, the process of grinding wheat that you demonstrated is not merely a physical act, it holds a profound spiritual lesson. Just as wheat is ground into fine flour, so too must a seeker crush the inner impurities, jealousy, lust, greed, pride, and anger, so that the soul may be purified and attain peace. Until these negativities are ground down, one cannot become a better person. A mind filled with desires and unrest will always remain unsatisfied and disturbed. O Sai, you taught us through this simple act that true transformation comes when one surrenders to the divine and allows the Master to refine and shape one's soul. It is only through rigorous spiritual discipline, penance, and surrender that one attains detachment and true wisdom. The ego must be crushed like wheat in a millstone for the self to be freed from bondage. As Baba continued grinding, a few women from Shirdi gathered around and requested the flour. Baba, who never kept anything for himself, willingly gave it away. The women thought that this flour was meant for their homes, but Baba instructed them to take it to the outskirts of the village and spread it at its borders. They obeyed without question. And in doing so, an unexpected miracle occurred. Shirdi remained untouched by the cholera epidemic that was devastating nearby regions. This incident further reinforced Baba's divine wisdom and miraculous grace. Hema Adpant later reflected on this incident and explained that Baba's act symbolized the destruction of individual and collective suffering. Just as he ground the wheat, he also ground away the misfortunes and ailments of his devotees. The spiritual interpretation of this event reveals a deep truth. Unless one grinds away the impurities of the mind and ego through faith, devotion, and surrender, true peace cannot be attained. O Baba, through your grace, I have understood that life itself is a mill, constantly grinding us through its trials and hardships. If we do not surrender our ego to you, we will always struggle. But if we let go and allow you to shape us, we will attain inner peace and divine wisdom. This is the lesson you have taught me, and this is what I propagate to the world. Baba's act of wheat grinding remains a timeless lesson, a reminder that to attain spiritual purity, one must eliminate all negative tendencies and surrender completely to the divine. In this chapter, Hemat Pant explains why he undertook the task of writing Sai Baba's life story. Inspired by the miraculous account of Baba's healing of a cholera epidemic, Hemat Pant wished to collect and share Baba's teachings and miracles to help devotees overcome their sufferings and attain spiritual wisdom. Though he felt inadequate and hesitant, aware that describing the life of a saint is a profound challenge, he surrendered his ego to Baba's grace, believing the saint himself would guide the work. Since many writings about Sai Baba already existed, some questioned the need for this new work. Hemat Pant clarified that Sai Baba's life is an infinite ocean of wisdom and devotion, and each telling reveals new spiritual treasures. His hope was that even those who never met Baba could experience his teachings and find peace and self-realization. Unable to ask Baba directly for permission, Hemat Pant requested his close devotee Madhavrao Deshpande to intercede. Baba blessed Hemat Pant with sacred ash and assured him that as he surrendered his ego and remained devoted, Baba would inspire and guide the writing. The work would come alive through Baba's own presence within him. Hemat Pant then recalls how he received the title Hemat Pant from Sai Baba, a name historically belonging to a wise minister known for scholarship and humility. Though Hemat Pant considered himself ordinary, he saw this title as Baba's way of humbling him and encouraging service with intelligence and devotion. On his first day in Shirdi, Hemat Pant engaged in a spirited debate with Bala Saheb Bhatte about the necessity of a guru. Hemat Pant initially argued for self-effort and free will, while Bhatte emphasized destiny and divine will. Exhausted and unsettled, Hemat Pant realized that ego often fuels such debates. Later, Baba's knowledge of their discussion, despite being physically distant, revealed his omniscience. Baba's words about Hemat Pant and his presence deeply impressed Hemat Pant. Regarding the importance of a guru, Kaka Saheb Dikshit recounts Baba's teaching that the spiritual path is like a difficult journey through a jungle filled with dangers. Without a guide, one risks getting lost or hurt. A guru leads the seeker safely to the goal. Historical examples of Lord Rama and Krishna submitting to their gurus illustrate this truth. Thus, faith and patience in a guru are essential for spiritual progress. Hemat Pant closes by bowing to Shirdi Sai Baba and wishing peace to all. Now, let's turn our attention to my feelings about this lesson. This chapter focuses on the purpose of the lesson and the significance of the guru, as explained to Hemat Pant. What did Hemat Pant do? I, Aushim Khetarpal, reflected on the importance of the guru and shared with you why Baba gave such a meaningful place to Hemat Pant in his mission. What was the purpose of including this in the second chapter? The essence of writing this lesson remains the same. Since the advent of books, films, and now digital platforms like television, the primary aim has been to convey the life, character, and teachings of Sai Baba, and that continues to this day. Just as God needs a true disciple to carry forward his message, a true disciple also needs God to guide and uplift him. When Baba gave me the opportunity to share his teachings, it never felt like I was preaching. Rather, it felt as though Baba had shown me so many miracles that I was simply passing them on to you through these teachings. If my words bring you joy, if they offer wisdom and peace, then I consider my efforts fruitful. If you hear Baba's voice through mine and embrace his teachings in your life, it would bring immense peace to my heart. I only pray to Baba to grant me the strength to fulfill even a small part of what he accomplished. For that alone would bring me great happiness. I've shared this knowledge with you as a guide. But how did I acquire it? I had no guru beside me, no physical presence to guide me on this path. In this chapter, Sai Baba gives his full sanction and encouragement for writing the Satcharitra. He assures that by recounting his miracles and teachings, ignorance will vanish and deep devotion will arise in the hearts of listeners. Baba promises that those who lovingly utter his name or sing his stories will receive infinite joy, protection, and spiritual progress. His Leelas, divine acts, are a beacon light, guiding devotees safely through the ocean of worldly existence. Hemad Pant humbly accepts the challenging task of writing Baba's life, despite feeling unqualified. He credits Baba's grace as the true author who inspires and removes his ego. Just as musical instruments depend on the player, Hemad Pant is but an instrument for Baba's stories. Baba's stories serve as lighthouses, helping devotees avoid the dangers of worldly temptations and ego. Listening to and singing these stories purify the heart, diminish pride and doubt, and lead one toward self-realization. In the present age, this simple practice of devotion through hearing and singing the Lord's glories is accessible to all and more effective than difficult ancient rituals or meditations. Hemad Pant shares a touching example of Sai Baba's motherly love. Like a cow caring tirelessly for her calf, Baba cares deeply for his devotees. When Hemad Pant faced financial worries after retiring, a devotee prayed to Baba on his behalf. Baba reassured that Hemad Pant's needs would be met, but urged him to devote himself fully to worship, humility, and good company to attain true happiness. With Baba's grace as the guiding force, this work aims to inspire faith, devotion, and spiritual peace among all who read or hear it. Here's what touched me personally in this chapter. In this chapter, Baba, through Hemad Pant, conveyed that this book serves as a divine message for devotees, passing down the miraculous acts, Leelas, that took place in Shirdi for future generations. Baba's presence is like a lighthouse, a guiding light for all. Like a fisherman who relies on the lighthouse to avoid danger, we depend on Baba's guidance through life's storms. Just as a cow comforts her suffering calf, Baba gently watches over his devotees in times of distress. One touching example is of a woman from Kenya who, after being estranged from her daughter for 10 years, moved to England and prayed to Baba for reunion. After years, her daughter, amid personal struggles, found Baba's picture, felt a calling, and reconciled with her mother. Now, they live together in peace and serve Baba with gratitude. Rohila's story reflects Baba's all-embracing love. The Rohila, a devotee, would loudly recite prayers, disturbing Shirdi's villagers. When they complained, Baba told them to bear it, explaining that Rohila had no wife except Durbuddhi, evil thoughts, and that praying warded off these bad influences. He taught that sincere prayers, though noisy, are dearer to him than silence born of indifference. Once, Baba told devotees, "Wherever you are, whatever you do, know that all your actions are known to me. I am the inner ruler, seated in your hearts, the controller and origin of all beings. Nothing will harm those who remember me, but those who forget me are ensnared by Maya." Inspired by these words, Hemad Pant resolved to dedicate himself solely to Baba's service. Before closing, I urge you to set aside distractions and listen to Sai Baba's stories with undivided love and attention. Like a miser treasures his wealth, let Sai Baba be enshrined in your heart. A similar lesson occurred in Nizamuddin, Delhi, where a man's loud chanting disturbed neighbors. Baba appeared in his dream, explaining that true devotion requires inner peace, not outward noise. Through a vision of Guru Nanak and journeys to holy sites, Baba revealed that he is present in all faiths and that real connection lies in silent, heartfelt surrender. Transformed, the man ceased his loud chanting and embraced inner devotion. In this chapter, we learn about Sai Baba's first advent in Shirdi and the sacred mission of saints in the world. As Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, whenever righteousness declines and unrighteousness rises, God incarnates to protect the virtuous and restore dharma. Saints, his representatives, appear in different ages to guide humanity back to the true path. Shirdi, located near the Godavari River in Ahmednagar district, is a holy tirth, a sacred pilgrimage place blessed by many saints of Maharashtra's past. Sai Baba's presence transformed this humble village into a spiritual center like Pandharpur, Kashi, or Dwarka. Sai Baba's personality was unique and profound. He lived in complete mental peace and wisdom, untouched by worldly pleasures or sorrows, generous to all, rich or poor. He remained humble and silent, always immersed in self-realization. He mingled with people of all walks of life, yet maintained spiritual equilibrium like a deep, calm sea. His presence alone brought peace to the restless mind, and his words were nectar to the soul. The old devotee Gulubua, a lifelong pilgrim of Pandharpur, recognized Sai Baba as the true incarnation of Pandarinath Vittal, testifying to Baba's divine nature. Sai Baba was devoted to singing and remembering God's name, encouraging his devotees to do the same continuously. When Das Ganu Maharaj requested assurance that Vittal would appear after a week of continuous chanting, Baba promised that sincere devotion would manifest Vittal's presence in Shirdi itself, and so it happened. Kaka Sahib Dikshit had a vision of Vittal, confirming Baba's assurance. Shirdi is often called Dwarka because, like the ancient city where Krishna lived, it welcomes all castes and communities equally. Baba's mosque was open to everyone, including untouchables and those suffering from leprosy, demonstrating his universal love and acceptance. Thus, Sai Baba's mission and presence sanctified Shirdi as a beacon of spiritual awakening for all humanity. Let me share the thoughts and emotions this chapter stirred in me. In Shirdi, near the sacred neem tree that bore witness to Sai Baba's divine presence, 3 great vadas were built, each becoming a pillar of devotion. First came Sathe Vada, built by Sri Vinayak Sathe to shelter saints, seekers and pilgrims. Next was Dikshit Vada, created by Kaka Sahib Dikshit in gratitude after meeting Baba, its foundation laid on the 10th of December, 1910. Finally, Bhuti Vada, inspired by a divine vision to Sai Bhuti of Nagpur, became Baba's final resting place and is now revered as the Samadhi Mandir. Baba's Leelas went beyond these physical structures. Once, Das Ganu expressed his wish to bathe at Prayag, the sacred meeting of the Ganga and Yamuna. Baba said, "There's no need to go, Prayag is here." To everyone's wonder, streams of water flare owed from his toes, teaching that all holy places reside wherever there is true faith. Another example of Baba's loving guidance is seen in Bhagwantrao Kshirsaghar's story. After his father, a Vitthal devotee, passed away, Bhagwantrao neglected worship. Baba, recalling his friendship with the father, lovingly drew the son to Shirdi and set him back on the path of devotion. Baba's origins remained a mystery. Like Namdev and Kabir, he appeared in Shirdi as a lad of 16, meditating under the neem tree, detached from worldly desires. When the deity Khandoba revealed a hidden spot where Baba's guru had meditated for 12 years, villagers understood the site's sacredness. Baba asked them to guard it with reverence. The 3 Vadas stand as symbols of faith, offering rest, unity, and divine presence to pilgrims. The place where Baba revealed Prayag remains sacred, reminding us that spiritual fulfillment needs no distant journey. It comes through complete surrender at the Master's feet. For me, Baba has always been the source of wisdom I share with his devotees. I have never owned these words. I am only a channel through which his love flows. My purpose is to guide hearts to him so that he may reveal the divine essence of Ram, Krishna, and Shiva that shines within him. This chapter describes Sai Baba's return to Shirdi and the early days of his life there. After his mysterious disappearance, Sai Baba reappeared while accompanying a marriage party. Chand Patil, a wealthy man from Dhoop village in Aurangabad district, had lost his mare. After a long and fruitless search, on his way back with the saddle on his back, he met a strange fakir sitting under a mango tree. This fakir, wearing a cap and a long robe, invited him to rest and smoke his chilim. Astonishingly, the fakir produced fire and water from the ground to light and wet his pipe. Chand Patil was amazed and realized this was no ordinary man. The fakir then accompanied Chand Patil's marriage party to Shirdi. When the party reached Shirdi, they stopped near a banyan tree by the Khandoba temple. Bhagat Malsapati, a local, greeted the fakir warmly, calling out, "Hey Sai!" And from that day, the fakir became known as Sai Baba. Sai Baba soon settled in a deserted mosque in Shirdi. He formed close bonds with other saints like Devidas and Jankidas, who admired his divine qualities. Many visitors recognized that Sai Baba was no ordinary man but a rare and precious jewel, a diamond hidden in humble form. In his youth, Baba wore his hair long, dressed simply yet robustly, like an athlete. He was deeply involved in nurturing a garden in Shirdi. With the help of a devotee, Vaman Tatya, Baba would carry water in delicate, unbaked earthen pitchers every day, watering the plants and tending the garden tirelessly. Though the pitchers would break overnight, fresh ones would be brought daily. This garden grew steadily, and the place later became the site of Baba's Samadhi Mandir, where devotees now gather in great numbers. Thus began Sai Baba's deep connection with Shirdi and its people, marked by his miracles, simplicity, and divine grace. Now, let me speak about how this chapter impacted me. When Baba arrived in Shirdi with Chand Patil's wedding procession, it seemed that Lord Shiva himself had chosen this humble village as his eternal abode. Baba settled in a dilapidated tomb, communing deeply with the villagers through his divine presence, meditation, and loving guidance. His Leelas transformed Shirdi into a sacred playground of spiritual revelations. I, too, felt such a calling in Rishikesh, where Shiva's whisper inspired me to create the 5-limb Sai Vibhuti, honoring the spiritual essence of sacred ashes. Like Baba, who once found joy in wrestling before renouncing worldly pursuits for a life of service, I moved from sports to dedicating myself fully to spreading his message. True devotees, I learned, become bridges to the divine, surrendering personal glory to bring hearts closer to Sai. Among Baba's timeless miracles, the story of the Padukas stands out. Bhai Krishna Ji, a devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj, was guided in a dream to worship in Shirdi. Inspired by a group of devotees and aided by Dr. Ram Rao Kothare, beautifully inscribed Padukas were installed under the sacred neem tree on an auspicious Shravan day, symbolizing Baba's yogic powers and grace. Baba embraced the Padukas, saying, "These are the feet of the Lord," and since then they have been lovingly worshipped as a memorial to his RST Advent. Baba's daily life was simple yet profound, sitting under the neem tree or in the humble masjid, surrounded by minimal possessions. He often turned water into oil to light lamps, teaching that faith and devotion can transform the impossible into reality. The episode with Johar Ali, the pseudo-guru, demonstrated Baba's humility and spiritual discernment. Though called a disciple, he revealed that true realization comes by serving with complete surrender, not by ego. The pivotal wrestling bout with Mohiuddin Tamboli marked Baba's transition from strength to renunciation. Defeated in wrestling, Baba relinquished the sport and donned the kafni, dedicating himself as an ascetic and healer. His conscious choice echoed through the lives of followers like myself. True victory is found in humility and moving beyond worldly desires. Baba's life teaches us that setbacks are not failures, but spiritual gateways. Each miracle and struggle uplifted all around him, showing that one awakened soul can inspire countless others. In surrendering to the divine, both Baba and his devotees discovered their highest purpose, and so the world is transformed, one loving heart at a time.
साईं की महिमा की मुहिम से आप सब तो वाकिफ हैं और 25 चैनल पे ये प्रोग्राम चला है। शायद हमने कोई 5.1 मिलियन लोगों को जवाब दिए। क्योंकि बहुत लोग हमसे बात नहीं कर पाते, हम आपको आज एक ऐसे ऐप से रूबरू कराएंगे जहां पर आपको जिंदगी के सब सवाल का जवाब और रेमेडी मिलेगी। चाहिए AK लिविंग विद साईं पे आज ही सब्सक्राइब करिए और बाबा की कृपा पाइए।
This chapter begins with the profound power of the Guru's touch, especially that of Sai Baba, the perfect master. The touch of the Sadguru purifies the subtle body, our thoughts and desires, washing away past sins and calming the mind. The presence of Sai Baba awakens deep self-realization, dissolving the ego and uniting the devotee with the Supreme. The author shares how writing this sacred text felt guided by Baba's divine hand, and how surrendering fully to him grants all life's blessings, righteousness, wealth, desire, and liberation. Next, the chapter narrates the origin and evolution of the Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. In 1897, a devotee named Gopal Rao Gund, blessed with a son by Sai Baba, proposed celebrating a fair or uruses on Ram Navami's day to honor Baba. Despite initial opposition and practical challenges like water scarcity, the festival took root, with flags paraded by Hindus and a sandal chandan procession by Muslims, symbolizing the unity Baba inspired between communities. The fair grew with the help of devotees like Tatya Patil and Radha Krishna Mai, who managed arrangements including feeding the poor and cleaning the masjid. By 1912, the Urus transformed fully into the Ram Navami festival with devotional singing, kirtan and celebrations centered on Lord Rama's birth, all with Sai Baba's blessings. Over time, more elaborate rituals, processions and social harmony marked the festival, drawing thousands without any discord. The chapter ends describing repairs to Baba's masjid. While devotees sought to improve the masjid and its courtyard, Baba initially resisted these changes with sudden bursts of anger, uprooting pillars, scolding, and even confronting his devotees physically. Yet, after these moments of fiery energy, Baba's anger always cooled and peace was restored. These episodes showed Baba's inscrutable nature, sometimes calm and loving, at other times fierce and intense, always guiding his devotees in mysterious ways. Here's what touched me personally in this chapter. Sai Baba's love for Dwarkamai, the mosque in Shirdi, was boundless. It was not just his shelter, but a sanctuary for countless devotees seeking solace and blessings. When the mosque began to crumble, Baba personally oversaw its renovation, ensuring it remained a refuge for all. During this restoration, an unexpected incident occurred. In a sudden burst of anger, Baba struck Tatya Kote Patil, his most devoted follower, only to immediately embrace him with deep affection. To onlookers, this was perplexing. How could such compassion and serenity so quickly turn to anger and then to love? Yet, for those who understand Baba, the lesson is profound. Even his anger was born of divine love. Baba's anger was never from ego or self-interest. It was a cleansing force, guiding and correcting, just as a mother quietly scolds her child to protect them. His moments of sternness were always rooted in concern for his devotees, expressions of tough love meant to awaken and uplift. Raphael acting on this, I see myself in Baba, my own brief FL ashes of anger, soon followed by healing and embrace, come not from self-interest but from a place of care I cannot fully explain. Baba's actions help me find peace in these moments, teaching that anger is not always a fell-AW but can be a tool for growth, A devotee once asked, "How can a pupil behave differently if the master himself sets the example?" Baba's life revealed that masters and disciples mirror one another, and that all human nature, even anger, can hold divine purpose. Hemat Pant writes that Baba bore the burdens and negative energies of his devotees, releasing them sometimes as anger, not as punishment, but as purified cation and deep compassion. The true lesson is this: when anger is born out of love and selflessness, it can transform, correct, and heal. Like Baba, we must recognize the wisdom hidden in every emotion, using even sternness to uplift the souls around us. In all his actions, gentle or stern, Baba's only aim was the awakening and betterment of those he loved. Sai Baba was a truly unique incarnation, beyond labels of Hindu or Muslim. He practiced all yogic disciplines, including Dauti, where he could cleanse his intestines, and Khanda Yoga, where he could separate and rejoin his limbs, astonishing powers that amazed everyone. People never knew his exact religion because he embraced both Hindu and Muslim customs, celebrating festivals like Ram Navami and Eid with equal devotion. He welcomed all prince or pauper and treated everyone with the same love. Baba was also a great healer. He used simple but powerful remedies to cure diseases, like a special treatment for eye inflammation using biba nuts. Despite suffering many hardships himself, Baba dedicated his life to serving others, healing leprosy, blindness, and lameness, often without charge. His yogic mastery was extraordinary. For example, once Baba put his arm into a blazing sacred fire to save a child's life, showing his boundless mercy. Though the wound was severe, he refused treatment by doctors, choosing to be cared for by a devoted leper named Bagoji, highlighting Baba's deep compassion and acceptance. Baba's fame spread far and wide. Once, when a devotee's son was struck by plague, Baba comforted the worried mother by revealing his own suffering. He carried the pains of his devotees as if they were his own. One story beautifully shows Baba's omniscience. When his devotee Nana Sahib was transferred to Pandharpur, Baba sensed this immediately and joyfully sang about going there, even before Nana Sahib arrived. This divine connection touched all hearts. Sai Baba's life was a perfect blend of yogic power, loving mercy, and boundless wisdom, teaching us to rise above labels and ego and surrender completely to the one divine. I'd like to highlight what I personally gathered from this chapter. During the renovation of Dwarkamai, an incident occurred that remains etched in the hearts of Baba's close devotees. Baba scolded Tatya Kote Patil severely, his most beloved companion. In a moment of intense fury, he even threw Tatya's clothes into the sacred fire, Duni. No one around could understand the cause of such divine wrath. Yet, in a complete reversal the very next day, Baba dressed Tatya in fine new clothes and lovingly placed a crown upon his head. This paradox left many speechless, but to me it resonated deeply. My own nature mirrors this divine contradiction. Out of the 24 hours in a day, I admit I may spend 10 hours in anger. And yet, almost inevitably, I return to the very person I was angry with, showering them with love and forgiveness. There is rarely a specific trigger for this anger. It often arises from a sense that people act out of selfishness or ego. Strangely, I find myself doing the same. And in those moments, I wonder, is this nature a flaw or a tool given by the divine for transformation? In this episode, Baba imparts a profound truth. He teaches us that there are 4 sacred paths that lead to the divine: yoga, the path of discipline; surrender, the path of ego dissolution; devotion, the path of love; and karma, the path of righteous action. Among these, the path of devotion is the most challenging, for it is fraught with temptation, distraction, and egoic interference. as you begin to ascend spiritually, you will often encounter tests from the forces of Maya. But Baba says, in those moments, if you remember me and trust me, I will lift you higher. This is absolutely true. I have experienced this personally. Many times, while meditating and ascending toward higher consciousness, obstacles would appear twice, even 7 times. But on the 8th time, when I let go entirely and surrendered without condition, the divine manifested before me, revealing the cosmos, the universe, and the vastness of existence. This grace, this vision, belongs solely to Baba. And those to whom I have shared this knowledge, those who practiced it faithfully, have become vast and tranquil in spirit. Their inner storms have settled, their souls have expanded. In this Kali Yuga, escaping the illusion of Maya is extremely difficult. The web of worldly desires and attachments is strong. Yet, I have seen many devotees connected with our institution rise above Maya, transforming their lives through Baba's grace. I am reminded of another parallel when Baba spoke about Vibhuti, sacred ash, during the plague, saying it had the power to protect and heal. Similarly, when the COVID-19 pandemic spread in 2020, our institution made efforts to distribute Vibhuti to over 1 lakh people. It was delivered to homes, hospitals, and across distant cities, Vrindavan, Bareilly, Delhi, and beyond. Some were unable to receive it, but those who did experienced a miraculous 99% recovery. Those we couldn't reach, sadly, faced tragedy. This was not coincidence, it was the power of Baba's prasad, his divine grace in material form. The miracle of this Vibhuti reminds me of the very first chapter of the Sai Satcharitra, where it is written that Vibhuti has the power to turn defeat into victory, even when all hope seems lost. In this vast universe, countless souls take birth in various forms: gods, animals, humans based on their deeds. Among all, human birth is the most precious because only humans have the power to realize God and achieve liberation. Though the body is imperfect, it is the vehicle for spiritual growth. Neglect it and we lose this rare chance. Indulge blindly and we fall into suffering. The wise use the body carefully, like a traveler tending his horse until reaching home. To realize God swiftly, one must seek the company of a true saint, a Sadguru who embodies divine wisdom. Sai Baba was such a saint, a humble fakir who, despite begging for food daily, was deeply absorbed in God and loved all equally. Baba would go door to door in Shirdi with a tin pot and cloth, collecting food offered by villagers. He never cared for taste or quality, everything was mixed and eaten with equal love. He welcomed even dogs and crows, sharing his food, showing his compassion for all beings. Baijabai, the mother of Tatya Kote Patil, served Baba with deep devotion. She searched for him daily in the forests, fed him, and never left his side, earning Baba's everlasting gratitude and blessings for her family. Baba's closest companions were Tatya Kote Patil and Malsapati. The three slept together in the masjid, heads and feet arranged in a circle, sharing friendship and love for years. Baba lovingly woke them if they dozed off during the night, showing his care for even the smallest moments. Baba also cherished Kushalkhand of Rahata, caring for him like a son. When visiting Rahata, villagers welcomed Baba with music and honor. Baba never traveled beyond Nimgaon or Rahata but surprisingly knew all train schedules. Guiding his devotees wisely, those who followed his words prospered, others faced difficulties. This chapter reveals how rare and valuable human life is, and how Sai Baba's simple yet profound life taught love, humility, and devotion. Next, I'd like to reflect on my personal takeaways from this chapter. In the Sai Satcharitra, Baba reveals the true purpose of human life, that our birth is governed by our past deeds. The sorrows we face today are often consequences of our previous actions. Just as a prisoner serves time for a crime, so too do we carry the karmic weight of our past. Yet, just as good behavior in prison can lead to an early release, sincere efforts and righteous actions in this life can reduce the burden of our past misdeeds. Sai Baba once shared this truth with Tatya Kote Patil, his beloved devotee. Baba was especially close to Tatya's mother, Beja Mai, whom he regarded as his own mother. Baba's love was not just emotional, it was transformative. He guided Tatya to live a life of faith, service and virtue, showing that divine grace can soften even the harshest karmic blows. Baba, you taught me how past karmas are erased not just through penance, but through awareness, surrender, and constant alignment with the divine. Every time I faced a crossroads in life, I sought answers from you or the saints you sent my way. I internalized only what resonated with your teachings. I would ask you inwardly if my path was right. And whenever you smiled within my heart, I knew another chain of past karma had broken. This wisdom, this lived experience, I shared with the world through television shows, radio broadcasts, and every platform you placed in my hands. I never clung to worldly concerns like which direction I should sleep in. Interestingly, my body too seems to break convention. One of my fingers is 2.5 inches long, another is 2 inches, and yet shoes of sizes 5, 6 or 7 fit me all the same. Like you who rested on wooden planks or ropes, I can sleep anywhere. Comfort is not in the body, it is in the spirit. A true disciple reflects the master. Baba, many of your qualities have shaped my life. If I have 2 lakh rupees in the morning, I often end the day with only 1,000. I do not hold on to money. Like you, I believe wealth is meant for service, not storage. In this age of Kali Yuga, this is the real Mahabharata. Today's battle is not fought on a field with arrows and swords, but within our minds and hearts, between selfishness and selflessness, between hoarding and giving. I tell everyone, when you work for the divine, don't worry about resources. Faith brings provision, service brings grace. If you approach divine work with a business mindset, it will fail. Only faith, devotion, and selfless action can sustain a mission. Baba, you have shown me time and again that when we walk with you, there is never a shortage. The universe rearranges itself to support those who surrender. In Shirdi, no one could leave without Sai Baba's permission. Those who obeyed his parting advice were safe, while those who disobeyed faced accidents. For example, Tatya Kote Patil hurried away despite Baba's warning, and his horse fell and got injured. A European visitor ignored Baba's advice and had a Tonga accident, ending in hospital. These stories taught devotees the importance of respecting Baba's guidance. Why did Sai Baba live by begging? According to the scriptures, only those free from worldly desires and who have accepted renunciation can live on alms. Baba, a lifelong celibate sannyasi, belonged to this noble group. His begging reminded householders of their sacred duties and the 5 actions involved in preparing food that cause sin, which must be atoned for by offering food to guests and saints. Devotees' experiences further show Baba's deep connection with them. For example, the Tarkhat family's faith was tested when the father forgot a puja offering. Baba personally reminded the family, showing his care and omnipresence. Mrs. Tarkhat's devotion was also honored when Baba requested specific dishes she had sent, even when the ingredients were out of season. Once, Mrs. Tarkhat fed a hungry dog before her meal. Baba told her that by feeding the dog she had fed him because he is present in all beings. He taught that seeing God in all creatures and serving them is true devotion. The moral is clear. see God in all beings, and treat all life with love and respect. Sai Baba embodied the highest spiritual truths, guiding devotees not just through words but through living example. Allow me to express what resonates with me most from this chapter. Himmat Pant writes in the Sai Satcharitra that no one could leave Shirdi without Baba's permission, and once Baba called someone there, they could not resist the call. I too experienced the powerful truth of these words. The first time I felt Baba's call, I witnessed something miraculous. Honey began to ooze from Baba's idol at Veena Gupta's house. At the time, I knew very little about you, Baba, and I was in deep financial distress. My accounts were frozen. Then, without warning, someone came and handed me 25,000. With this unexpected help, I booked tickets and sent my wife, children and in-laws to Shirdi. While they were still on the train, my mother-in-law insisted that I join them. I had no extra clothes, no planning, yet something compelled me. Without knowing why, I boarded the train. That journey changed my life forever because Baba's call cannot be denied. When I arrived in Shirdi, dressed in just one set of clothes, I sat beneath the sacred neem tree. Baba, you drew me into meditation for 2 hours, and in that divine trance, you revealed your Virat Roop, your cosmic universal form. You said to me, Arjun, it is you who will spread my message. Look at my Virat Roop. From today onward, your problems are mine. You will face many challenges, but I will always be with you. From that day forward, I've depicted this experience in my films, television shows, and interviews. Shirdi became my Gurusthan, my spiritual seat, and you, Baba, became my path, my purpose, and my destination. Everything else in life was paused. You bound me to your service, and spreading your message became the only mission of my life. Baba, anyone who deeply loves you and offers their life in your service cannot move forward without your grace. You made me one with you. You transformed my existence. There's another incident that testifies to your divine will. When you gave me your voice, it reached a soul named Prashant Sharma, whose father held me in high regard. Prashant was associated with Sahara Television, and through him, a serial based on your life aired and touched countless hearts. One day, Prashant called me urgently. His father was critically ill, and he felt I needed to come. Baba, through me, you spoke. Prashant, don't take him to Shirdi. The day he goes to Shirdi will be his last. 2 years later, Prashant took his father to Shirdi, and just as you had foretold, his father passed away en route. Only you, Baba, know the mystery behind every soul's journey. You decide whom to call, whom to hold, and when to call them to their divine home. It is true, not everyone is called to Shirdi. Sometimes you choose instead to reveal Ram and Krishna within yourself. And in their final moments, some souls see both Ram and Krishna through you. Now I understand. You are the gateway to all that is divine. To reach Ram, to know Krishna, it is through you, Baba. Remember Sai Baba always with love. He was forever immersed in doing good and lived in the self. To remember him sincerely is the simplest spiritual practice, needing no special study or rituals. Just as we trust a boatman to cross a river, we must trust our Sadguru to guide us beyond worldly suffering. Baba's blessings come from deep devotion and surrender. Baba's simple life was full of miracles. He slept on a tiny wooden plank, tied with old rags inside the masjid, a sight that amazed all. Though outwardly a humble man, Baba was inwardly Brahma, pure consciousness, detached yet loving. His famous phrase, Allah Malik, God is the real owner, reminds us of his complete surrender to the divine. Sai Baba lived in Shirdi for about 60 years, starting when he was around 20, though his exact birth details remain unknown. His mission was to unite Hindus and Muslims, teaching that Ram and Rahim are one and the same. He urged people to give up disputes, act wisely, and do good even to those who harm them. Unlike many showy gurus, Baba showed no pride or greed. He loved all equally, revealing the past, present, and future of those who came to him, helping them cross the ocean of worldly existence. His humility was extraordinary. He called himself slave of slaves and felt blessed to even see his devotees' feet. A famous incident tells of Nanavali, who once asked Baba to give up his seat. Baba complied without any anger, showing his humility and love. Such was Baba's grace. The easiest spiritual path, Baba said, is to remember him constantly and listen to stories of saints. This simple practice purifies the heart, frees the mind from worldly fears, and brings us closer to God. Without God's grace, even this desire may not arise. But with it, the path becomes smooth. Let us meditate on Baba's loving form, distributing Udi and blessing all. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Let me now share what this chapter means to me. Baba always said, "Whoever comes to me with love, I will run to them." This profound truth extends to all deities. It's like a ship sailing through a stormy sea, guided by a solitary pillar in the ocean, a lighthouse that shows the way and signals whether it's safe to proceed. In the same way, Baba calls many to Shirdi, but only those destined by fate can truly reach there. Let me share the story of Nanavali, a most unusual yet deeply devoted follower of Baba. One day, in a moment of audacity, Nanavali went and sat on Baba's seat. When Baba arrived and saw him there, he did not rebuke him. Instead, Baba quietly sat beside Nanavali, showing neither anger nor disapproval. Though Nanavali's actions may have appeared disrespectful, Baba never let it disturb his peace. 13 days later, Nanavali passed away. Before that, realizing his mistake, he resumed serving Baba with even greater devotion and humility. Baba's compassion and forbearance were so great that he didn't allow others to judge Nanavali. Baba never held grudges or clung to status. His love was pure, free from ego, and beyond worldly standards. Baba, your humility has always inspired me. Today, many people recognize me, not because of who I am, but because of you. Some approach me with pride, others with love. But eventually, pride always crumbles in your presence. You taught me to love selflessly, without expectation or ego. True love, as you've shown, does not demand, it draws. When you love genuinely and without condition, others are naturally drawn toward you, not by force, but by the silent magnetism of the heart. God has two forms, the formless Nirgun and the manifested Sagun. Sai Baba was the Sagun Brahma, God with form, making it easier for devotees to love and worship Him. Like the sacred Ganges that refreshes all, saints like Sai bring peace and comfort to the world. Though he appeared embodied, Baba was truly free, detached, and full of divine bliss. His simple seat, a sackcloth and mattress, showed his humility. Devotees worshipped him in many ways, with songs, scents, betel leaves, and offerings, and he accepted their devotion everywhere. Once, Dr. Pandit, a devotee, boldly marked a sacred tripund on Baba's forehead with sandal paste, just as he did for his own guru. Baba allowed it, revealing his deep connection with all sincere devotees. Though sometimes he showed anger or scolded, it was never real fury but loving discipline. He always longed for his devotees' love and assured them of his eternal support. A story of Haji Siddiq Falka, a Muslim devotee, shows Baba's unique ways. For 9 months, Baba did not allow him into the masjid. But after intercession by a close devotee and a test of sincerity, Baba welcomed Haji with love and blessings, proving he embraced all with equal compassion. Baba's power over nature was miraculous. During a violent storm, he calmed the winds and rain with a command, restoring peace. Another time, he controlled the fierce flames of the sacred fire with a few strokes of his stick, showing his mastery over the elements. This is our Sai, the living God. Those who read his stories with faith will be freed from troubles, blessed with divine vision, and attain ultimate peace. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all. Next, I'd like to reflect on my personal takeaways from this chapter. Brahma manifests differently on every planet, and existence itself has 2 forms, Nirgun and Sagun. Nirgun is formless, imperceptible. Sagun is form-based, visible, and experiential. Sai Baba embodied both. At times, he appeared so simple and unassuming that people thought he knew nothing. But within, he was a steadfast yogi, immersed in divine consciousness and infinite wisdom. His words, which sometimes seemed puzzling in the moment, would later unveil deep spiritual truths. Baba's temperament could rise like a storm. His eyes would blaze red with anger. Yet for the same mistake, he could treat another person with the utmost gentleness. This duality made villagers wary of provoking him, but over time, they came to understand that Baba's anger never came from ego. It was free of malice and rooted in love. Once they saw this, they accepted him exactly as he was. One memorable account involves Dr. Pandit and another centers on Haji Siddiq Falka. Falka repeatedly approached Baba, seeking his blessings and approval for certain actions. Once, Baba asked him for 40,000, a large sum. Without a second thought, Falka agreed, showing his total surrender and devotion. Baba tested him by making demands and statements that seemed irrational, yet Falka accepted them all in faith. In return, Baba revealed to him a divine form that no one else had ever witnessed a glimpse into his boundless reality. Their relationship deepened, and soon after, Baba sent Falke mangoes, sealing their bond as true companions on the spiritual path. Baba, I often reflect on you, especially that night when Shirdi was ravaged by storms. You looked to the heavens and prayed to Allah. Slowly the storm quieted and the moon appeared. That moment revealed your divine connection to the elements. Baba, I too find moments when I get angry with devotees, and just like you, I feel deep remorse afterward. I often apologize and later explain the lesson behind my harshness, hoping they see the love within it. When I read the Sai Satcharitra, I see the same nature in you and I understand myself better. At times, people have approached me with money, asking me to build temples or take on grand projects. But I never accepted it for those purposes. Instead, I guided them to grow their own livelihoods, to become self-reliant. I used to wonder why I acted like this until I understood a disciple mirrors the Guru. And you, Baba, have shaped me in your image. Today, I carry no regrets. What I do know with certainty is this: anyone who becomes truly associated with your name, Baba, never truly leaves you. Your pull is eternal, and your presence never fades. Sai Baba's mission was unlike that of ordinary divine incarnations. Saints like him treat the good and the wicked alike, guiding all toward the right path with love and compassion. Baba's devotees could meet him only by his grace, and they stayed in his presence only as long as he willed. Many devotees experience Baba's divine will firsthand. Kaka Mahajani, visiting from Mumbai, was asked by Baba to leave Shirdi immediately. Though surprised, he obeyed and found his presence urgently needed back home. Similarly, Pauseb Dhumal wished to leave for a case, but Baba made him stay until the matter was settled, ensuring his success. Mr. and Mrs. Nimunkar, who served Baba faithfully, once faced a dilemma when their son fell ill far away. Baba assured Mrs. Nimunkar to visit comfortably for 4 days and then return, showing his care in every detail. An orthodox Brahmin, Mule Shastri, skeptical at first, witnessed Baba's divine power when he saw his late Guru appear at Baba's place. Humbling himself, Mule Shastri gave Baba Dakshina, realizing the true greatness of Sai Baba beyond caste and ritual. A doctor friend, initially unwilling to bow to a Muslim saint, was moved when he saw Lord Ram and Sai Baba as one and the same. After receiving Baba's blessing in a divine vision, his devotion grew deeply. These stories teach us the power of firm faith in our Guru, who alone leads us beyond worldly illusions. Now, let's turn our attention to my feelings about this lesson. In the Sai Satcharitra, Hemat Pant narrates the enlightening story of Bule Shastri, a renowned astrologer from Nasik. Curious about Baba's divinity, Bule Shastri once travelled to Shirdi to meet Sai Baba. Upon meeting him, he expressed a desire to read the lines on Baba's palm, confident in his knowledge and astrological prowess. Baba gently responded, "What will you achieve by reading the lines on my hands? A person is recognized by their deeds, not by the lines on their palms. People create their own destiny through their actions." These words bruised Bule Shastri's ego. He felt slighted, and Baba, sensing this, chose not to say anything more. Instead, in his usual calm and loving manner, he continued distributing mangoes and bananas as prasad to the people around him, a part of his daily routine that exemplified his selfless nature. Then came the divine moment. Baba revealed within himself the celestial forms of Lord Krishna and Lord Vitthal. What Bule Shastri saw left him stunned and humbled. The pride in his speech vanished. Overwhelmed by the divine vision, he fell at Baba's feet, his ego completely shattered. The man who had earlier spoken with arrogance now spoke only with reverence and devotion. This profound transformation is described beautifully in the Sai Satcharitra, showing how Baba's silent wisdom could awaken the deepest truth in a seeker's heart. Even today, the spot where Baba once sat holds the same spiritual power and sacredness. Though he lived as a simple fakir, Baba was a guru beyond compare, offering only love, truth, and divine wisdom to all who approached him. I share this story with you today because, like Bule Shastri, many of us must go through personal experiences to truly grasp the truth. Baba's teachings and his presence remain as powerful and relevant today as they were then, guiding us, correcting us, and transforming us with infinite love. Sai Baba often spoke about the power of Maya, the divine illusion that even Lord Brahma cannot escape. He said those who seek refuge in God with true faith are freed by His grace. Many devotees, suffering from grave illnesses, found miraculous relief through Baba's blessings and words. Bhimaji Patil had chronic tuberculosis and tried every remedy in vain. When brought to Baba, despite initial hesitation, Baba's compassion healed him gradually through divine dreams. Bhimaji returned home cured and started a new Sai Satyavrata Puja in gratitude. Bala Ganpat Shimpi suffered from persistent malaria. Baba instructed him to feed a black dog with rice and curd near the Lakshmi temple. Though strange, Bala obeyed and was cured completely. Bapu Sahib Bhuti faced severe dysentery and cholera. Baba's word alone stopped his vomiting and purging. When traditional medicine failed, Baba's unique prescription of dry fruits boiled in sweetened milk brought full recovery. And Alandi Swami, tormented by unbearable ear pain, found relief after Baba's assurance. Later, a surgeon confirmed no operation was needed. Baba's blessing had healed him. Kaka Mahajani suffered from diarrhea but hid it, fearing interruption in his service. When Baba caught him, he made him eat and drink specially prepared food, curing the illness immediately. This showed Baba's power went beyond common medical understanding. Datopant from Harda had suffered stomach pain for 14 years. After meeting Baba, who blessed him and gave sacred udi, Datopant was completely healed. Additional cases include Madhavrao Deshpande's relief from piles by Baba's herbal decoction, Kaka Mahajani's brother's cure from stomach pain after Baba's touch, and Nanasaheb Chandorkar's recovery from acute stomach pain with Baba's sweetmeat remedy. These stories remind us that Baba's real medicine is his divine word and grace more powerful than any drug. Allow me to express what resonates with me most from this chapter. In this chapter, Himat Pant beautifully illustrates Baba's deep teachings on Brahm Gyan. He recounts an incident in which Baba instructed Nandu to collect 5 rupees from 2 individuals. Nandu, in desperation, went searching, even contemplating taking a loan. Ironically, the man he approached had a bundle of notes in his pocket. Yet, despite possessing such wealth, his mind remained entangled in trivial concerns. This revealed how illusion, maya, and attachment cloud one's path to true wisdom. Baba, observing this, delivered a timeless message. He addressed the seeker, saying, "You have come to me seeking Brahm Gyan, yet you remain enslaved by illusion, attachment, and delusion. How can you hope to attain higher knowledge when worldly distractions still bind you?" These words weren't directed solely at that man, but serve as a mirror to all who yearn for enlightenment without conquering their inner chaos. Reflecting on Baba's wisdom, I too find myself in similar circumstances. Many seekers approach me saying, "Aushim ji, you are close to Baba, please share with us the path to Brahm Gyan." But as Baba saw, I also see they remain tethered to their possessions, their desires, their identities. The path to wisdom demands detachment. The first lesson I offer them is always this: learn to distinguish between necessity and greed. One must make space for only what is needed and relinquish the rest. Even Baba, free from family ties, formed his Sai Parivara family rooted in devotion. Over the years, I've met many like this, not 1 or 2, but tens, even hundreds. One such soul is Surinder, who has reached out to me for 15 years. Slowly, I have seen him shed many attachments. Each time we speak, he asks me, "Have you freed yourself from illusion and delusion?" And every time, I reflect on it. Even now, remnants of attachment linger within me. It took me 15 years of penance to unbind myself from many worldly ties, and even today, I strive daily to purify myself. I cannot guide others unless I embody the teachings I share. Baba has given me the responsibility of spreading his wisdom through television, digital platforms, and personal interactions. Yet I always remind myself, if I am not pure, how can I lead others toward purity? Baba's guidance has never been conventional. His methods, free from structure yet filled with divine order, defy worldly logic. He placed me on a train knot of metal and tracks, but of purpose, and I've followed it ever since. His divine play, Leela, has unfolded before me in ways no marketing strategy or human planning could replicate. Baba's scientific knowledge and Paramgyan surpass the understanding of any being on earth. He contemplates realms beyond the grasp of intellect. Often, when I sought answers, he sent people to me, and in their questions, I found my answers. To this day, I am astonished. How could someone like me, who once knew nothing of astrology, now provide people with insights into their deepest concerns? It is not Maithis Baba's voice, Baba's will. He gave me an aura, a presence, not through my merit, but through His grace. He elevated me from limitation and taught me the power of simply listening. But this transformation took years of inner refinement. Now, people look at me with love in their eyes, but I know it is not me they see. It is Baba working through me. Though He lives now only in spirit, He enters those who surrender completely. I have surrendered to one truth. When the Guru is a fakir, the disciple must also walk the path of a fakir. Baba's wisdom flows from Shiva himself, and my only duty is to share with the world that he carries Krishna's blessings. Baba is both Shiva and Krishna, divine confluence on this sacred earth. Today, when people seek guidance from me, I speak with unwavering confidence, saying, "My master will take care of you." And he always does. Even astrologers err, but Baba never does. Sometimes people are astonished when I foresee names, troubles, or events. But I know the truth. I am merely a vessel entranced by His divine will. Hemad Pant was once an ignorant man. In him, I see myself. When it comes to Paramgyan, I too am only a seeker. Yet, I continue to write this modern Sai Charitra to proclaim one simple truth. When a disciple surrenders completely to his master, with unwavering faith, nothing in this world can go wrong. You, Baba, are my Krishna. You are my Shiva. I bow before you. Whatever you accomplish through me is beyond my comprehension. I have no answers, only surrender, only devotion. In the last chapter, we saw how Baba's grace healed many incurable diseases. Now, we turn to a story of blessing and faith, that of Ratanji Shapurji Vadia, a wealthy Parsi trader from Nanded. Though outwardly prosperous and charitable, Ratanji was inwardly troubled. His heart longed for a child, but he remained without issue. To him, a house without children was like a song without rhythm or a pilgrimage without repentance incomplete. Seeking help, Ratanji confided in Das Kanu Maharaj, who advised him to visit Sai Baba at Shirdi, pray earnestly, and seek his blessing. Ratanji travelled to Shirdi, bowed at Baba's feet, and prayed for a son. Baba asked for a dakshina of 5 rupees but said he had already received 3 rupees and 14 annas from him. This puzzled Ratanji, who had never been to Shirdi before. Later, Daskanu realized Baba's divine knowledge. He identified himself with a saint named Muli Sahib, whom Ratanji had recently hosted and had spent exactly that amount on his reception. This proved Baba's omniscience, knowing past, present, and future, and that he could be one with anyone, anywhere. Ratanji's faith was strengthened, and soon Baba blessed him with a son, fulfilling his heartfelt desire. This story teaches us about Baba's deep wisdom and all-encompassing presence. The meaning and importance of dakshina. Baba always asked for dakshina, an offering from those who came to see him. Why would a detached fakir care for money? In his early days, Baba took nothing. even collecting burnt matches and small coins only for basic needs. But as his fame spread, he began asking devotees for dakshina not for himself, but as a spiritual lesson. The Vedas say that offering dakshina is part of true worship. The Upanishads teach that charity purifies the mind and cultivates detachment. Baba's dakshina was a test and a teaching detaching devotees from greed, purifying their hearts and encouraging generosity. Sometimes dakshina was money, sometimes it was devotion or surrender of inner enemies like anger and lust. Though Baba collected large sums, he gave away all to charity daily and lived simply, owning very little. Through dakshina, Baba taught renunciation, purity and spiritual progress. Thus, Ratanji's story and the teaching on dakshina remind us that faith, surrender and charity open the path to spiritual fulfillment. Here's what touched me personally in this chapter. Sai Baba's grace knows no bounds. His blessings transcend all limitations of faith, time and even medical science. Among countless divine interventions, one story that stands out is that of Ratanji Shapurji Wadia of Nandid, who was blessed with a child through Baba's divine grace. Ratanji's unwavering faith bore fruit, turning his deepest longing into a living miracle. Yet, this is not a tale confined to the past. At the Sai Baba Foundation, we have witnessed numerous similar incidents couples who, despite waiting 10 to 12 years, were finally blessed with children after surrendering completely to Baba. One such story, nothing short of divine, is that of a Muslim woman who had remained childless for years and miraculously conceived at the age of 58 during her third marriage. This awe-inspiring incident was featured in the television series Sai Bhaktan Ki Sachi Kahaniyan, a program dedicated to true stories of those touched by Baba's mercy. This woman had reached the end of her hopes. No medical treatment had helped. But one day, she happened to watch a program in which I was speaking about a special form of devotion cleaning the sacred Dwarkamai for 12 or 21 days, while offering 100 agarbatis, incense sticks, as a humble act of surrender. Moved by desperation but inspired by faith, she decided to try the ritual. Her family and peers were skeptical. Yet something within her stireda pulled towards Baba. She contacted me, but she hesitated to reveal her real name. In that moment, through Baba's grace, I unknowingly addressed her by her true name. She was stunned. That single moment broke all barriers of doubt. Her eyes were opened. Sai Baba was watching, guiding, and walking with her. Encouraged, she went to the Noida Mandir and performed the puja with complete surrender. And then, within just 2.5 months, she conceived. Her doctors were shocked. Her family was speechless. And Shish simply bowed in gratitude. This miracle aired in Season 3, Episode 1 of Sai Bhaktan Ki Sachi Kahaniyan on Z channels. But beyond its broadcast, it carried a timeless message that Sai Baba's mercy knows no bounds, and when all hope fades, his light shines the brightest. Even in that moment, Baba took no credit. He remained silent, as he always does, performing the miracle and quietly returning to his seat as if nothing had happened. Through this incident, Baba once again reminded me of the eternal virtues of Shraddha, faith, and Saburi, patience. As a human being, it is tempting to feel predator, believe that I was the medium through whom such a miracle occurred. But Baba's teachings always pull me back to humility. He reminds me, you are not the doer. You are simply the flute. I am the one who plays the music. And so, I continue to service an instrument of His will, without expectation, without pride, and without attachment to the outcome. I bow at the lotus feet of Sai Baba, humbled beyond words. Through me, he has touched millions. But I know and always will know that it is not me only him. His divine presence continues to guide, bless, and protect all those who surrender with love and trust. In the 6th chapter, we learned how Dasganu Maharaj was entrusted by Baba to lead the Ram Navami Kirtans in Shirdi. Now let's see how Dasganu performs his Kirtan in the purest style, the Naradiya Kirtan Padhati. Unlike other Haridas who wear elaborate dress, Dasganu shed all ornamentation before Baba and performed bare-chested, carrying only a pair of wooden clappers called chiplis and wearing a garland. This simplicity follows the ancient sage Narada's tradition, who roamed freely, singing the Lord's glory with just his veena. Dasganu's kirtans spread Baba's fame far and wide, especially in the Konkan region. Among the listeners was Mr. Cholkar, a poor court employee from Thana. Deeply moved by the kirtan, he vowed to Baba, "If you grant me success in my exams and a permanent job, I will come to Shirdi and distribute sugar candy in your name." By Baba's grace, Cholkar passed and secured a permanent post. But being poor, he had to save money carefully. To save every penny, he stopped using sugar even in his tea. Finally able to visit Shirdi, Cholkar offered Baba coconut and sugar candy as promised. When he was about to leave, Baba told his host, "Give him tea fully saturated with sugar." Cholkar was overwhelmed. Baba knew his secret sacrifice of sugarless tea. This showed Baba's omnipresence and deep love. He wanted Cholkar to know that devotion is seen beyond words and actions, even across distances. To close, Baba shared a curious story of two little lizards. One day, as Baba sat in the masjid, a lizard's ticking sound caught a devotee's attention. Baba said it was because the lizard's sister from Aurangabad was visiting. Soon after, a man arrived from Aurangabad on horseback carrying grams. A lizard emerged from the bag and climbed the wall. Baba asked the devotee to watch closely. The two lizards met, embraced, and joyfully danced together. How did Baba know this? How did the sister lizard travel so far? This miraculous story shows Baba's omniscience, his knowing beyond the ordinary. Whoever respectfully reads or hears this chapter daily will have their sorrows removed by Sai Baba's grace. Now, I want to talk about my own perspective on this chapter. Himmat Pant records a tale Shama once told him about Radhabai, a devout woman who came to Shirdi with unbending resolve. She vowed to keep fasting until Baba blessed her. To guide her, Baba recounted his own experience of serving his Guru for 12 years, seeking nothing but two precious coins: Shraddha, faith, and Saburi, patience. Those were the only treasures his Guru finally bestowed, and they became the cornerstone of Baba's teaching. Perplexed, Radhabai asked why Baba still requested Dakshina. Baba replied that a true Guru does not crave money. The real Dakshina is love and complete surrender. Sai, reflecting on my own journey, I see your lesson clearly. When you nudged me to create spiritual serials and to host Sai Ki Mahima, temptations soon appeared. A major mobile company wanted me to answer questions for Shure 10 per query. You refused. You never allowed me to charge a rupee, and to this day I do not. Yet the honor and respect you grant me keep growing worldwide. I know the answers do not come from me. You speak through me. The only coins you gave me are Shraddha and Saburi. People notice only the Khamatkars, miracles, but they are yours, Sai. You let me stand in the spotlight. Each time a devotee finds healing, I rejoice, knowing another act of your grace has unfolded. I trust you will lead every sincere seeker to deeper realization. If their faith endures, you will one day reveal Shiva to them. People call me chosen, yet even those words are yours. You place them on their tongues. I sense you handpicked me for this demanding mission. The work often takes 22 hours a day. The phone never stops ringing, yet I feel no fatigue. I cannot explain where the energy or the words come from. They flow through me like blood in my veins. It is your divine energy. And so, Sai, I surrender completely at your feet. In these chapters, we hear the story of a wealthy gentleman who sought Brahmgyan, the ultimate spiritual knowledge, from Sai Baba. Despite his riches, he desired true happiness through self-realization. Sai Baba welcomed him warmly and explained that while many come asking for wealth, health or power, few ask for the rare treasure of Brahmagyan. To grant it, Baba began a test. He asked a boy to borrow 5 rupees from neighbors, but all attempts failed. This was no mere coincidence. Though the gentleman carried a bundle of money, he hesitated to lend even 5 rupees. Baba revealed this was a lesson to attain Brahmgyan. One must surrender 5 vital things, the 5 vital forces, 5 senses, mind, intellect and ego. The path to self-realization is as sharp as a razor's edge. Sai Baba then gave a profound discourse on the qualifications needed for Brahmgyan: intense desire for liberation or mumukshu, detachment from worldly pleasures and honors, turning inward for self-reflection rather than outward distractions, purification of mind and abandoning wickedness, leading a life of truth, penance and self-control, choosing what is good over what is merely pleasant, mastery over mind and senses, like a charioteer guiding horses, purifying the mind through selfless duties, the indispensable guidance of a realized guru, and above all the grace of the Lord, which alone grants true knowledge. Then Baba asked the gentleman to count his money, his Brahma, but warned that unless he gave up greed and attachment to wealth, real Brahmgyan would remain beyond his reach. Attachment is a whirlpool of pain, and only the desireless can cross it. Sai Baba emphasized that knowledge or rituals alone won't grant liberation if the heart is full of ego and desires. Purity of mind is the key. Finally, all present in the masjid partook in this spiritual feast of wisdom. The gentleman left blessed, with a deeper understanding that true wealth is freedom from attachment. Sai Baba's uniqueness lay not in solitude, but in living among people, guiding them with humility and love despite having no home or family. Hemad Pant rightly called him a precious jewel, a true Sadguru who gives not worldly treasures but the priceless gift of self-realization. Let me share the thoughts and emotions this chapter stirred in me. One day, a wealthy man came to Sai Baba, yearning not for more riches, but for Brahmgyante, supreme knowledge of the self. Though he possessed immense wealth, his soul remained restless. With folded hands and genuine humility, he pleaded, "O Sai, grant me wisdom. Teach me the path to self-realization." Baba, perceiving his deep-rooted attachment to wealth, smiled knowingly. To teach him a lesson in detachment, Baba gave him 5 rupees and instructed, "Distribute this among 4 people in Shirdi." The man obeyed, going about the village and giving the coins away. When he returned, Baba looked at him and said, "You still carry 250 in your pocket, don't you? And yet you hesitate to part with it." The man was stunned. He had mentioned nothing to Baba. How could Baba know? Realizing Baba's divine insight, he surrendered and laid the remaining money at Baba's feet. Baba then explained, True wisdom does not arise from possession, it arises from renunciation. Wealth binds you to the world, but if you truly wish to attain Brahmgyan, let go of this burden. Only detachment can open the door to the supreme truth. My path, my proof. Baba's words were not just for that seeker, they were for me too. In every project I undertook for Sai, I never received more than what was needed. If the task required Q1 lakh, I received exactly that, or perhaps Q1.05 lakh, never a rupee more. Through this divine economy, Baba taught me the value of every 100 rupees. I learned that the real treasures are not measured in money, but in the selfless service of others. Sai taught me to slowly detach not just from wealth, but also from personal ambitions, relationships, and the illusions of ownership. And as I let go, his work expanded effortlessly. The less I held on to the material, the more I became a vessel for the divine. Each day, my service to the poor, the differently abled, the downtrodden, deepens my purpose. Their love in return nourishes me, and in their eyes, I see Sai, the Guru beyond all Gurus. Today, I know with certainty, without detachment, Sai's mission in my life could not have succeeded. Like the sages of old, I walk alone without a human Guru, guided only by Sai. He reveals to me the jewels of the cosmos, the truth of the future, and the depth of Brahmgyan. These are gifts no institution can bestow, only a Sadguru can. Even great masters have stumbled due to attachment. Dronacharya, though revered, faltered because of his attachment to his son Ashwathama. His longing to see his son surpass all others blinded his detachment, and that single thread of attachment cost him the greatness he was destined for. Such is the power of attachment. It can quietly derail even the most learned. Sai Baba, in contrast, taught without attachment, blessed without expectation, and served without ego. And this is the example I try to follow: to serve, to share, and to surrender without claiming anything as mine. A final offering. To those who read this, I say, contemplate this truth. Walk the path of detachment. Serve without desire. Let go, and you will gain all. May Sai Baba lead you to the gates of Brahmgyan. May you find him not only in stories, but within yourself. Chapters 18 and 19 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra describe how Hemadpant was accepted and blessed by Sai Baba, along with the stories of Mr. Sat and Mrs. Radhabai Deshmukh. They also present Baba's teachings on faith, patience, slander, conduct, encouragement of good thoughts, variety in instructions, and fair payment for labor. Mr. Seth, troubled by personal losses, came to Shirdi in 1917 and undertook a 7-day reading of the Guru Charitra. After a vision of Baba explaining the text, Baba advised him to repeat the Saptah for greater benefit. Witnessing this, Hemadpant reflected on his own long wait for guidance. Perceiving Hemadpant's inner thought, Baba sent him to Shama with a symbolic request for 15 rupees dakshina, which meant 15 salutations. At Shama's house, Hemadpant completed his unfinished daily reading of the Nath Bhagvat, showing Baba's subtle guidance. Shama then narrated the story of Mrs. Radhabai Deshmukh. Radhabai, an elderly devotee, resolved to fast until Baba gave her a mantra. Baba explained that his own Guru asked only for 2 symbolic pace firm faith and patience. He stressed that these qualities lead to self-realization and compared the Guru-disciple relationship to a tortoise sustaining its young through a mere glance. She gave up her fast. Baba later advised Hemadpant that meditation, either on the formless nature of God or on His form, leads to unity with the divine, as distinctions between meditator, act, and object fade. Baba's guidance on conduct included receiving all visitors kindly, offering food, water, and shelter, avoiding harsh replies, and tolerating criticism. He taught that the barrier of separation between guru and devotee must be removed for unity to occur, and reminded followers that meetings happen due to past life bonds. He encouraged good thoughts by arranging circumstances that supported virtuous intentions, such as reinforcing Hamad Pant's resolve to spend a day in continuous remembrance of God's name. Baba's instructions varied for each individual, sometimes involving scripture reading, chanting, temple visits, or simply sitting with him. He corrected a devotee who engaged in slander by comparing the act to a pig eating filth, teaching that one should focus on virtues rather than faults. Finally, Baba demonstrated the principle of fair payment when he compensated workers who brought him a ladder, stating that no one should take the labor of others without prompt and just remuneration. These chapters highlight key principles: faith and patience as core spiritual wealth, meditation as the path to realization, service and respect for all beings, avoidance of slander, encouragement of noble thoughts, individualized guidance, and fairness in material dealings. Now, let's look at what stood out to me in this chapter: the journey of realization and devotion. One day, a devoted seeker, Smanta Radhabai Deshmukh, came to Sai Baba with a heart full of longing. She had heard of his divine wisdom and was determined to receive Brahm Gyan's supreme knowledge directly from him. With unwavering resolve, she fasted and vowed not to eat until Baba blessed her with this spiritual gift. Baba, perceiving her sincere yet impatient heart, chose to teach her a deeper truth, the role of a guru in a disciple's spiritual journey. He shared with her the necessity of complete faith and surrender. "You must first absorb the wisdom of the Guru Charitra," he said gently, referencing the sacred text revered by many saints. He reminded her how he had once instructed a devotee, Sate, to read Guru Charitra for 7 days to receive divine blessings. Yet even Hamad Pant, who had been with Baba for over 40 years, once felt overlooked when not given similar guidance. Baba, in his boundless wisdom, knew that every soul awakens at its own divine timing. My journey with the Master. I too am a living example of this eternal truth. When I first set out to make a film on Sai Baba, I had not read the Sai Satcharitra. It did not move me at the time. I completed the project with sincerity, but without immersing myself in Baba's life story. Years later, after anchoring Sai Ki Mahima and answering seekers' questions from across the world, I finally picked up the Satcharitra. To my surprise, it still didn't resonate immediately. But over 17 years of serving, reflecting, and transforming, I came to realize the infinite depth in its simplicity. Baba never asked us to abandon the world. Instead, he taught us how to live righteously, amidst it how to endure, forgive, love, and remain unshaken in faith. The Master within. Sai, you live within me. You've guided every word I've ever spoken in your name. People often believe I possess some deep knowledge, but the truth is simple. I only speak what you inspire. You have scolded through me. You have consoled through me. You have freed devotees from attachments and led them back to their true selves. I have been a vessel for your voice, a humble echo of your eternal wisdom. At times, I feel I have lived 83 lifetimes just to serve as your instrument. Like Hanuman, who knew only the name Ram, I know only Sai. That name alone has sustained me, carried me, and helped me guide others towards Shraddha, faith, and Saburi, patience, the twin pillars of your teachings. From slander to serenity, Amarjit's transformation. One such example of your grace is Amarjit, a man once consumed by vengeance after being deeply wronged. For 8 years, he carried the burden of anger and resentment. But with time and Sai's blessings, he transformed. That bitterness faded. Today, he speaks not of revenge, but of peace. He radiates forgiveness, a living example of Baba's ability to heal hearts. In his darkest times, Amarjit was ridiculed and dismissed. But as his faith deepened, his fortunes changed. Now, blessed with abundance, he remains grounded in humility, knowing it is Sai's grace that lifted him. In Amritsar, a temple now echoes the same mantras Baba once made me sing. These chants are distributed by Amarjit through pen drives, reaching homes and hearts far and wide. This is not human effort, it is divine orchestration. A cook in Baba's kitchen. I do not see myself as a guru, a master, or a saint. I am merely a cook in Sai Baba's kitchen, preparing a spiritual feast for all who are hungry for his wisdom. I serve those who come with empty plates, eager hearts, and Sai fills them. Through his untimely yet perfect grace, I continue this sacred duty. Every step, every word, every breath it is all his. I only wish to remain in his service until my final breath. In this chapter, we learn how Das Ganu's doubts about the profound Isha Upanishad were uniquely resolved not by scholars but by Kaka Saheb Dixit's humble maidservant. The Isha Upanishad, part of the Yajurveda, is a brief yet deeply insightful scripture that blends knowledge and action, revealing the essence of the self and the ideal way of living. Das Ganu translated it into Marathi verse but remained unsatisfied, troubled by its difficult meanings. Seeking clarity, Das Ganu approached learned men but found no satisfactory answers. Remembering Sai Baba's words, he decided to seek Baba's guidance. Baba assured him not to worry and said, surprisingly, that Kaka Saheb's maidservant would solve his doubts on his way back at Vilpal. Though others doubted, Das Ganu trusted Baba's divine word. At Vilparle, Das Ganu heard the maidservant singing joyfully about a crimson sari despite her poverty and worn clothes. She danced happily wearing her old rags, while the new sari lay untouched in her home. The simple scene enlightened Das Ganu. True happiness depends not on possessions, but on one's attitude of contentment and faith in God's will. The girl's joy despite hardship illustrated the Upanishad's teaching that we must accept whatever God gives as ultimately good and divine. Sai Baba's teaching methods were unique and varied. Instead of direct instruction, he used life's circumstances and people to impart deep spiritual lessons. The Isha Upanishad teaches us to live in harmony with God's will, performing our duties without attachment, and recognizing the unity of all beings in the self. When we see ourselves in everything, and everything in ourselves, grief and desires fade away. Thus, through a poor maid servant's simple joy, Das Ganu found the solution to his spiritual quest, a practical demonstration of the eternal truth that peace comes from inner surrender and contentment. I'd like to highlight what I personally gathered from this chapter. Once the great Kirtankar Das Ganu approached Sai Baba, seeking to understand the deeper meaning of the Isha Upanishad. Though he had composed musical verses inspired by it, the essence eluded him. With sincere yearning, he came to Baba hoping for clarity. As always, Baba sat calmly among his devotees, radiating quiet wisdom. Instead of offering a direct explanation, Baba instructed Das Ganu to travel to Vileparle and meet the maid of Kaka Mahajani's household, saying that she would provide the answer. Das Ganu was puzzled. How could an unlettered maid reveal the profound truths of an Upanishad? Yet, with complete faith in Baba's words, he obeyed. Upon reaching Vail Parle, Das Ganu found the maid dressed in worn, torn clothes, cheerfully humming devotional songs as she went about her chores. Her joy was unaffected by her poverty. Moved by her humble condition, Rao Bahadur M.V. Prasad, who was also present, offered her a new sari. She received it with gratitude. The next day, however, Das Ganu noticed her wearing the same tattered clothes. Surprised, he asked, "Why did you not wear the new sari?" She smiled and replied softly, "I am content. These clothes serve me well. I do not desire more than I need." In that moment, Das Ganu grasped the lesson Baba intended. The true spirit of the Isha Upanishad had been revealed not through scriptures or scholars, but through the simple wisdom of a contented soul. What the Isha Upanishad truly teaches. The Isha Upanishad teaches that he who sees all beings in his own self and his own self in all beings never turns away from it. When to a person all beings become one with his own self, what delusion and what sorrow can there be for him? Sai Baba, in his unique way, conveyed this eternal truth through a living example. The maid, though poor in possessions, was rich in spirit. She radiated contentment, while many with wealth and comforts remained burdened by desire and dissatisfaction. Her life embodied detachment, not renunciation of duty, but freedom from dependence on material things for happiness. Sai Baba's simplified message. Baba distilled the message of the Isha Upanishad into one transformative truth. In whatever state you are, be happy. Human nature drives us to chase more comfort, more wealth, more recognition, but each layer of attachment draws us further away from peace. Baba's teaching reminds us, true joy is born not from accumulation, but from acceptance. Reflection. This episode holds a mirror to our own lives. We can choose to give, to serve, to live lightly, or we can become tangled in the web of wants. The maid's joy was not ignorance, it was wisdom. It was liberation from need, a living echo of Ishavasya. All this is pervaded by the divine. Enjoy with renunciation. Let us walk this path, not with reluctance, but with the grace of Shraddha, faith, and Saburi, patience. Let Sai Baba's timeless teachings be not just stories we hear, but truths we live. Chapter 21 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra records the stories of Vinayak, Harish Chandra, Thakur, Anantrao Patankar, and a pleader from Pandharpur, each illustrating spiritual truths. Hemad Pant begins by noting that meeting saints is the result of accumulated merits from past lives. He recalls missing the chance to see a famous saint in Bandra for years before finally being drawn to Shirdi and enrolled in Sai Baba's Darbar. Vinayak Harishchandra Thakur, while posted near Belgaum, met a Kanari saint named Appa, who advised him to study the book Vichar Sagar and foretold that in the north he would meet a great saint who would guide him. Later, through Nana Sahib Chandorkar, Thakur heard of Sai Baba, and though he initially missed travelling with him to Shirdi, he eventually arrived there. Baba greeted him with words comparing the spiritual path to the difficulty of Appa's teachings and the rough buffalo ride over Nane Ghat, known only to Thakur, confirming the earlier prophecy. Baba told him that mere reading was insufficient without living the teachings and the Guru's grace. Anantrao Patankar from Pune told Baba he had studied extensively but lacked peace of mind. Baba narrated a parable of a merchant collecting 9 balls of stool from a mare, which was later explained as the 9 forms of devotion: hearing, singing, remembering, serving the feet, worship, salutation, service, friendship, and self-surrender. Baba indicated that devotion was essential for realization, more than scriptural knowledge. Patankar prayed for Baba's grace to gather these 9 forms of devotion and was blessed with promises of peace. A pleader from Pandharpur visited Baba, offered dakshina, and sat to listen. Baba remarked that some people show respect outwardly but speak ill behind his back. The pleader recognized this as a reference to his own past criticism of Baba during discussions in Pandharpur about another devotee's faith. He accepted it as a lesson to avoid slander and unnecessary interference in others' affairs. This experience removed his tendency to criticize. These accounts show Baba's omniscience, his ability to guide seekers from theoretical knowledge to lived devotion, the central role of the 9 forms of bhakti, and the importance of avoiding slander while following the spiritual path. Now, let me speak about how this chapter impacted me. In the sacred chronicles of the Sai Satcharitra, chapter 24 reveals the hidden layers of karma, inner transformation, and the guiding force of divine grace. It is here that the reader begins to see how past actions shape the present and how a saint, through silent blessings, leads the seeker from bondage toward liberation. The transformation of Hemat Pant. Hemat Pant, once a respected court official in Mumbai, found his life's course altered the moment he entered Sai Baba's courtyard. This transformation was no accident. It was the silent orchestration of a higher will. Like a railway wagon bound by iron tracks, the soul is helpless without the saint who aligns it toward its spiritual destination. Sai Baba came not just to bless, but to awaken. Yet, it is often in moments of despair that people seek saints, when worldly means fail and hope fades. And once their desires are fulfilled, many forget the very source of their rescue. One day, a lawyer visited Baba, full of reverence but holding hypocrisy in his heart. Baba, without naming him, looked at another devotee and said, "Some people come here, offer money and bow down, yet behind our backs they speak ill. Is this wonderful?" The lawyer realized the words were meant for him. Ashamed and humbled, he confessed his inner conflict to Kaka Sahib Dikshit. This was Baba's way, gentle yet penetrating, never confrontational, yet always transformative. The 9 balls of filth. In this chapter, Baba also refers to the 9 balls of filth, symbols of the human condition: pride, greed, lust, anger, attachment, ego, jealousy, deceit, and hatred. These are the impurities of the soul that must be burned in the fire of devotion. Only when these are shed can the seeker truly merge with the Guru's presence, the role of a messenger. In my own journey as a messenger of Sai, I too have faced the disillusionment of expectations. So many seekers come when in pain, desperate for answers. They find peace, receive miracles, and walk away never to return. It hurt at first. I often asked, why do they forget? But then Sai showed me the truth. It is not you they came to, it is me. I gave through you. You were only the vessel. That truth dissolved my sorrow. Once, a devotee named Kanupriya shared with me, when you are doing something, you're not doing it, it is he who is doing it. And with that, my heart quietened. The Sai within is the only doer. Whether someone returns or not, their karmic thread is their own. My task is only to serve, not to expect. The everlasting truth. Sai Baba ensures that anyone who walks his path is never forgotten. Even if the world turns away, he remembers, he watches, he repays in grace. He is not limited by our comprehension. His divine ways transcend logic, and his compassion covers even the unworthy. So, what is the answer to all questions of karma, purpose, doubt, detachment? Sai. Only Sai. He alone calls, heals, guides, and redeems. Conclusion. May we remember this truth always. The saint appears when the disciple is ready, and once the soul is touched by divine grace, the real journey begins not outward but inward. Let us remain in service, in remembrance, and in surrender. In this chapter, Hemant Pant shares remarkable stories of how Sai Baba protected his devotees from deadly serpent bites, demonstrating his divine foresight and care. Bala Saheb Mirikar, while visiting Shirdi, received a mysterious warning from Baba about a snake, the Lamba Baba. Baba assured him that the masjid and its presiding deity would protect him. During Bala Saheb's trip to Chitali, a snake was found sitting unnoticed on his clothing. Thanks to Baba's warning and the timely intervention of others, the snake was killed and disaster averted. Another devotee, Bapu Saheb Bhutti, was warned by an astrologer of impending danger. Baba comforted him, telling him not to fear death. Later, a snake appeared but quietly left without harming Bapu Saheb, reaffirming Baba's assurance. Amir Shakkar, suffering from rheumatism, prayed to Baba and stayed at the Chavadi under his instructions. When Amir disobeyed Baba and left secretly, he encountered distress but repented and returned. One night, Baba sensed a serpent near Amir's resting place. Baba's servant found the snake, which was immediately killed, saving Amir's life. Hemant Pant himself experienced Baba's protection. When a scorpion landed on his shoulder during a spiritual reading, he calmly removed it without disturbing the gathering. On another occasion, a snake entered Kaka Saheb's house but fled when men approached. A discussion arose about whether serpents should be killed. Some devotees believed in sparing all creatures, while others advocated killing dangerous ones. Baba's wise verdict was clear. God dwells in all beings, even serpents and scorpions, and all act by His command. Therefore, we should show compassion, avoid killing, and trust the Lord's protection. Through these stories, we see Baba's boundless love and His role as the guardian of His devotees, always alert to dangers and ever ready to protect them with divine grace. Let me now share what this chapter means to me. Sai Baba always taught that true meditation lies not in rituals or external shows, but in simply remembering God with full faith and surrender. When the heart is filled with Shraddha, faith and saburi, patience, the divine naturally manifests. In this chapter, we explore a few miraculous incidents that illustrate Baba's subtle yet powerful grace and how He protects and blesses His devotees through the most unexpected means. The scorpion and the snake, guardians of divine presence. Once, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was deeply engrossed in reading two sacred texts, Sri Ekant Maharaj, Bhagvat, and the Bhagvat Ramayana, under Baba's guidance. Hemant Pant was also present during one of these readings. The discussion that day centered on the moment when Hanuman tested Lord Rama's greatness on the request of his mother, Anjani. The atmosphere was charged with devotion. Every listener was immersed in the divine story. Just then, a scorpion dropped onto Hemant Pant's right shoulder. Yet such was his absorption in the discourse, he did not feel it at all. Only later did he notice it lying still as if lifeless. Without fear or agitation, he wrapped it in his dhoti and released it safely in the garden. On another day, while seated upstairs in the Wada, Kaka Saheb noticed a snake slithering in through a window, coiling itself and raising its hood in the dim glow of a lamp. Panic swept through the household. Yet before any harm could occur, the snake quietly returned through the same hole it had entered. Both these incidents were not coincidences. They were clear signs of Baba's divine protection. For those who surrender with full faith, God Himself stands guard, be it from venom or fear, harm or illusion. A divine moment in Bareilly, 2008. A similar miracle took place during a spiritual gathering in Bareilly in 2008 when Sai Bhaktun Ki Sachi Kahaniyan was being aired on Sony TV. As I arrived at the venue to address the devotees, a caterpillar gently landed on my right sleeve. From that very moment, I knew this was no ordinary insect. It was a messenger of Baba's grace. To everyone's amazement, the caterpillar stayed in the same spot for nearly 3 hours, unmoved by light, sound, or even the heat of the ceremonial lamp. I was certain Baba was present. Soon, the media arrived, journalists from Aaj Tak and other outlets. They witnessed what I could feel, a living miracle. Even as I moved freely, addressed the gathering, and performed the rituals, the caterpillar remained fixed as though it was guarding something sacred. Only when the event concluded and we reached a devotee's home for dinner did it fly away, its task completed. Everyone who saw this was speechless. This was Baba's way of showing the world that he is always watching, always blessing, and always present, often through the simplest forms. Messengers of the divine. Whether it is a scorpion, a snake, or a caterpillar, when Baba wishes to convey his blessings or presence, he uses any medium he chooses. The incident in Bareilly wasn't just a mystical experience for me, it became a divine sign for everyone present. It reaffirmed my belief that when we walk on the path of surrender, Baba ensures that his divine hand protects and uplifts us, even when we least expect it. Baba not only saves his children, but he also selects certain souls to carry his message to the world. Being chosen is not a privilege, it is a responsibility, a sacred service. We are but instruments. He is the one who plays the tune, the essence of true devotion. Baba always emphasized Shraddha and Saburi, faith and patience. These two form the cornerstones of spiritual life. When a devotee cultivates these qualities, fear dissolves and divine grace flows freely. True meditation, Baba said, is remembering me with full surrender. Protection will be my responsibility. This is not mere philosophy. It is a truth I have witnessed again and again. In closing, these divine incidents, be they in Shirdi, Mumbai, or Bareilly, are not isolated events. They are eternal reminders that Sai Baba walks with his devotees quietly, unseen, yet ever present. He protects, he heals, he guides without seeking recognition, without any conditions. Let this chapter stand as a testament to his grace, a reminder that when we walk in faith, we never walk alone.
साईं की महिमा की मुहिम से आप सब तो वाकिफ हैं और 25 चैनल पे ये प्रोग्राम चला है। शायद हमने कोई 5.1 मिलियन लोगों को जवाब दिए। क्योंकि बहुत लोग हमसे बात नहीं कर पाते, हम आपको आज एक ऐसे ऐप से रूबरू कराएंगे जहां पर आपको जिंदगी के सब सवाल का जवाब और रेमेडी मिलेगी। चाहिए AK लिविंग विद साईं पे आज ही सब्सक्राइब करिए और बाबा की कृपा पाइए।
Chapter 23 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra contains the incidents of a yogi and an onion. Shama's cure from a snake bite, Baba disregarding a cholera ordinance, and the ordeal of a Guru Bhakta. It opens by stating that the human soul, though beyond the three qualities, is deluded by Maya and bound to worldly suffering, and that loving devotion to the Guru's feet is the way to liberation. Baba, though regarded as an incarnation, called himself a humble servant of God, showing by example how to live with humility and duty. A yogi, well read in yoga scriptures but lacking spiritual progress, visited Shirdi with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. On seeing Baba eating chapati with raw onion, he doubted his worth. Reading his mind, Baba remarked that only one who can digest onion should eat it, which humbled the yogi and led him to seek and receive guidance. In another incident, Shama was bitten on the finger by a poisonous snake. The venom started to spread, but instead of temple treatment, he rushed to Baba. Baba appeared to rebuke him, shouting, "Go, get away, come down," which were in fact commands to the poison. Shama was sent home with instructions not to lie down, and he quickly recovered. During a cholera outbreak, the village imposed bans on fuel carts entering and on goat slaughter. Baba disregarded the superstition, purchased fuel for his ever-burning dooni despite the ban, and kept the masjid open to all. When an old, sick goat was brought, he asked Bade Baba to behead it, but he refused. Shama also avoided the act. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, a Brahmin unaccustomed to killing, obeyed without hesitation, taking a knife and preparing to strike at Baba's command. At the last moment, Baba stopped him, acknowledging his readiness to follow the Guru's word without question. The goat died naturally before any slaughter. Hemant Pant concludes that disciples are of three types: those who understand and act without being told, those who obey promptly when instructed, and those who delay and err. Firm faith, intelligence, and patience are the key qualities needed for spiritual progress, without the necessity of difficult yogic practices. When these are present, the Guru appears to guide the disciple to perfection. Next, I'd like to reflect on my personal takeaways from this chapter. Sai Baba always emphasized that those who walk the path of true devotion and surrender are never alone. God Himself protects them. His ways may appear mysterious, but His grace is unerring, ever watchful, and infinite. This chapter presents profound episodes from the lives of His devotees, each one a testament to Baba's divine protection, miraculous intervention, and the transforming power of Shraddha and Saburi, Shama and the poisonous snake bite. One day, a poisonous snake bit Shama's finger. The venom quickly spread through his body. Terrified and panicked, Shama cried out that his end was near. Well-wishers urged him to visit the nearby Lord Vithoba temple, known for offering relief in such cases. But Shama rejected their advice, saying, "My Vithoba is Sai Baba." Without hesitation, he ran straight to the Dwarkamai. From a distance, Baba saw him and suddenly began scolding him in an uncharacteristic fury. "Oh, foolish and ungrateful Brahmin, do not climb up. Be careful, step back, stay away." Everyone around was stunned by Baba's harsh tone. But Shama, having lived with Baba, understood his divine play. He knew this was not anger, but grace in disguise. Moments later, Baba returned to his usual calm and lovingly said, "Do not fear, do not worry. The kind fakir will protect you. Go and sit in your house peacefully." Following his instruction, Shama went home, and Baba asked Tatya Patil and Kaka Sahib Dikshit to ensure he ate his favorite food and followed his regular routine. The result? The venom lost all power. Shama was completely cured. The goat sacrifice, a lesson in detachment. Another day, Baba told Shama to sacrifice a goat. Startled, Shama hesitated. Baba turned to Kaka Sahib Dikshit and asked him to do it. As Dikshit raised the knife, Baba stopped him. "Oh, you are a Brahmin and yet willing to kill the goat?" Then Baba explained that the goat's soul had already completed its journey in that body and was destined for a new birth. Its death was imminent. The physical act of sacrifice was only an illusion, a lesson in understanding the soul's immortality and the body's impermanence. Through this, Baba taught his devotees that detachment and obedience to the Guru are essential pillars on the path to liberation. The devotion of Sonalika, a journey through grace. There was a young woman named Sonalika, battling terminal cancer. Though I barely knew her, I was mysteriously drawn to her home again and again for over a year and a half. Despite being in the last stage of her illness, losing weight and strength, she never missed a day of praying to Sai. Every time I visited and touched her feet, she felt well for the next hour. Every evening, she waited for me. With her own hands, she prepared food and served me, finding purpose and joy in this simple act of devotion. One day, I asked her to write a book. To everyone's amazement, she completed Colors of Joy in just 74 days, creating 74 paintings, one for each day. The book still stands as a living testament to her strength, surrender, and Baba's divine guidance. The final journey, a soul's return to the light. As her final moments approached, Baba revealed to me that Goddess Parvati herself would arrive in a divine chariot to receive Sonalika's soul. 3 days before she passed, Baba appeared before her and spoke to her directly. She had a vision of Parvati, just as Baba had foretold. Sonalika left this world immersed in Baba's presence, her final words dedicated to him. Later, Baba made me see a vision of her rebirth in Venice, where she would be born into a wealthy family, but her first 13 years would be dedicated to serving the poor and inspiring her parents to give in charity. After fulfilling this karmic role, Baba promised she would attain moksha, the power of the Guru's word. Time and again, Sai Baba has used me as an instrument, allowing me to speak his words only for people to return later, confirming that they had seen the same messages in their dreams. I am not the doer. I am only a servant. The voice is Sai's, the grace is Sai's, the miracles are his. When you walk the path of devotion, you may not understand everything, but you begin to see how the unseen hands of the Master shape your destiny with purpose. The eternal message of Sai. Sai Baba never asked his devotees to leave the world. He only asked them to live within it, with wisdom, faith, and detachment. Without Shraddha and Saburi, Baba said, you cannot walk this path. Complete surrender is the only way to receive his blessings in full. When we give ourselves fully to Sai, he takes responsibility for our protection, our growth, and our soul's journey. Closing words. This chapter stands as a reminder to all who suffer. Sai Baba knows, sees, and acts. You may not see his hand right away, but it is always there. We are not the body. We are not the pain. We are eternal souls, and we belong to him. So surrender completely. Sai is always with you. Success comes when we surrender our ego to our Sadguru's feet. Worshipping Sai Baba grants both worldly and spiritual benefits, leading to peace and true happiness. Listening to Baba's Leelas, stories with respect and meditation helps one achieve life's purpose and bliss. People enjoy wit and humor but dislike being the butt of jokes. Yet Baba's unique humor was always instructive and affectionate, never hurting feelings. Chana Leela. Every Sunday, a bustling bazaar would take place in Shirdi, attracting villagers and traders. One such day, Hemat Pant was shampooing Baba's legs, surrounded by devotees. Suddenly, Shama noticed grains stuck to Hemat Pant's coat sleeve. To everyone's surprise, grains of gram chana began to roll down. No one could explain how they got there. Baba then joked, Anna Sahib has the bad habit of eating alone. Today, at the bazaar, he must have been chewing grams. These grains prove it. Hemat Pant protested, saying he never ate alone or even visited the bazaar that day. Baba replied with a gentle chiding, True, you share your food with others, but do you remember me before you eat? Am I not always with you? Do you offer me anything before eating? Baba's lesson here is profound. Before enjoying anything through our senses, mind, or intellect, we should first remember and offer it to the Guru or God. This offering lessens attachment and helps eradicate desires, anger, and greed. When the mind is trained this way, devotion grows and bondage to body consciousness breaks, leading to bliss. Guru and God are one. Serving the Guru with this mindset purifies us and brings self-realization. Sudama's story. This lesson echoes in the story of Sudama, a childhood friend of Sri Krishna and Balaram. Sent by his guru's wife to fetch fuel, Sudama carried some grams but did not offer any to Krishna, who was resting on his lap. Krishna sensed this and teased him, pointing out that Sudama didn't share even with him. Because of this, Sudama lived in poverty until he later offered Krishna humble parched rice, which pleased Krishna and brought Sudama great fortune. The story reminds us never to eat or enjoy alone without offering first to the divine. Anna Chinchanikar versus Maushibai. Anna Chinchanikar was a straightforward, simple devotee loved by Baba. One day, while Anna shampooed Baba's arm, Maushibai, an elderly devotee, massaging Baba's abdomen, jokingly accused Anna of trying to kiss her despite his age. Anna got angry and challenged her. Baba intervened with humor and wisdom. Why quarrel, Anna? What harm is there when a mother is kissed? The two were pacified, and everyone laughed heartily, enjoying Baba's wit, Baba's characteristics, his dependency on bhaktas. Baba allowed devotees to serve him as they wished and disliked interference. Once, when Maushibai massaged Baba's abdomen too forcefully, others warned her. Baba suddenly became angry, pressing his abdomen hard against a post using his satka, causing fear among the devotees. After the intensity subsided, Baba resumed his calm self. From then on, devotees learned not to meddle and to let each serve Baba in their own way, as he alone could gauge the true value of their service. Now, let's turn our attention to my feelings about this lesson. Sai Baba, you were deeply fond of wrestling not only as a physical sport, but as a symbol of inner discipline, control, and surrender. You often displayed extraordinary strength, yet the true strength you embodied was not of the flesh, but of the soul, a silent, unshakable power rooted in divine energy and complete detachment. I often reflect, why did you choose me to carry your message? I was always drawn to sports, especially tennis. My dream was to uplift Indian athletes and contribute to the nation's pride in the sporting world. Though I never reached the topmost heights in my game, the discipline, resilience, and self-mastery I developed as an athlete unknowingly laid the foundation for my spiritual path. Today, I realize that the same discipline helps me heal, speak, serve, and walk the path of your grace. I surrender my speech, actions, breath, and being entirely to you, Baba. The wooden satka and the test of inner strength. One of the incidents that left a deep imprint on me is found in chapter 27 of the Sai Satcharitra. Baba, seated in Dwarkamai, once took his wooden satka and pressed it with such force into his stomach that people feared his body would break. Yet nothing happened. He remained calm, unaffected. That day, I understood. The body is only a shell, a temporary costume. Real strength comes from divine endurance, from the infinite reservoir of spiritual energy within. Inspired by this, I once tested myself not to prove anything to others, but to confirm if I was truly being guided by your power. 70 push-ups with one hand, a moment of divine flow. In the middle of a conversation with a devotee, I was overcome with an intense inner current. Without pre-planning, I dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups using only my right hand. 1, 2, 10, and then 70. So, it felt effortless. I did not know from where the strength came. It was as though your Shakti was flowing through me silently, assuring me that I was on the right path, that I was walking the road you had chosen for me. It was not a test of muscle, it was a confirmation of surrender. Buried in mud, a deeper surrender. Still, a deeper yearning stirred in me. I wanted to know, am I worthy of this path? Can I withstand the trials and penance that you once undertook, Baba? On the morning of December 24, 2010, at Sai Dham in Govardhan, I took a vow. Before sunrise, I dug a shallow pit and buried myself in the earth, completely covered in mud, up to my nose. A thin, hollow pipe remained for me to breathe. I stayed buried for 10 minutes, with no fear, no discomfort, only pure surrender. When the people around me grew worried and began to dig me out, I understood something powerful. You had accepted my surrender. You had chosen me as one of your instruments. You had infused me with the strength to carry your message, the spirit of a Hatha yogi. Baba, I know I can never reach your level of austerity. You were a Hatha yogi, a master of penance, simplicity, and detachment. Your body was under control, your senses silenced, your ego dissolved. But you have made me capable of doing things that surprise others. Sleeping on the floor or a hard sofa without complaint, living with minimal possessions, withstanding physical extremes, working 22 hours a day without fatigue. These are not accomplishments, these are your gifts. Small glimpses of what becomes possible when the body is no longer a barrier and when the soul becomes your temple. The new Sai Satcharitra, a living testament. Baba, you made Hemat Pant write the original Sai Satcharitra to awaken people and bring them closer to you. Today, similar miracles are unfolding, your Leelas continue, and your grace flows through new mediums. Through your inspiration, I am writing this new Sai Satcharitra not as a scripture, but as a mirror to the living reality of your presence in today's world. Just as you guided, healed, and challenged your devotees in Shirdi, you continue to do so quietly, subtly, powerfully. My humble offering. I am not a sage, nor a scholar. I am simply a messenger, a runner carrying your torch. If my hands serve others, may they carry your blessings. If my voice speaks, may it echo your name. If my body moves, may it walk only where you lead. And if my breath flows, may it chant only one word, Sai. You are the yogi, I am the rope. You are the painter, I am the brush. You are the master, I am the dust. Chapter 25 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra narrates the experiences of Damu Anna Kasar of Ahmednagar, focusing on two events, his speculation ventures and the Amra Leela. It begins by stating that complete devotion to Sai Baba brings protection and fulfillment of a devotee's needs. Damu Anna, a long-time devotee who visited Shirdi from about 1895, sought Baba's guidance before entering a proposed cotton speculation that promised large profits. Baba, perceiving his thoughts, advised through Shama that he should be content with what he had and avoid such ventures. On visiting Shirdi, Damu Anna silently considered offering Baba a share in the profits, but Baba openly refused any such worldly entanglement. When Damu Anna next thought of trading in grains, Baba told him he would be buying at 5 VCs and selling at 7 for a rupee, implying unfavorable returns. Both ventures were abandoned. Soon after, cotton dealers and grain hoarders suffered heavy losses due to market collapse, confirming Baba's foresight and strengthening Damu Anna's faith. The Amra Leela occurred when a parcel of 300 mangoes arrived from Goa in Shama's name. Baba kept aside 4 fruits for Damu Anna, instructing that they be given to his younger wife, predicting she would have 4 sons and 4 daughters, despite astrologers declaring he would have no children. Events later proved Baba's words correct. Baba assured devotees that even after his passing, his presence and guidance would remain for those who remembered him with full faith. Damu Anna later testified that Baba taught not all who come to him will benefit equally, comparing devotees to blossoms on a mango tree, many of which fall before fruiting. Baba also promised to be with him whenever he thought of him, a promise kept even after 1918, guiding him through personal losses, family disputes, and a theft in his home, where the stolen jewelry was returned the very next day after he prayed to Baba. The chapter closes with Hemat Pant's prayer asking Baba to free devotees from the cycle of births and sense distractions, to steady their minds, remove egoism, and 5x them in constant remembrance of His name for ultimate bliss. Allow me to express what resonates with me most from this chapter. Sai Baba's Leelas are infinite, and those who approach him with faith are guided not just towards success but toward transformation. In the Sai Satcharitra, the story of Damu Anna, a prosperous businessman in cotton and grain, reveals how surrendering to Baba brings not just worldly prosperity but inner peace. Much like Damu Anna, people often came to me uncertain, hopeful, seeking divine guidance. They brought offerings of flowers, sweets, and questions, believing that the grace of Sai, which flowed through me, could offer clarity. The stock market devotee. One such devotee was Dinesh, a businessman involved in stock trading and cricket betting, caught in the volatile world of profit and loss. He came with reverence but spoke little. Yet, through Sai Baba's divine insight, I understood his dilemma without him uttering a word. Dinesh's heart was torn, profit tempted him, but fear paralyzed him. He had placed his hopes in a rising stock ITC, which showed strong upward momentum. Everyone around him was confident it would soar further. But the moment I connected with him, I saw what he could not see. I said, "Sell it immediately." He was shocked. "But there's no sign of decline," he replied. Still, I gently insisted, "Do it today, before sunset." With visible hesitation, he sold his holdings. The market crashes, grace revealed. The very next day, torrential rains battered the agricultural sector, deeply impacting related stocks. ITC crashed, entering a downward spiral, lower circuit after lower circuit. Those who held on to the stock lost over 20 lakhs. But Dinesh, who had acted just in time, secured a profit of 8 to 10 lakhs. Overwhelmed, he returned to me and said, "Baba is truly with you. If I hadn't followed your advice, I would have been ruined." I simply replied, "People only bow to miracles." A lesson in detachment. Dinesh, full of gratitude, asked, "What can I offer in return?" I asked for nothing, no gifts, no money for myself. Instead, I said, "Donate 10-0 towards Annadan food distribution at the Tirumala temple. That is Sai's blessing." He obeyed without question. But sometime later, he returned again, seeking further advice about stocks and investments. This time, I refused to answer. "I am not here to feed the hunger of greed," I told him. "Sai's wisdom is not meant for speculation. My duty is only to deliver his message, not to profit from it." The real wealth. This experience reminded me of Baba's core teaching. Faith, Shraddha, and patient saburi are the only true wealth. Sai Baba never denied his devotees success, but he taught them to detach from the fruits of action, to surrender to the divine plan, and to walk the path of righteousness even in the marketplace. Dinesh came seeking profit. What he found was faith. He tasted the fruit of divine guidance, but more importantly, he was shown a mirror to see beyond greed, to serve, to give. Miracles and the misunderstood. Many people revere only miracles, but forget that miracles are not rewards, they are calls to awaken. Baba's grace manifests not to impress, but to uplift and transform. Miracles draw you in. Surrender carries you through. Final offering. To all seekers who read this, if you come to Baba seeking wealth, you may find it. If you come seeking relief, it may arrive. But if you come seeking Him, then you will receive everything beyond wealth, beyond time, beyond life itself. Let not our devotion be weighed by gain or loss. Let our faith not be shaken by market charts or worldly trends. For Sai Baba is the only constant in a world of fluctuation. Chapter 26 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra contains the stories of Bhakt Pant, Harish Chandra Pitale, and Gopal Narayan Ambedkar. It opens with the teaching that the absolute reality alone exists and that the Sadguru grants the vision to perceive it, removing the illusion created by Maya. Hemat Pant describes inner worship as offering the Sadguru pure love, true faith, devotion, and surrender of ego, seeking discrimination, detachment, and self-realization. Bhakt Pant, a disciple of another guru, happened to travel with devotees going to Shirdi and joined them after his guru's permission. At the masjid, he suddenly fainted but regained consciousness through Baba's grace. Baba, aware of his discipleship under another guru, advised him to hold Fi RMLE to his guru and remain steady in his path, reinforcing his existing spiritual bond. Harishchandra Pitale of Mumbai brought his epileptic son to Baba after other treatments failed. On seeing the boy, he collapsed in a severe fit, but Baba assured the family he would recover shortly, which proved true. When departing, Baba gave Pitale 3 rupees, saying he had earlier given him 2. Only later, through his mother, Pitale realized this. Referred to a blessing his late father had received decades earlier from Akalkot Maharaj. Baba's act was understood as a reminder to revive family worship and devotion. Gopal Narayan Ambedkar of Pune, facing years of unemployment and hardship, visited Shirdi regularly. In 1916, in deep despair, he decided to end his life in a well near Dikshitwada. At that moment, devotee Sagun suggested he read the life of Akalkot Maharaj, where he found a story about the futility of suicide and the need to endure and exhaust the results of past karma. Realizing Baba had intervened through this incident, he abandoned his plan, strengthened his faith, and his fortunes gradually improved through proficiency in astrology. The chapter illustrates Baba's omniscience, his respect for each devotee's guru, his role in reviving forgotten spiritual connections from past lives, and his subtle interventions to protect devotees from harm while guiding them towards steadfast devotion. Here's what touched me personally in this chapter. The Sai Satcharitra teaches us one of the most sacred truths. Uniformity in faith and devotion is the cornerstone of a true spiritual life. Whether we walk through joy or suffering, our unwavering trust in our Guru Sai Baba becomes the compass that guides us toward healing, grace, and transformation. From Shirdi to today, the legacy of miracles. During Baba's physical presence in Shirdi, many miracles unfolded, not just to heal bodies, but to transform souls. One such story is that of Harishchandra Pitale, whose epileptic son was miraculously cured after Baba gave him Udi and blessings. That moment became a defining milestone in Pitale's life and faith. Centuries may pass, but Baba's grace remains timeless. In this age, a similar divine intervention took place not in Shirdi, but in the heart of a young woman named Charu Vyana, the white figure and the past life revelation. Charu was tormented by intense trembling, depression, and a severe coughing condition. Her nights were haunted by a mysterious white figure that would appear in her dreams, bringing fear, confusion, and spiritual unrest. Despite seeking many remedies, relief remained elusive. One day, during one of my public discourses where many had gathered to receive Baba's blessings, Charu arrived quiet, the last to come forward. As soon as she stood before me, Baba's energy flowed through and words came unbidden. You were once present at a moment in time when a girl fell from the stairs and passed away. That very soul has taken rebirth as you. What you see in your dreams is not a ghost, but a reflection of your past life. She froze, stunned by the truth of the revelation. Her fears dissolved into tears of relief and realization. That night, for the first time in years, she saw not the white figure but Sai Baba himself, radiant, calming, divine, healing, success, and a life reborn. In the days that followed, her depression lifted. The coughing vanished without medication. Her mind, once trapped in darkness, became light again. Charu's transformation was total. She went on to become a successful company secretary, got married, and was soon blessed with a child. Her journey from fear to faith became so inspiring that it was featured in an episode of Sai Bhakton Ki Sachi Kahaniyan. Inspired by Sai Baba's guidance, I had advised her to place 10 and 15 at Baba's feet in a dedicated prayer space in her home. She did so faithfully, believing it symbolized both surrender and gratitude. A divine reminder, the missing money. Years later, after moving into a new home, Charu noticed something unusual. The money had disappeared from her old prayer space. Strangely, during this same period, she found herself unable to perform her daily prayers. This moment awakened her anew, reminding her that Sai Baba watches over even the smallest offerings and uses them as signs. The missing money wasn't a loss. It was a signal from Baba, gently nudging her back to consistency in devotion, eternal presence, changing forms. I often tell people, what you saw in the past, you see now, and will continue to see in the future, only in different forms. The faces of problems may change, the appearance of miracles may shift, but Sai Baba's presence remains unchanging, eternal, protective, divine. Faith is not bound by time. It flows across lifetimes. The white figure, once a source of fear for Charu, became a gateway to spiritual awakening. Baba turned fear into peace and confusion into clarity. Final offering. To all those who read this chapter, let not fear consume you, let faith transform you. Believe in Baba's ways, even when you don't understand them. Whether it is a dream, a word, a coin, or a cough, nothing is random in the world of Sai. Sai Baba does not just heal your wounds, he rewrites your destiny. When a person takes a plunge into the sea, it is said that he attains the merit of bathing in all sacred rivers and tirthas. Similarly, when one takes refuge at the feet of the Sadguru, he gains the merit of bowing to the entire Trinity Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshan, the Supreme Parabrahma. Victory to Shri Sai, the ocean of knowledge and the wish-fulfilling tree who grants self-realization. May all readers and listeners receive Baba's stories with deep reverence, experiencing true spiritual emotions, tears, calmness, steady breath, and heartfelt devotion which mark the grace of the Guru leading one beyond Maya's illusions to see God in all beings. The best way to be free from the shackles of Maya is complete surrender to Baba, for only the Sadguru can guide us to this realization. Many devotees brought religious books to Baba for his blessing, seeking his touch and consecration to aid their spiritual practice. For instance, Kaka Mahajani once brought a copy of the Eknathi Bhagvat. Baba took the book, touched it, and gave it to Shama to keep, insisting it would benefit him. Such consecrated books became precious spiritual tools for daily reading with Baba's presence felt through the words. Baba wished to specially favor his intimate devotee Shama by gifting him a copy of the Vishnu Sahasranam, a sacred text containing 1,000 names of Vishnu. At the time, a Ramadasi saint stayed in Shirdi, daily reading this book with devotion. Baba asked the Ramadasi to fetch medicine for him, then took the Vishnu Sahasranam and presented it to Shama, sharing how the book once saved him during intense pain. Shama hesitated, fearing the Ramadasi's anger and doubting his ability to read Sanskrit well. When the Ramadasi later accused Shama of taking the book unfairly, Baba gently rebuked him, advising detachment and kindness, emphasizing that the book was meant to benefit Shama. Eventually, harmony was restored, and Shama went on to study the text deeply, even explaining its meanings to learned scholars. On another occasion, Kaka Sahib Dixit, after his morning bath and meditation, had a vision of Vitthal Patil, a form of Krishna. Baba asked him if he saw Vitthal and warned him to hold fast to the vision. Later, a hawker arrived with pictures of Vitthal that perfectly matched Dixit's vision. Dixit happily bought one to keep in his shrine, amazed at the confirmation of Baba's words. Baba also encouraged the study of metaphysics and sacred texts. Once Bapu Sahib Jog brought a parcel containing the Gita Rahasya by Lokamanya Tilak. Baba reverently took the book, placed a rupee on it, and instructed Jog to read it fully, promising spiritual benefit. The chapter concludes with the story of Dada Sahib and Mrs. Kaparde. Dada Sahib was a learned advocate and scholar who remained humble and silent before Baba, understanding that even the greatest learning fades before self-realization. Mrs. Kapard was a devoted wife who brought Baba offerings daily. One noon, Baba eagerly partook of her meal and praised it, revealing that in a past life she was a merchant's cow and had taken many births before arriving at her present devoted state. After eating, Baba instructed her to chant Rajaram Rajaram continuously, bestowing peace and spiritual power through transmission of energy from Guru to disciple. This illustrated the inseparable unity of Guru and devotee. They are one and the same, and spiritual maturity comes when one no longer sees any difference between them. Now I want to talk about my own perspective on this chapter. In this chapter, I reflect upon the divine energies and revelations surrounding three blessed souls: Ramlal Punjabi, Kushal Chand of Rahata, and Kakaji Vaidya. Their lives, like mine, echo a single profound truth. When the disciple becomes completely attuned to the Master transfers not just wisdom but his very essence into the disciple. Through faith, surrender, and pure devotion, the disciple becomes a vessel, and the Master, in his grace, fills that vessel with light, insight, and sacred energy. The symbol of Nandi, devotion that merges with divinity. Let me share a timeless tale that mirrors this truth, the story of Nandi and Lord Shiva. Nandi, a humble and devoted seeker, longed for darshan of Mahadev. His love was sincere, his resolve unwavering. Guided by a kind-hearted priest, he set out on a journey filled with difficult terrain, distractions, and demonic forces. Yet, at every turn, his bhakti stood firm. At last, after many trials, Nandi stood before Shiva. The Lord, touched by the depth of Nandi's surrender, blessed him eternally. Since that day, wherever there is a shrine of Shiva, Nandi is always seated at the gates, gazing with love at his Lord, not just as a guardian, but as a silent symbol of union, of devotion transformed into divinity. This is not just a tale, it is a cosmic truth. Such is the power of love, such is the reward of surrender, such is the final culmination of a disciple's journey. The early morning visions, a gift beyond the physical. In my own life, I've experienced this divine transmission in many forms. Often I receive insights about people, about events yet to unfold, about visitors who are about to arrive. At times, I've spoken about situations. Before they manifest, and to my amazement, they unfold exactly as seen in my dreams. I rise every day at 4:0 or 5:0 a.m. and it is during these Brahma Muhurta hours, in the stillness between sleep and wakefulness, that Baba sends messages. I do not chase visions. They come as grace, not as desire. Each time these revelations guide someone or bring peace to a troubled soul, I bow my head in gratitude. This is not my doing, and I carry no pride in it. It is Sai Baba's divine Shakti. It is Sai Baba's infinite grace. It is He who speaks, He who sees, He who decides. The Master's touch, a sacred inheritance. When a disciple truly surrenders, the Master does not hold back. He shares His power, His insight, His silence, His fire. I have seen this in my journey, how Baba's energy flows through me, enabling me to be a small torch in the darkness for others. This is not a title, not a gift, not an achievement. It is a responsibility and above all, a divine calling. To all those who read this, when the student is ready, the master appears. When the heart is surrendered, the transmission begins. And when the ego dissolves, the true awakening takes place. My prayer: I bow at your feet, Sai. I surrender at your feet, Sai. I serve only you, Sai. May your will become my breath. May your light become my path. May your grace guide all seekers to peace. Chapter 28 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra narrates the stories of three devotees, Lala Lakshmi Chand, a lady from Burhanpore, and Megha of Viramgaon, illustrating Baba's omniscience and the way he draws devotees to him like sparrows tied with a string. Lala Lakshmi Chand, employed in Mumbai, dreamt of an old bearded man before Christmas in 1910. Days later, at a kirtan by Das Ganu, he recognized the man as Sai Baba from a picture. That same night, a friend invited him to Shirdi. Borrowing 15 rupees for the trip, he forgot to buy guavas for offering until an old woman chased his tonga and urged him to take her guavas for Baba. In Shirdi, Baba revealed awareness of his dream, his enquiries about Baba on the way, and even the borrowed money, cautioning against taking loans for pilgrimage. Over the next days, Baba Fulfi lulled his unspoken wish for Sanza as prasad and even voiced Lakshmi Chand's silent thought that Baba's cough might be due to the evil eye. These incidents confirmed his faith, and he became a steadfast devotee. The Burhanpore lady dreamt of Baba begging khichdi at her door. Later, when she and her husband visited Shirdi, her offering was delayed for 2 weeks. On the 15th day, she brought khichdi just as Baba, already seated for meals, expressed a desire for it and began eating with relish, delighting onlookers and confirming his bond with devotees. Megha, a simple Brahmin cook and Shiva devotee serving H.V. Sathe, was told Baba was the embodiment of Shiva. Disturbed on hearing Baba was a Muslim, he initially resisted, and Baba himself rebuked and kept him at a distance. In time, allowed to stay, Megha's faith grew through Baba's silent inner influence. He daily fetched bell leaves from miles away and performed worship. On one Makar Sankranti, he brought Godavari water for Baba's bath. Baba asked him to pour it only on his head. Yet when Megha emptied the pot in devotion, only Baba's head was wet. Later, Baba appeared in Megha's waking vision, instructing him to draw a trident. Soon after, a devotee brought a Shiva Pindi, matching Kaka Sahib Dikshit's vision. Baba installed it where Megha worshipped, affirming his Shiva devotion. Megha served Baba devotedly until his death in 1912, when Baba honored him and ordered a funeral feast for Brahmins at his expense, declaring Megha a true devotee. Let me share the thoughts and emotions this chapter stirred in me. In this chapter of the Sai Satcharitra, we are given a profound reminder of Baba's boundless grace, a story that transcends species, form, and logic. It is the tale of a tiger named Vijayanand, a creature wild by nature yet pure in essence, who attained moksha by placing his head on the steps of Dwarkamai. There, in complete surrender, he received the blessing of the Master's touch, and with it, final liberation. This moment, etched in spiritual history, reveals the true nature of a Sadguru, one whose love knows no boundaries, whose compassion flows to all, human or animal, rich or poor, believer or doubter. From 2010 onward, I began to witness a quiet revolution, a surge of yearning in the hearts of millions who wish to visit Shirdi through the Shirdi Sai Baba Foundation. Over the past 15 to 17 years, by Baba's grace, more than 5 million souls have been facilitated in their sacred journey to Gurusthan Sai, each one seeking peace, clarity, healing, or simply connection with the Master. But as the numbers grew, so did the questions and judgments. People asked, how can a Muslim speak of a Hindu saint? Some challenged, how can Dwarkamai, a mosque, become a temple of worship for all? To each I responded with the same truth. Sai Baba transcended religion. He spoke the language of love, of truth, and of purity. He never asked about your name, only your heart. He united where others divided. He healed where others judged. He blessed without expectation. That wild tiger, strong and fierce, found calm in Baba's presence, and with his final breath, resting his head at the sacred threshold of Dwarkamai, he let go of lifetimes of karma. He received not just rest, but release. In that moment, he became no different than any human devotee seeking refuge at the feet of the Master. Baba gave him what we all seek: peace, forgiveness, and freedom. This divine love is not a thing of the past. It still breathes, it still flows, and it still liberates. One day, a frail elderly woman, the mother of a devotee, came down 4 flights of stairs just to meet me. Her body was weak, but her spirit shone with quiet joy. The moment I saw her, I turned to her children and softly said, "She may not be with us for long." She sat beside me, calm and smiling. I offered her mangoes and cherries, which she ate like a child, grateful, at peace. That visit was her final one. 3 days later, she passed away chanting Sai Baba's name and mine together, with no fear, no pain, only surrender. Her children did not grieve with despair. Instead, they were filled with gratitude, saying, "She left with Baba in her heart. She left in peace. Even today, her grandchildren come to me. They say, 'We see Sai in your eyes.' I often wonder, what do they really see? Perhaps it is not me at all, but his light flowing through me. I am nothing but a medium, a bridge from yearning to belonging, from confusion to clarity, from self to surrender. What Baba did for the tiger, what he did for the sick, the poor, the sinner and the saint, what he continues to do through those who walk in his name, he does not choose based on form. He chooses based on faith, surrender, and love. I bow to you, Sai, you who gave peace to a wild beast and direction to a wandering soul. You who turned judgment into faith and fear into surrender. You who remain the true refuge for all. Let your light reach every being, man, woman, child, or creature. Let your name dissolve all boundaries. Let your love continue to redeem, restore, and reunite. In Sai Satcharitra, this chapter tells the tale of 4 boys who set out on a sacred journey in search of God. Each boy carried his own silent longing, but the path they walked demanded more than devotion, it asked for detachment. As their steps led them deeper into the unknown, distractions claimed many. Yet, one boy persevered, guided not by will alone, but by his Guru's silent gaze. In a moment that would become his spiritual crucible, the boy was tied upside down in a well, his hands unable to reach the water below. For 4 hours, he hung suspended not in fear, but in surrender. When the Guru returned and asked, "How did you feel?" the boy answered, "I felt bliss." In that one word lay the awakening. He had transcended discomfort, hunger, and fear. He had met pain but not absorbed it. He had entered the realm of divine peace and let go of all that bound him to the world. Even the bond of family faded before his deeper connection to his master. Sai, when I read this, I understood why you carved detachment into every chapter of my life. You were not preparing me for comfort, you were sculpting me for seva. You knew that unless I detached, I could never truly serve. I would not be able to look into another's eyes, see their pain, and offer light without drowning in the darkness myself. It took years to see this clearly, years filled with loss, ache, and awakening. At 27, I lost my father. At 30, my sister passed away, only 26. I lost the girl I loved to cancer. She was just 18. At 42, I lost everything financially, emotionally, spiritually, and yet, through all of it, the one constant was your work, Baba. Doing your seva became my oxygen. Your name, my anchor. Your presence, my only solace. Yes, along the way, I met beautiful souls, but each one in time revealed some need, some ask, some self-interest. To this day, no one has ever asked, Aushim ji, what can I do for you? They come with burdens, and I hold them. They come with wounds, and I heal them, not because I am strong, but because you flow through me. Sai, the strength is not mine, the grace is yours. Detachment is not coldness. It is not the absence of love. It is rootedness in your presence. It is the ability to serve without expectation, to love without possession, to heal without becoming the pain. There are days when the silence screams, when companionship feels like a dream, when even a simple "Are you okay?" would feel like a blessing. And yet, every time emptiness visited, you fill the void. A child, a stranger, a devotee with light in their eyes. They arrive as if sent by you, and I hear you whisper through them, "You are not alone." Now I understand why you chose me, Baba. You knew the fires I would walk through. You knew that only by being broken, I would learn how to heal. Only by detachment would I be able to truly connect not to labels or paths, but to souls. I do not differentiate, not between the woman from pain and the one from a broken past, not between a billionaire and a beggar. To me, they are all the same, pilgrims in search, souls seeking light. And I, Baba, am only your lamp. Today, after 25 years on this path, I look back and see every wound was a teaching, every loss a hidden blessing, every silence a divine message, every lonely step guided by your hand. Thank you, Baba, for showing me that detachment is not renunciation but liberation, for making me strong, not hard, for turning a man in pain into a man of purpose. I bow at your feet, Sai. I am yours. I have always been yours. Let me remain detached yet connected, silent yet full of your voice, empty yet overflowing with your grace. In 1916, a Bajani Mela from Chennai belonging to the Ramdasi Panth set out on a pilgrimage to the holy city of Benares. The party included a man, his wife, daughter, and sister-in-law, though their names remain unknown. Along the way, they heard of Sai Baba in Shirdi, a great saint known for his God realization and generosity, distributing money daily to devotees and talented visitors. Sai Baba collected large sums as dakshina and disbursed varying amounts, from 1 rupee given to a little girl named Amani to larger sums for other devotees according to his will. The party came to Shirdi and stayed, performing beautiful bhajans, but 3 among them were inwardly motivated by greed. Only the mistress of the group was sincere and full of love for Baba. Once, during the noon arati, Baba, pleased by her devotion, appeared to her as Sita Nath, Lord, while others saw the usual form of Sai Baba. Overwhelmed, she joyfully clapped and wept. Her husband dismissed it as mere imagination, but she quietly cherished the divine vision, attained only when her mind was calm and free from greed. One night, the husband had a vivid dream. He was arrested by police in a large city, tied in a cage. Sai Baba stood outside silently. Desperate, the man pleaded, asking why misfortune had come despite seeking refuge at Baba's feet. Baba replied that he must bear consequences of past or present sins. The man expressed faith that, like dry grass before fire, his sins should burn away in Baba's presence. Baba asked if he truly believed this. He said yes. Closing his eyes, the man heard a thud and, opening them, found himself free and the police fallen and bleeding. Fearful, he asked for rescue again. Baba instructed him to close his eyes once more, and he found himself completely free beside Baba's feet. When Baba asked if his worship had changed, the man admitted that earlier he had sought money and even resented Baba's Muslim identity, but now he worshipped him as God alone. Baba challenged his disbelief in Muslim gods, pointing out the man's household worship of Muslim symbols and deities. The man admitted this, and Baba asked what more he wanted. Then Baba showed him a vision of his Guru Ramdas, who vanished as soon as the man bowed. Baba playfully challenged him on his age, then ran swiftly, disappearing in dust, waking the man. This dream transformed the man's attitude, dispelling doubts and inspiring pure devotion to Baba. The next day, Baba blessed him with sweetmeats and money, promising divine grace. Though the party did not receive more money, they returned safely and prosperous, their pilgrimage successful, Baba's blessings standing firm. This story illustrates one of Baba's methods to reform his devotees. The Tendulkar family of Bandra were devoted to Baba. Mrs. Savitri Bai Tendulkar published a Marathi book of 800 abhangas and padas celebrating Baba's Leelas. Their son, Babu Tendulkar, was preparing for his medical exams but was disheartened by astrologers predicting failure due to unfavorable stars. When his mother visited Baba, she mentioned his worries. Baba told her to advise her son to trust him, ignore horoscopes, study calmly, and he would succeed. Following Baba's advice, Babu passed his exams, even overcoming doubts that had caused him to skip the oral exam until urged by the examiner. This shows how challenges test faith and perseverance, but steady belief in Baba ensures success. Babu's father, Raghunath Rao, faced retirement with a meager pension. Baba appeared to Mrs. Tendulkar in a dream, promising rupees 100 pension, but the firm gave rupees 110, showing Baba's care for his devotees. Captain Hate from Bikaner was a great devotee. Baba appeared to him in a dream, asking if he had forgotten him. Hate responded with devotion, then dreamed of offering vegetables and dakshina to Baba. On waking, he sent money and instructions for a friend to present the offering at Shirdi. Interestingly, a woman appeared selling exactly the vegetables Baba had dreamed of. Baba ate only the Valpapadi vegetable and ignored other foods, delighting Hate. On another occasion, Hate desired a rupee consecrated by Baba's touch. Sending it through a friend, Baba handled it thoughtfully, playing with it, then told the friend to return it with Udi, wishing Hate peace and contentment. Hate was pleased, realizing Baba's encouragement of pure intentions. Vaman Narvekar, another devotee, once brought a rupee coin engraved with images of Ram, Laxman, Sita, and Maruti, hoping Baba would consecrate it. Baba pocketed it without returning it. When Shama mentioned Vaman Rao's wish, Baba said the coin should be kept with him, and if Vaman Rao gave rupees 25, it would be returned. Vaman Rao collected the amount and gave it to Baba, who said the coin's value exceeded rupees 25 and asked Shama to keep it in their shrine and worship it. No one questioned Baba's unusual behavior, for he alone knew what was best for each devotee. Now, let's look at what stood out to me in this chapter. In Sai Satcharitra, this chapter reveals two sacred forces that Sai Baba used again and again, not just to heal but to transform. These were Udi, the Kasi Baba, and Dakshina, offering, simple in form, yet powerful in effect. They were not tools of tradition. They were transmitters of divine energy and lessons in humility. One man bitten by a poisonous snake was saved the moment Baba applied Udi to his wound. The poison vanished. The pain faded. The fear dissolved as though the divine current of Sai himself had burnt away death with a single touch. In another story, Baba asked a devotee, Hari Bhav Karnik, for 1 rupee. Later, when Hari Bhav offered the same rupee to another saint, Narsingh Maharaj Baba refused to accept it again. The saint whom I sent already took it, Baba said. That 1 rupee was no currency, it was a symbol of surrender, a test of ego, a bridge between saints, showing that true masters are one consciousness in different forms. Sai, I have walked in your shadow long enough to know you never sought Dakshina for yourself. You used it to break the grip of attachment, to test character, and to fulfill divine karma. And now, you've made me do the same. I remember a man, wealthy, calculating, clinging tightly to his purse. He came to me, burdened by a great problem. I asked for nothing, only said, distribute 25 Sai books at the mandir. He did not, but still I blessed him, and his problem vanished. Realizing the power behind those words, he returned, this time eager to take the books. Later, another crisis, this time a 20 lakh loss. Again, I said nothing, only sent blessings. And within days, the money was returned with interest. Yet he offered no thanks, not even 100 in Baba's name. The third time, I saw it, the intention forming in his mind. He had decided to donate 1 lakh. Before he spoke, I said aloud, give 1 lakh for cow seva at Govardhan. He paused, hesitated, tried offering 11-0. But I stood 5 RM. 11-0 became 41. 0, 41, 0 became 1.01 lakh. And 3 days later, 42 lakhs stuck for months were released. I knew it would happen because I was not speaking, you were. You wanted to feed your cows that week. You used my voice. You moved his heart. You freed his karma. This was not charity, it was grace unlocked through surrender. But Sai, you are not bound by money. I once saw a man frozen, a real snake wrapped around his leg. His eyes were shut. His lips moved in a whisper. Om Namo Shivaya! Om Namo Shivaya! The snake slid across his body, paused, looked into his very soul, then silently slithered away. The crowd began to chant, Om Sai Ram, Om Namo Shivaya. They looked at me as if I had worked a miracle. But, Baba, I did nothing. You did everything. It was your presence in that space, your energy vibrating like sacred thunder, your Udi, not of ash, but of pure divine vibration. When we lay a hand on a devotee in pain, it is your electricity that flows through, not ours. We are only wires. You are the current. We are the wind chimes. You are the breeze. We are the vessel. You are the wine. Sai, I often ask, why me? Why have you made me demand like you, heal like you, speak like you, walk like you? And I hear the quiet reply, because the master trains the pupil in his own image. You've taught me that the student must one day become a master not for pride, but so that the blessings may flow endlessly to others. We've all studied in schools, but rare are those who end a guru. Rarer still those who recognize him. I may not have had a living guru by my side, but you, Sai, have been present in every dream, every vision, every miracle. Through these divine moments, you've spoken to me, trained me, shaped me. And I know this is not my last life in your seva, but even if it is, I am ready. You will grant me moksha. And these miracles, these whispers of your love, will remain long after I am gone, not as tales of Aushim, but as proof that Sai lives through those who serve selflessly, who demand with compassion, who bless without expectation, who give not from their pockets but from their souls. Chapter 30 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra recounts how two devotees, Kakaji Vaidya Vani and Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai, were drawn to Shirdi by divine intervention. The chapter begins by describing Sai Baba as the ocean of mercy who brings peace and liberation to those who take refuge at his feet. For Sai Baba, the mission of liberating devotees and granting self-realization is inevitable, and his grace calms the minds and alleviates the anxieties of devotees regardless of their merits or weaknesses. Kakaji Vaidya, the priest of the Saptashringi goddess in Vani, suffered from mental unrest and adverse circumstances. In desperation, he prayed sincerely to the goddess who appeared in his dream, instructing him to visit Baba for relief. Mistaking Baba for the deity Triambakeshwar, Kakaji spent 10 days performing rituals without finding peace. On again praying to the goddess, she clarified in another dream that he should go to Sai Samarth of Shirdi. While considering how to accomplish this, Kakaji was visited by Shama, a close devotee of Baba who had come to fulfill his mother's vows at the Saptashringi temple. Shama's visit provided Kakaji the opportunity to travel to Shirdi. Upon arriving and seeing Baba, Kakaji's mental turmoil vanished and he experienced deep peace simply through darshan. He remained in Shirdi for 12 days, attaining lasting happiness before returning home. The chapter also mentions Khushal Chand of Rahata. Baba asked Kaka Sahib Dikshit to fetch him, and when Dikshit arrived, Khushal Chand revealed that Baba had appeared in his nap and called him to Shirdi. The timing of their meeting reinforced the power of Baba's will drawing devotees to him. Ramlal Punjabi, a Brahmin from Mumbai, dreamt of Baba appearing as a saint and inviting him to Shirdi, but he did not know Baba's whereabouts. By coincidence, he later saw Baba's picture in a shop, instantly recognizing the features from his dream. On inquiry, he learned about Shirdi and subsequently traveled there, where he stayed until his death. The chapter demonstrates Baba's omnipresence and compassion in drawing devotees to his presence. Whether through dreams, inner promptings, or timely coincidences, Baba arranged for his devotees to reach him and receive material and spiritual satisfaction, showing that a genuine call to a saint is always fulfilled led by divine arrangement. I'd like to highlight what I personally gathered from this chapter. In Shirdi Sai Satcharitra, this chapter unveils the tender, loving bond between Sai Baba and Dr. Pillai, affectionately called Bhau. Dr. Pillai suffered immensely from guinea worms, a disease that brought him physical torment. Yet, despite his pain, he remained deeply anchored in devotion. And Baba, in his mysterious way, neither removed the pain immediately nor allowed Dr. Pillai to suffer alone. He stood by him, guiding him with divine assurance. Your karma must be burnt, but fear not. I am here with you. This chapter is not just a story of healing. It is a lesson in patience, surrender, and divine timing. Sai, you once said, "My stories will act like light. They will bring warmth, hope, and healing across generations." I, Aushim Ji, stand witness to this truth. Your Leelas are not locked in time. They continue to unfold right before our eyes. What happened in Shirdi happens still, and I have lived these miracles. There was a man, modern, practical, suffering from a deep, infected wound on his leg. Bandaged tightly, soaked in medicine, it remained stubbornly unhealed. One evening, as he lay on his cot, I said almost in passing, "A cow will come tonight or tomorrow and she will lick your wound. Don't be afraid." He looked puzzled, but I felt no doubt. And the next morning it happened. A gentle cow, unknown to all, wandered in. She walked straight to the cot, bent low, and licked the wound tenderly like a mother tending to her child. In days, the flesh healed. The pain disappeared. The bandages were no longer needed. Doctors had tried everything, but you, Baba, chose a cow to be your healer. In 2009, inspired by your eternal compassion, we established the Sabka Malik Hospital in DLF. It was more than a medical center. It was a temple of healing. Before every surgery, doctors would apply udi to their foreheads and throats. Patients received food mixed with udi. Your presence could be felt in every corridor, in every heartbeat. One day, a man named Shankar brought his 70-year-old mother to us. She was in agony, unable to afford the high costs of bigger hospitals. Her condition was grim. A surgery was needed. What doctors found during that operation left everyone speechless. 72 stones inside her body. This was beyond rare, beyond belief. The surgery went ahead. Every single stone was removed. Standard protocol said no food or liquid immediately after. But we gave her udi mixed with water. She not only survived, she thrived. Her recovery was so swift, so astonishing that local newspapers wrote about her story. It became a living testament to your healing grace. Just like Dr. Pillai had to suffer before he healed. Just like the gentleman from Harda who overcame kidney stones with your touch. So too, in this age, you continue to test and heal lovingly. People come to you hoping for magic, but you give them something far greater, faith. Because healing the body is easy, but healing the soul takes time. Sai, whether it is 1910 or 2025, your energy lives on through every act of love, through every miracle of surrender, a cow licking a wound, a woman surviving 72 stones, a hospital humming with your vibration. These are not just stories, they are proof. Proof that Sai lives. And wherever his name is chanted with love, pain becomes penance, suffering becomes surrender, and healing becomes certain. Forever in your seva, Baba. Let these miracles remind every soul that no pain is permanent when you walk beside us. Chapter 31 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra describes the passing away of several devotees and a tiger in Baba's presence, illustrating the significance of the last thought at the moment of death. According to the Gita, one who remembers God with devotion at the final hour attains liberation. Saints encourage constant remembrance of God so devotees are able to face death calmly. Many rely on the grace and guidance of saints, trusting they will lead them to a peaceful end. The FIRST account is of Sannyasi Vijayanand from Chennai, who while en route on pilgrimage to Mansarovar, halted at Shirdi. Unable to continue his journey, he stayed and witnessed Baba's daily darshan. When he received word of his ill mother, Baba advised him to surrender all attachments and begin a prolonged study of the Bhagavad scripture. Following Baba's instructions and after 3 weeks of dedicated reading, Vijayanand passed away quietly in Shirdi. Baba, acknowledging his merit, ensured he received proper rights and salvation. The next story concerns Balaram Mankar, a householder devotee who after his wife's death left his home and settled at Shirdi. Baba eventually sent him to Machindragarh, encouraging solitary meditation there, Mankar experienced a personal revelation, seeing Baba and realizing that the spiritual presence transcends physical form. Later, a stranger gifted him a railway ticket under mysterious circumstances, which Mankar interpreted as another of Baba's interventions. He returned to Shirdi, spent his remaining days at Baba's feet, and passed away in Baba's presence. Tatya Sahib Nulkar, initially skeptical about saints, visited Shirdi after certain conditions were coincidentally fulfilled. Although Baba Fi RST appeared angry, Nulkar's perspective changed through personal experiences. As his end neared, he was read sacred literature and received Baba's holy water. Baba announced his liberation, stating Nulkar would not be born again. Megha, the devoted worshipper of Baba and Shiva earlier described, died in Shirdi with Baba grieving openly for him. Baba accompanied the funeral, showered FL oars on Megha's body, and expressed visible sorrow, highlighting his compassion. Finally, the chapter recounts the instance of a tiger brought before Baba in its final moments. The tiger, suffering and restrained, approached Baba and reacted with unusual affection before collapsing and dying at Baba's feet. Baba's presence was seen as liberating even for this animal, signifying that all creatures, by approaching saints with humility, attain merit and release from the cycle of birth and death. In summary, this chapter emphasizes the power of constant remembrance, faith in the saint, and the grace received through Baba's presence, guiding both devotees and creatures to peace and liberation at the end of life. Now, let me speak about how this chapter impacted me. Sai, you are the knower of all time, past, present, and future. To you, there are no distinctions, no labels of religion, status, species, or worth. In your eyes, the only thing that matters is the yearning of the soul, the longing to merge with you. I remember vividly a meeting that left a mark on my soul. Prashant Sharma, who worked with Sahara TV when they aired Sai Bhaktan Ki Sakki Kahaniyan, once brought me to his home. He wanted me to meet his father, a retired army officer, a man of strength who now lay paralyzed, confined to his bed. As I sat beside him, he looked into my eyes and said, "Mujhe Shirdi jana hai, Sai Baba ka darshan lena hai." But then he sighed, "My body doesn't support me. I don't know if I'll ever be able to make it." Sai, I don't know what overcame me at that moment. My lips moved, but the words didn't feel like mine. Without thinking, I said, "Don't wish to go, because the day you visit Shirdi will be your last. That will be the time of your departure." After that visit, nothing was said. Not by Prashant, not by his family, not even by me. But you, Baba, had sown the seed too. Years later, they decided to fulfill the father's wish. With great effort, they arranged the journey. They took him to Shirdi, to your Samadhi, to Dwarkamai, to Gurusthan. He had your darshan. He felt your presence. He saw his master. And then, just as you had whispered through me, his soul left the body. Prashant called me not in grief, but in awe. He said, "Aushim ji, exactly what you had said has come true." But I corrected him. I said nothing. It was Sai Baba who had spoken. I was only the instrument. And truly, what happened was not death, it was liberation. He did not die, he was called home. His last wish fulfilled, his last darshan received, his final journey complete. This reminded me of another sacred soul from Sai Satcharitra, chapter 31, the tiger who had wandered into Shirdi. Brought by a fakir, sick and suffering, the tiger was taken before Baba. The moment he laid eyes on Sai, he lowered his head, let out a final breath, and surrendered at his feet. And Baba said, "His karmic debt is paid. His soul is free." Sai, that tiger's gaze, that soldier's longing are no different. You see the soul, not the body. You grant salvation not by religion, but by surrender. At times, I wonder, what power is this, Baba, that you speak through my lips? How do you make me say things I've never planned, prepare souls for journeys I did not foresee? But I have stopped questioning, for I know now you choose the moment of departure. You choose the time of liberation. Whether it is a tiger, a soldier, a saint, or a sinner, in your darbar, all are equal, all are loved. In the end, Sai, you ask for no rituals, no credentials, you only look for bhakti devotion. You ask for pyas, thirst for you. You respond to a tear, not a title. Your love is unconditional. Your grace is beyond karma. To those who yearn for you with pure hearts, you come running. To those who wish to die in your arms, you give darshan. To those who long for release, you grant mukti. Forever at your feet, Sai. Let me always be worthy of carrying your whispers. Let every word that comes from me be touched by you, and let every soul I meet find peace in you. In this chapter, Hemant Pant presents two principal episodes. The first concerns how Sai Baba met his Guru in the woods and, through the Guru's guidance, attained God realization. Hemant Pant draws on the ancient allegory of the Ashwatha tree from the Gita, describing the visible world as an inverted tree rooted above and branching below, nourished by qualities and sensory objects. He explains that to seek liberation beyond this world, one must sever attachment, and this path cannot be travelled without a true guide. Even the most learned individuals cannot reach their goal without a guru, whose presence wards off dangers and pitfalls. Baba's own experience illustrates this vividly. Baba recounts how, as one among 4 seekers who studied scriptures and discussed the nature of Brahma, he advocated surrendering body, mind, and life to the Guru, rather than relying on mere intellect. The group entered the woods in pursuit of God, declining the advice and hospitality of a Vanjari, who urged them to rest, eat, and accept guidance. Eventually, only Baba accepted the man's bread and kindness. Subsequently, the Guru appeared, invited only Baba to follow, and then suspended him upside down over a well for several hours. When released and asked about his experience, Baba replied he felt bliss. The Guru, pleased, welcomed him and provided loving care and instruction. Baba emphasizes that true realization does not arise from book learning or pride, but from the grace of the Guru. Without accepting spiritual sustenance, progress is impossible. This account reinforces the necessity of humility, receptiveness, and surrender for spiritual advancement. The second event in the chapter describes Baba's approach to fasting, as demonstrated by Mrs. Gokhale. She arrived in Shirdi, intending to fast for 3 days during the holy festival. Baba, who neither fasted nor permitted his devotees to do so, insisted that spiritual practice requires a nourished body. He instructed Mrs. Gokhale to cook and eat Puran Poli at Dadabhat's house, feeding herself and the children there, which she did. This timely advice resolved both her and the household's need and highlighted Baba's practical wisdom. Moderation in diet is essential, and devotion is best practiced on a nourished mind and body. Baba also shared a story from his boyhood in Beed, where despite hard work in embroidery, he understood that material rewards from employers are temporary, but the true wealth bestowed by God his Sarkar is everlasting and infinite. He explained that most come asking for worldly benefits, while God's treasury overflows with spiritual richness available to those who seek sincerely. He advised that all should dig into this abundance through spiritual practice and remembrance, promising enduring happiness and fulfillment. Let me now share what this chapter means to me. Sai, this is not just a story, it is a sacred echo of your Guru's Leela. And in that divine mirror, I see the reflection of my own journey with you. It is said that in your early days, your Guru once suspended you upside down inside a well. Your hands could not reach the water. The thirst remained, but you surrendered, not with resistance, but with devotion. What a strange yet divine form of instruction. But that moment became the seed of detachment, the beginning of a path where you left behind all ties, worldly comforts, family attachments, even the idea of identity, and walked into the unknown, into the light of truth. Sai, it was never I who chose you. You chose me before. You came. I never sought a guru. I didn't know surrender. I didn't understand grace. But when you entered my life, you came not with thunder, but with silence. You didn't demand, you guided. Every decision, every detour, every delay was your finger pointing toward the divine. Then came a test, a moment wrapped in challenge, yet soaked in your will. Kanupriya, the anchor of Psyche Mahima, once looked me in the eye and said, "If you are genuine, spend time beneath the earth at the Sai Dham being built in Vrindavan, Govardhan." I didn't question her. I didn't resist, because I knew it wasn't her voice. It was yours. On 21 December 2010, at dawn, I arrived at the holy site. With 4 laborers and temple priests, we dug a deep pit. I wore nothing but a simple gamcha. I stepped into the earth bare, silent, surrendered. A small pipe was placed for me to breathe. And at 7:00 a.m., in the sacred stillness of that winter morning, I was lowered into the womb of the earth. There, buried beneath soil, I entered a space where breath was thin but grace was abundant. For 2.5 minutes, I experienced what I can only call samadhi. I didn't want to come out. But the priests above, overcome by fear, pulled me back, and when I emerged, I was not the same man. A profound silence had been born inside me. A detachment had begun to grow, not of coldness, but of clarity. In those moments beneath the earth, you gave me glimpses I cannot fully explain. I saw the Pacific Sea ocean, the endless sky, the realms below hidden, even from ancient scriptures. You showed me Sheshnag, coiled in Patal Lok, and whispered to me, "When Sheshnag rises, the waters will flood the earth and then shall begin Satyug." You showed me lands beyond Antarctica, civilizations that were once more evolved than we are today. You revealed the fate of Mars, how destruction came not from war, but from pride, and how, when humility died, grace withdrew. Sai, you taught me that the Guru stretches, sometimes beyond reason, to awaken the soul. If you hadn't stretched yourself toward me with such strange sacred methods, I would have never learned how to stretch toward others. Today, when someone stretches 1 foot toward me, I stretch 100 feet back, but only because, Sai, you have always stretched toward me 1,000 times more. I have learned everything from you. I continue to learn. I continue to serve. And whether beneath the earth or above it, in silence or speech, in light or darkness, I walk your path, because you have made it mine. I bow to you, my Guru. I serve you, my Master. I belong to you, Sai. Chapter 33 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra describes the greatness of Baba's Udi and several related incidents. The Udi, sacred ash, taken from the ever-burning dhuni, kindled by Baba, was given to all departing devotees. Spiritually, it reminded them that all worldly forms are perishable, urging detachment from the unreal, while Dakshina taught non-attachment. Materially, the Udi cured illness, removed anxiety, and brought prosperity. Baba combined both lessons so devotees could progress spiritually while meeting worldly needs. One incident concerns a scorpion sting suffered by a friend of Narayan Motiram Jani of Nasik. Without Udi, Narayan invoked Baba, took ash from a joss-stick at Baba's picture, applied it to the spot, and the pain vanished instantly. In another case, during a plague in Bandra, a devotee's daughter was critically ill. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, lacking Udi, applied roadside dust after invoking Baba, and her condition improved from that moment. The Jamner miracle occurred in 1904-5 when Nana Sahib's daughter was in critical labor. Baba sent Ramgir Bua from Shirdi with Udi and a copy of the Arati promising arrangements. At Jalgaon, a stranger with a tonga took him to Jamner, providing food on the way. After delivery of the Udi, the crisis passed. Nana Sahib later confirmed he had sent no one, revealing Baba's divine intervention. Other examples show Baba's continued presence after his Mahasamadhi. Devotee Narayan Rao, gravely ill years later, saw Baba in a vision assuring recovery within a week, which came true. Appasaheb Kulkarni, devotedly worshipping Baba's photo, received a visit from a fakir resembling Baba, who took exactly 10 rupees in Dakshina, a sum Appasaheb had earlier resolved to give and return 9 rupees, symbolizing the 9 forms of devotion. This packet of Udi brought him both material success and spiritual growth. In Mumbai, the saint Balabua Sutar was told by Baba on first meeting him in person that Baba had known him for 4 years, the time since Balabua had bowed to Baba's photo, proving that reverence to his image is equivalent to darshan. Finally, Haribhav Karnik, after leaving Shirdi on Guru Purnima, thought of offering 1 more rupee. At Nasik's Kalaram temple, Saint Narsingh Maharaj abruptly demanded and accepted a rupee, showing that all saints work in unison and Baba can act through any of them. This chapter affirms that Baba's Udi carries both the deep message of detachment and tangible blessings, working across time, distance, and even through other saints for the welfare of devotees. Next, I'd like to reflect on my personal takeaways from this chapter. Sai, the earth has witnessed many divine moments, but some stand apart etched in time, not as legends, but as living testaments of grace fulfilling its own promise. Just as Ahilya, turned to stone by a curse, regained her form with a single touch from Lord Ram, so too do you, Sai, awaken what is dormant, not with force, but with compassion. Sai, you are not just the giver. You are the perfect accountant of karma. You never take what belongs to someone else. But you never forget what is owed, not out of want, but for the cleansing of the soul who made the promise. I remember the stories that taught this. How Appa Sahib once promised to offer a single rupee to you. A coin delayed a karmic weight held. And how you asked again and again through signs, through saints, until the rupee found its way back, and with it, liberation. How Bala Bhuva and Narayan Rao learned that no vow escapes your notice, not because you keep score, but because you hold space for redemption. Even today, I see your Leela unfold in mysterious ways. People visit sacred places, Ajmer Sharif, Gurudwaras, Dargahs, Mandirs, and in moments of desperation they make promises. If you help me, I will offer this. I will serve in that way. And then they forget. But you, Sai, never forget. When they come to me unsure, troubled, you speak through me. I say things I never planned to say. You've been somewhere. You made a promise, but you haven't fulfilled it. They stare shocked. How do you know? But I don't, you know. And in their moment of trial, you give them a gentle push to keep the vow, to realign the karma, to restore the balance they unknowingly disturbed. Sai, I have come to understand. They don't come for me. They come for you. They look into my eyes, and somewhere they see your eyes. They hear my voice, and somewhere they hear your words. They seek refuge in my presence, but what they really feel is your silence, your touch, your love. And I stand there, often surprised, thinking, who am I to hold such a place? I never wanted to be on any stage. I never craved followers, praise, or spiritual recognition. But you placed me here. You put your light in my voice, your guidance in my hands, your message in my mouth. Sai, if ever I falter, if ever my mind becomes restless, if ever my ego rises, if ever I become unworthy of this seva, do not discard me. Do not turn your face away from me. Let me walk your path till my last breath. Let me speak for you, act for you, surrender to you through television, through books, through meetings, or even through a quiet life in your nameless service. Because to serve you is the highest dharma. To carry your light is the only wealth I desire. Let me remain a humble fakir, clothed not in robes but in your remembrance. You are the justice that corrects. You are the mercy that waits. You are the grace that lifts the soul even when it forgets its own promise. I bow at your feet, Sai. I walk behind you. I live for you. And I serve only because you allow me to, forever at your feet. Chapter 34 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra continues the account of the greatness of Baba's Udi, describing several instances where its application brought remarkable cures. In Malegaon, a doctor's nephew suffered from a severe tubercular bone abscess. His parents brought him to Baba, who assured recovery within a week if Udi was applied. With Baba's touch and Udi, the boy recovered, inspiring the doctor himself to visit Shirdi after initially being dissuaded. A coincidental cure of another patient in Mumbai, Confi, armed his decision, and after meeting Baba, he became a devoted follower. Dr. Pillai, a close devotee, once suffered severely from guinea worms and wished for death to escape the pain. Baba advised him to bear the karma for only 10 more days. During their talk, Abdul accidentally pressed the swollen leg, and all worms came out at once. With Udi and water, Dr. Pillai was completely cured within the time Baba specified. Shama's sister-in-law, stricken with plague and high fever, was cured overnight when Baba's Udi was applied to her buboes and given in water. Baba explained that he was merely a witness, with all actions occurring by God's will. An Irani gentleman's young daughter, suffering hourly convulsions, recovered fully after taking Udi in water daily. In Harda, an elderly man avoided surgery for a kidney stone when Baba's Udi dissolved and expelled it within minutes. A Kayastha Prabhu lady from Mumbai, who suffered great pain during childbirth, stayed in Shirdi during pregnancy. When labor pains began, neighbors gave her Udi water after invoking Baba. Within minutes, she delivered safely and without pain. The child was stillborn by fate, but the mother was spared her usual suffering and remained grateful to Baba. Through each instance, the chapter Afi Arems, that Baba's Udi was not merely medicinal ash, but a means of conveying his grace, bringing relief from illness, removing obstacles, and demonstrating his role as a healer for both body and spirit. Now, let's turn our attention to my feelings about this lesson. In this chapter, we shall see how the unfathomable grace of Sai Baba continues to manifest in the present day, not through grand spectacles, but through the smallest and strangest of means. For His will alone is supreme, whether it be through a crow, a worm, or even a cow. And just as in the olden days, His divine interventions reach His devotees in ways that defy logic and human imagination. In the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra, such stories are not fiction, but living examples of karmic cleansing. We read of Bhav, a simple servant, whose ulcer oozed with pain and pus until 7 worms emerged from Abdul's pressed foot. Not a coincidence, but Baba's method of shifting karmic energy from one vessel to another. And what of Dr. Pillai, who writhed in agony from guinea worms, helpless and broken? Baba simply said, "A crow will come, peck its beak, and you will be free." And it happened not in the physical realm, but in a vision so powerful, the pain dissolved without a single medicine. These stories reveal one truth. Sai Baba does not heal through hands alone. He heals through will, word, and wonder. Just as those Leelas unfolded in Shirdi, so too did a miracle unfold in our time, and I, Aushim Ji, was witness to it. A boy named Sharad suffered from a grievous wound on his leg. His flesh was exposed, the blood refused to clot, and every treatment only worsened his condition. Doctors predicted that a sac of pus would soon develop. His mother, losing all hope, sought no more medicines, only mercy. She brought him to the feet of a servant of Sai Baba, not seeking miracle but refuge. Moved by her pain and the boy's silent courage, the servant spoke without forethought, without plan. "Sit here, and a cow shall come to lick his wound." They were in a remote village. No cow was nearby. Yet the words were spoken with conviction beyond understanding. The mother and the servant walked inside for a moment, and when they returned, there stood a cow silently by Sharad's side, licking his wound gently, like a mother healing her child. No one had called her. No one saw where she came from. She just appeared as if sent from the heavens. By morning, the wound had dried. The dead flesh was gone. New tissue emerged, not through ointment, but through grace. In 2 days, the swelling reduced. In 20 days, Sharad was walking again, pain-free, infection-free. No hospital could explain it. No surgeon could replicate it. Because it wasn't medicine, it was Baba. The servant of Baba, who had declared the arrival of the cow, later asked himself, "How did I know? What made me speak those words? What power gave me that moment of prophecy?" He wept in silence, overwhelmed. "People call me a miracle man," he whispered. "But I am not the miracle. I am the fragrance of the FL over, that is, Sai Baba." And to Baba he prayed, "Sai, if I am born again, let it be only in your service. Let me serve at your feet in silence, with humility. For there is no peace greater than walking the path you have chosen for me." Let those who read this story reflect upon this truth. Sai Baba does not always send saints in saffron robes. Sometimes he sends a crow, a fakir, or a cow. Sometimes his grace does not arrive in temples. It arrives in tears, in visions, in the tongue of a cow that heals what doctors cannot. So, when you call upon him, let your heart be open, let your mind be still. His answer may come from the most unexpected corners of creation, because when Sai Baba decides to heal, even nature itself becomes his servant. I bow at your feet, Sai. You are the knower of past, present, and future. Your compassion flows in ways unseen. May all beings, human or animal, be blessed by your eternal love. Chapter 35 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra continues the theme of the importance and efficacy of Baba's Udi, while presenting 2 noteworthy cases where Baba was tested and found unfailing. Many doubted Baba's saintliness, raising objections as to why he accepted dakshina and why people should bow to him. Yet several skeptics who visited Shirdi left as devotees. One instance involved a friend of Kaka Mahajani, a follower of the formless aspect of God and opposed to idol worship and giving dakshina. He visited Shirdi with Kaka, determined not to bow to Baba or offer anything. As they entered the masjid, Baba greeted him in a tone exactly like that of the visitor's deceased father, profoundly moving him and causing him to break his resolve and bow at Baba's feet. Later, Baba accepted dakshina only when the man willingly offered, highlighting that true devotion cannot be forced. Baba also provided spiritual advice about removing barriers of difference and assured safe travel, which coincided with an incident at home involving sparrows that the visitor interpreted as meaningful. In another case, Mr. Thakkar, Kaka's employer, visited Shirdi out of curiosity. Although skeptical of miracles and reluctant to eat raisins offered by Baba, he found that raisins given directly by Baba, responding to his silent thought, were miraculously seedless. Baba further addressed Thakkar's mental anxieties and allowed Kaka to return with him earlier than expected, clearly reading the visitor's thoughts and demonstrating his powers. Both guests departed with a new faith in Baba's compassion and insight. The chapter also recounts the story of a man from Bandra suffering from severe insomnia. Every night he was disturbed by dreams of his departed father, leading to restless nights. On a devotee's advice, he applied Baba's udi on his forehead and kept it under his pillow. The treatment brought sound sleep and relief from anxiety. He began worshipping Baba's photo regularly, finding lasting peace. It further details the devotion of Bala Patil Nivaskar, who selflessly swept paths in Shirdi and offered his annual corn harvest to Baba, living on what Baba returned to him. After Bala's death, his family witnessed the multiplying power of Udi during his death anniversary feast. Though food was insufficient for the unexpectedly large number of guests, Mrs. Nivaskar, following her mother-in-law's advice, covered serving vessels with cloths and placed Udi inside. Miraculously, food was sufficient for all and leftovers remained, demonstrating the power of faith and Baba's grace. Finally, the chapter recounts an incident where a serpent entered Bala Patel's cowshed. While others panicked, Bala calmly offered milk to the serpent, believing it to be Baba's manifestation. The serpent left quietly, further reinforcing the devotee's unwavering faith. Throughout, this chapter affirms the transformative effect of Baba's Udi and presence, which transcended doubts and delivered practical and spiritual benefits to both skeptics and followers. Allow me to express what resonates with me most from this chapter. In Shirdi Sai Satcharitra, this chapter reveals a divine moment where Sai Baba's presence entered the form of a snake, and a simple man named Raghupati offered neither fear nor resistance but love. A snake had entered the cowshed. The cows panicked, ran about in terror, but Raghupati walked in calmly, sat beside the snake and softly said, "Please, go from here, drink some milk, and then go." He saw no danger but divinity, and Sai Baba, through the snake, left in peace-taking with him the fear of the cows and leaving behind a lesson in trust and surrender. Many years later, I too experienced a living echo of that story. Different in form, yet divinely similar in essence. I was near the Gaushala, tending to the cows, when I heard loud cries. The cows were agitated, their hooves stamping, their eyes wide with fear. Something was wrong. I rushed forward, and there it was. A nevla, a mongoose, had entered the cowshed. It darted between their legs, and the cows, disturbed by its presence, were restless and afraid. I stood quietly, watching. At that moment, I didn't act. I didn't shout. I didn't send for sticks or try to chase it away. Instead, I closed my eyes and turned inward. In the silent chambers of my heart, I spoke to Baba. Sai, these cows are yours. They haven't even gone grazing today. Their energies are already heightened. Why must you test them now? If this mongoose is you, Baba, please, it's time to go. I didn't demand. I didn't argue. I surrendered. And within 5 minutes, without anyone touching it, the Nevla disappeared. It was Gunino trace, no harm. The cows calmed down. They walked to the Hodhi water tank and began drinking together peacefully as if nothing had happened. That moment left me stunned not by what had happened, but by how it had happened. Sai taught me that day, animals don't respond to commands. They respond to energy. They don't understand language. They understand love. They don't need to be forced. They simply need to feel safe. Had I chosen violence, panic, or control, the Nevla might have attacked or returned again. But through silent surrender, through a whisper to my master, the entire field of energy changed. Sai showed me that day what the metaverse of energy truly is. Not a digital realm, but a living vibration that flows from mind to mind, soul to soul, species to species. When Raghupati spoke to the snake, he wasn't talking to a creature, he was speaking to Sai within the snake. When I spoke to the mongoose that day, I wasn't speaking into air, I was speaking to my guru, who had perhaps entered the form to test me this time. Sai Baba does not always teach us in temples or scriptures. Sometimes, he teaches us through a mongoose, a cow, a tree, or even a moment of fear. In such moments, don't act in panic. Pause, breathe, connect. Speak to Sai, not out of command but surrender. And you'll see the chaos will settle. The danger will leave. And in its place will rise a lesson of love that stays forever. Sai, you are the master of energy. You are the knower of hearts. You teach without speaking. You guide without moving. And in your infinite grace, you show us that when love leads, even fear bows down. I bow at your feet, O Sai, where all creatures find peace and where all storms find silence. Chapter 36 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra recounts the wonderful stories of two gentlemen from Goa and Mrs. Aurangabadkar of Solapur, showing Baba's omniscience and compassion. The two gentlemen from Goa came together for Baba's darshan. Baba asked only one to offer 15 rupees as dakshina, recalling a forgotten vow that this devotee had made to offer his first month's salary to God if he secured employment. Over time, he rose from a 15 rupee salary to much higher positions, but forgot his commitment, which Baba reminded and fulfilled through this request. The second gentleman voluntarily offered 35 rupees, but Baba did not accept it, illustrating that Baba only accepted offerings when they related to previous spiritual debts or vows. Baba explained to Shama that he takes nothing personally, but that the Masjid Mai asks for repayment of old debts, and acceptance or refusal is determined by spiritual reasons rather than worldly ones. After this, Baba narrated a story about a loss of 30,000 rupees, guiding the devotee to a fakir who helped him recover the amount. The devotee later realized that Baba's story perfectly reflected his own experience, confirming Baba's all-knowing nature. The two gentlemen then revealed their personal stories to Shama at dinner. The Fairas spoke of his vow and how Baba made him fulfill it in Shirdi after years of forgetting it, demonstrating spiritual accountability and the power of Baba's darshan to resolve past promises. The second recounted being robbed of a large sum by a long-time cook, despairing for days before a passing fakir guided him to vow to Sai Baba and practice self-denial until recovery. The money was eventually returned and the devotee recognized Baba's role in restoring his peace. Both understood that Baba's intervention had brought them to Shirdi, which they visited in gratitude. The chapter also tells the story of Mrs. Aurangabadkar from Solapur, who was childless for 27 years despite many vows made to deities. Accompanied by her stepson, she stayed 2 months in Shirdi and wished to plead with Baba personally. Shama arranged for her to offer coconut and joss sticks to Baba after his meal. Baba initially teased Shama and questioned whether the coconut could bring an issue, but later blessed the lady, promising a son within 12 months. Shama declared his trust in Baba's words and publicly vowed to challenge Baba if the blessing did not materialize. Within a year, the lady delivered a son, fulfilling both Baba's blessing and Shama's commitment. Both stories illustrate Baba's profound knowledge of his devotees' needs, vows, and past actions. He accepted or refused offerings based on these subtle reasons, always with the aim of furthering spiritual growth and fulfillment. Material wealth was never sought for itself. In Mrs. Aurangabadkar's case, Baba's playfulness and ultimate blessing led to the construction of a shed for his horse, symbolizing the way devotees' gratitude translated into service at Shirdi. Here's what touched me personally in this chapter. In the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra, this chapter reveals something that goes far beyond our human understanding of time, debt, and karma. Sai Baba once asked a devotee for 515 rupees. The man was taken aback. He had no idea why Baba would request such a specific amount. But Baba, with a smile that held centuries of wisdom, said, "Dwarkamai is asking for the debt you owe from a past life. The devotee in a previous birth had vowed to offer this sum at the feet of the divine but had forgotten. Sai Baba had not forgotten." This is the nature of a Sadguru who sees beyond the surface. He sees the debts of lifetimes, the unpaid vows, and the unfinished surrenders. Over the years, I have witnessed a living continuation of this divine principle. People come to me with tears in their eyes seeking healing, answers, peace. They come with broken bodies, troubled minds, and restless spirits. And suddenly, something rises within me. A voice that is not my own says, "Ask them to serve. Tell them to distribute 3,000 copies of the Hanuman Chalisa. Give them Sai Baba's Vibhuti books to share." I don't say it to test them. I don't say it out of pride. I say it because you, Sai, whisper those words through me. At first, they hesitate. The mind resists. The ego flinches. But then, as if pulled by some invisible force, they obey. They go out and distribute the books, perform seva, and with that one acta karmic knot is untied. And what follows often defies logic. Like Vishal, whose bone marrow condition had no hope of reversal until after the seva, he recovered. Or Ajay, who was battling a pancreatic ailment and whose condition improved after the same act of humble service, supported by herbal juice from Kerala. Can science explain this? Can data analyze the power of intention plus seva plus grace? No. But we who have lived in the shadow of Sai Baba's feet, we know. It is the touch of the Guru, the unseen repayment of a past debt, the unvoiced promise, fee nali full fee. For the last FI 15 years, I have meditated on one central truth. Power without surrender is pride. Power through surrender becomes seva. Sai, you gave me this Shaktiput only after ensuring that my heart had no room left for arrogance. You took me through the fiery loss, betrayal, illness, silence until there was nothing left but faith. Now, when I lay a hand upon a devotee, it is not mine, it is yours. When people listen to me, they're not hearing Aushim Ji. They're listening to your unspoken grace, flowing through a surrendered tongue. Sai, I do not shout from rooftops. I don't plaster the world with proclamations of miracles. I don't seek applause or credit or validation, because I know this one truth. When the message is yours, it doesn't need marketing. It flies on the wings of faith. You, Sai, reach your children in ways I can't imagine. You guide them to me, not because I am special, but because I am available, a vessel, ready to be filled and emptied again and again. I remain in silence. I remain in gratitude. And I remain always in surrender. Because I know it is not the rupee that matters, but the debt it dissolves. It is not the book distributed, but the karma released. It is not the medium that heals, but the master who touches. Forever at your feet, Sai. Let me serve you till my last breath and beyond. Chapter 37 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra describes the famous Chavadi procession and the devotion it evoked among Baba's followers. Baba alternated his nights between sleeping in the masjid and the Chavadi, a practice that continued until his Mahasamadhi. From 10th December 1909, devotees began offering regular worship to Baba at the Chavadi, and on these nights the journey from masjid to Chavadi became a vibrant event. On procession nights, devotees gathered at the masjid courtyard for bhajan, accompanied by instruments such as mridang, veena, tal and kartal. A decorated palanquin, Baba's horse Shamkarna, flags, buntings and rows of burning oil lamps set the scene. Tatya Patil, who shared an intimate bond with Baba, would help him rise, place a richly embroidered shawl over his shoulders and prepare him for the procession. Baba would tend the dunifire, extinguish its lamp and set out holding his satka and chilim. The route was lined with devotees singing God's name, dancing and carrying lights and flags. Supporters held Baba's hands, others fanned him or shaded him with a state umbrella. At the midway corner, Baba would halt, face the north and stand in deep concentration while music and chanting filled the air. Kaka Saheb Dixit would shower him with gulal-laced flowers, and the gathering would watch Baba's serene, radiant face. Reaching the Chavadi, Tatya arranged an asan and bolster, and Baba was seated and adorned with angarka, crown, garlands and Vaishnava-style markings. Devotees worshipped him with arghya, sandal paste, betel leaves, scents and flowers. The chilim would be lit and passed among the close devotees, beginning with Baba. Though detached from ornamentation, Baba patiently allowed every act of love from his followers. Finally, Bapu Sahib Jog performed the arati to music, after which devotees took Baba's blessings and departed. Tatya stayed last, receiving Baba's request to check on him again during the night. Baba then arranged his own bedding and retired. The chapter ends with Himat Pant urging readers to recall this deeply devotional procession each night before going to sleep, keeping Baba's image alive in their hearts. Now I want to talk about my own perspective on this chapter. Sai, in the last 8 to 10 years of your divine presence on this earth, something rare unfolded. You were adorned daily with chandan, tilak, fragrant flowers and shining ornaments. But never did you wear these for show. Every garland, every touch of sandalwood, every piece of cloth carried pure devotion. People thought they were decorating you, but you were adorning humanity. You were lifting our vibrations through those symbols. You were teaching us that the body is not to be glorify Ed, but sanctify Eda, vessel of the divine. You were not merely a saint Sai, you were a Mahayogi, one who had been blessed by both Krishna and Shiva, one whose silence carried the power of the cosmos and whose words could rewrite destiny. You were beyond time, beyond religion, beyond form. When the world today speaks of the metaverse, they speak of it as a digital invention. But you knew it as a spiritual reality. You knew how to touch someone and alter the energy of their soul. You knew how to speak a single word, Allah Malik, and that word would heal, protect, awaken. Even science stands speechless before what you did. There are countless stories, Sai, but a few will live with me forever. Couples who conceived after 27 years of childlessness, people whose astrological charts changed in front of priests' eyes, snake bites reversed, black magic shattered, destinies rewritten. People who were told, no hope, by doctors, walked again, laughed again, believed again. And animals, yes, even animals, listened to your voice like children returning to a mother. All of this was not magic. It was the Sankalp Shakti De power of your divine will. When you decided, nature obeyed. Sai, I have looked into your eyes and I have seen Shiva. Not just the image, but the essence. The silence that contains universes. The stillness that commands storms. You taught us the path of bhakti, not through rules and rituals, but through love and surrender. You broke all barriers between faiths, between castes, between creeds. Whether someone came from a mosque, a church, or a temple, you saw only one thing: Shraddha, faith, and Saburi, patience. You were a living bridge between the visible and the invisible. And every step you took, you made this earth a little more sacred. Sai, I say it now, without fear or hesitation, you are the prodigy of the Supreme Martyr Shiva. You carry his strength, his compassion, his detachment, and his mysterious, compassionate silence. You walk among us, not just in stone or in pictures, but in the eyes of a devotee, in the hands of a healer, in the surrender of a child, in the heart of one who serves. I do not say this as a scholar. I say this as one who has felt you breathe through him. When people come to me in pain and I lay my hand upon them, I know it is not I who speaks, it is you, Sai. It is Shiva's grace flowing through your form, touching the world once more, forever at your feet, Sai. Let your divine essence awakens the Shiva within each of us. Let your words never stop echoing through this world. And let us be blessed to be mere dust at your holy feet.
साईं की महिमा की मुहिम से आप सब तो वाकिफ हैं और 25 चैनल पे ये प्रोग्राम चला है। शायद हमने कोई 5.1 मिलियन लोगों को जवाब दिए। क्योंकि बहुत लोग हमसे बात नहीं कर पाते, हम आपको आज एक ऐसे ऐप से रूबरू कराएंगे जहां पर आपको जिंदगी के सब सवाल का जवाब और रेमेडी मिलेगी। चाहिए AK लिविंग विद साईं पे आज ही सब्सक्राइब करिए और बाबा की कृपा पाइए।
Chapter 38 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra recounts Baba's Handi, his respect for shrines, the distribution of mixed Naivaidya, and the episode of Hemad Pant's buttermilk. Baba considered feeding the poor the highest charity and often cooked himself. He would purchase provisions, grind spices, light the hearth in the masjid courtyard, and cook in either a small or large handi that could feed FI5T to 100 people. Preparations included sweet rice, biryani, or jawari file, or ambil. He stirred the boiling contents with his bare arm without harm, first sending portions to Mhalsapati and Tatya Patil, then serving the poor and helpless with his own hand. Vegetarian or non-vegetarian food was served according to each person's custom, and Baba sometimes tested devotees' obedience symbolically, as in his playful instructions to Orthodox Dada Kelkar. The handi practice continued until 1910. Baba showed deep respect for all deities and shrines. Once, Nana Saheb Chandorkar omitted his usual stop at the Datta temple in Kopargaon to avoid delay. Baba reprimanded him, linking the neglect to a thorn injury Nana Saheb suffered that day, and reminded him never to disrespect holy places. As offerings increased, Baba would have all Naivedya mixed into a single preparation called kala or hodgepodge, consecrated, and serve it both to those inside with him and to devotees waiting outside. Shama and Nana Saheb Nimonkar attended to the comfort of each person, and the consecrated food brought great satisfaction to all. On one such occasion, after Hemad Pant had eaten to his fill, Baba offered him a cup of buttermilk. Though hesitant from lack of space, he sipped, and Baba urged him to finish, saying he would not get such an opportunity. Again, words Hemad Pant later recognized as prophetic. The chapter preserves these scenes as examples of Baba's boundless hospitality, his equal regard for all, and his constant care in satisfying both the physical needs and spiritual growth of his devotees. Let me share the thoughts and emotions this chapter stirred in me. Baba, among all the acts of charity you blessed, you gave the deepest meaning to Anna Dante, donation of food. You did not give long discourses. You didn't quote scriptures or chant loudly. Instead, you took grains in your hands, stirred the boiling pots, and offered sacred meals to hundreds daily. Through this, you revealed a universal truth. Feeding the hungry is feeding God. In Dwarkamai, 2 massive vessels stood day after day, and large enough to cook for 500, the other for 200. They never went empty. They never went cold. Villagers, fakirs, travelers, traders, no one was ever turned away. There were no caste lines, no distinctions. The meal was Brahma Bhojana, sacred, blessed communion of souls. And you, Baba, cooked with your own hand shopping, stirring, blessing. You infused the food not just with taste, but with grace, healing, and divine prasad. Even during Ramadan, you showed deep respect for all paths. You reminded the world that fasting without compassion is hollow, that devotion without sharing is incomplete. Through your example, you showed that the highest religion is to feed the one who knocks at your door hungry. Just like the langars of Gurudwaras, your kitchen in Dwarkamai became a spiritual movement, a living sermon, a divine message served hot on plantain leaves and steel plates. Baba, over the years, I have seen this Leela repeat itself. Those who feed others are always fed by the universe. Their homes may be modest, but their hearts are palaces of compassion, and their kitchens, like yours, never shut down. Their wealth may not always be counted in rupees, but in grace, in peace, in good health and joy. People often ask me, Aushimji, what is the easiest path to prosperity? And I always answer, feed someone today, without expectation, without calculation. Just feed. Sai, I try in my own way to pass on this legacy in my talks, my healing work, my daily reminders to those who seek your light. Sometimes, I tell a businessman drowning in stress, start feeding 11 people every Thursday. Sometimes, I tell a woman seeking peace, keep some grains on your balcony for birds. Baba will come in their form. I do not give these instructions lightly. I give them because you speak through me. And over again, people return with tears, with gratitude, with miracles in their eyes. Sai, you are the eternal antidote, the giver of food, the host who never lets a guest go hungry, the fakir who fed kings, and the king who lived like a fakir, you once said, "He who serves food to others with love is serving me directly." And that sentence, Baba, should be carved on the heart of every human being. Sai, I bow to you not just as my master, but as the one who taught the world that the simplest act of placing food in another's hand is equal to placing a flower at God's feet. Let the sacred fire in your kitchen never die. Let the world remember your greatest sermon was cooked in a pot, stirred with love and served with bhakti. Chapter 39 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra recounts Baba's deep understanding of Sanskrit through his explanation of a verse from the Bhagavad Gita and how the Buddhivada became the Samadhi Mandir. Many believed Baba knew no Sanskrit until he surprised Nana Sahib Chandarkar by asking him to recite and explain Gita 434. Baba pressed Nana for the meaning of each word, questioning why Vyasa used certain prefixes and what true pranipat, pariprashna and seva meant. Baba explained that pranipat meant complete surrender of body, mind and wealth. Pariprashna meant earnest, purposeful questioning aimed at spiritual progress. And seva meant serving with the understanding that one's body exists only for the Guru's service. Baba said real Upadesh was the removal of ignorance, as the disciple was already of the nature of pure knowledge but was veiled by the impressions of countless births. Such ignorance included ideas like, I am the body, or God, world and soul are separate. The Sadguru, remaining established in the non-dual state, dispels these errors and reveals the disciple's true divine nature. Baba noted that Krishna's advice to Arjun to approach realized masters showed that any true Guru is Krishna for the disciple, and any true disciple is seen by the Guru as Vasudev. The chapter also describes the origin of the Samadhi Mandir. Bapu Sahib Bhuti of Nagpur wished to build a Vada in Shirdi. Both he and Shama had visions in which Baba instructed them to build a Vada with a temple. Baba approved the plan, supervised parts of the construction, and when asked about placing an image of Murlidhar, said that after the temple was complete, he would come to stay there. Before the planned Krishna idol could be installed, Baba fell seriously ill. His words, "Keep me in the Vada," before his passing were taken as direction, and his body was placed in the central shrine meant for Murlidhar. The building thus became Baba's Samadhi Mandir, fulfilling his own prophecy in an unexpected way. Now, let's look at what stood out to me in this chapter. Sai, God moves in silence, not in fanfare, not in declarations, not with thunderous commands. He moves like the wind unseen but deeply felt. And you, Baba, are the embodiment of that divine silence. The Master who never announced his plan but fulfilled it with grace, timing and supreme love. The world sees the Samadhi Mandir in Shirdi and bows down. They come in millions crying, hoping, healed. But few know the truth, that Buddhivada, once just a rest house for devotees, was silently chosen by you as the final resting place of your body. Not even Buddhi Sahib knew at the time. No announcement was made. No prophecy shared. You didn't speak. You simply placed yourself there. And in doing so, you taught us the greatest lesson. A master doesn't operate by explanation. He operates by faith. Sai, I have seen this in my own life. You never told me what was coming. You never gave me a detailed map. Only a lamp, only a whisper, only a nudge. You asked me to take steps that others called madness. You guided me through shadows with no promise of light. But every time I obeyed, every time I let go of logic and held on to you, I saw miracles unfold. Paths opened where there were walls. Voices rose where there was silence. Doors unlocked without keys. People often ask me, Aushim ji, why don't you explain more? Why don't you tell us what lies ahead? And I tell them, because my master didn't. He walked into his own samadhi without announcement. And from that silence rose the greatest movement of love the world has seen. Sai, your silence built shrines. Your stillness healed storms. Your quiet gaze changed lives. You've taught me something very precious. Often, we desire less than what we truly deserve. And you, in your divine wisdom, always give more than our prayers, more than our plans, more than our expectations, because you don't respond to what we ask. You respond to what our soul truly seeks. That is why I no longer ask why. I no longer beg for timelines or guarantees. I simply work. I simply serve, knowing that your invisible hand is shaping something far greater than what my mind can ever comprehend. Today, the world calls it the Sai Baba Samadhi Mandir. But for me, it is a symbol of the Master's inner voice, a voice that doesn't shout, it guides, a will that doesn't explain, it executes. And in that surrender lies the secret, the art of giving without asking, the joy of serving without expectation, the power of trusting in silence. Sai, may I always hear the music of your silence. May I never resist the path you've written for me. And when I look back one day like you at Bhutivada, may I realize you were building a temple out of my life too. This chapter contains two stories showing Baba's mysterious ways of fulfilling his devotees' invitations, attending Mrs. Dev's Udyapan ceremony in Dahanu and the Shimga dinner at Hematpan's house in Bandra. Mr. B.V. Dev, Mamlatdar of Dahanu, invited Baba through Bapu Saheb Jog to attend his mother's Udyapan ceremony, which included feeding many Brahmins. Baba told Jog to reply that 3 of us, Baba, Jog and a third person would attend. On the day, a Bengali-clad sannyasi, previously seen in Dahanu seeking cow protection donations, arrived at Dev's house saying he came for meals, accompanied by 2 young men. They returned at noon, ate and left. Later, Dev complained to Baba about not coming. Before Jog could read the letter, Baba said he had attended with 2 others, exactly as promised, but Dev had failed to recognize him. Dev was moved to tears, regretting his doubt and realizing Baba had indeed fulfilled his word. The second incident occurred in 1917. On Holi's full moon morning, Himmat Pant dreamt of Baba as a well-dressed sannyasi saying he would come for lunch. Himmat Pant told his wife to cook extra rice, suggesting Baba might come in some form. At noon, the leaves were set, a seat reserved for the honored guest, and all preparations complete, but no one arrived. Just as they were to begin, footsteps were heard, and 2 men entered, Ali Muhammad and Mulana Ismu Mujawar. Apologizing for interrupting, they handed Himmat Pant a parcel wrapped in newspaper. Inside was a large, beautiful picture of Sai Baba. Deeply moved, Himmat Pant saw it as Baba keeping his morning promise. The picture was placed on the honored seat, Naivaidya was offered, and the meal began. Everyone was delighted at the form of Baba before them. The details of how the picture came to Himmat Pant through Ali Muhammad were left for the next chapter. Both stories illustrate Baba's omnipresence and unique way of honoring the calls of his devotees, sometimes arriving in an unexpected form to keep his word. I'd like to highlight what I personally gathered from this chapter. Sai, your leelas are not bound by time or reason. They unfold not by our logic, but by your love. You walk in silently, take your seat quietly, and partake of the offerings made in faith, leaving behind traces of grace for the heart to discover. It was not long ago A devotee from Pune was blessed with a child new life had come into her home. But as joy bloomed, sorrow knocked at her door. Her father grew gravely ill. Despite the emotional storm, she prepared a feast in Baba's name. She insisted I come, offered to bear the travel costs, begged for blessings. I couldn't attend. But I said one thing with certainty: Baba will come. And he did. The feast ended in peace. Her father, against all odds, recovered enough to join. Later, she called, her voice trembling with a strange mix of joy and longing. Aushim ji, the food was served, the prayers were done, but I didn't see Baba. I smiled and asked, "Did you keep a Krishna idol near Baba's photo?" "Yes," she said. "Did you offer bundi laddus?" "Yes," she repeated, more curious now. "Go check the plate. The ladas Baba has eaten." She ran to look. Half of each ladu was gone. Gone, not crumbled, not melted, just halved, like someone had respectfully taken their share. Her eyes filled with tears. "Baba, how do you do this? How do you show us you were here, even when we couldn't see you?" Then there was the wedding of Roma Kaul, a beloved devotee from Bangalore. Her parents had called me countless times, urging me to bless their daughter's new journey. Roma herself flew to Delhi. "Please come, Aushim ji. Only if you come, I'll feel Baba has come." On the wedding day, as rituals filled the air with mantras and emotions, Roma's mother turned and sighed, "Why hasn't Baba come yet?" And in that very moment, she saw me standing there, but in her Ayashe didn't see me. She saw him. "Baba has come to bless my child," she cried. She didn't touch my feet. She joined her hands and whispered prayers, because that moment was no longer mine. It belonged to Sai. Say, you never miss a gathering made in devotion. You never skip a call made with love. You may not come in form. You may not be visible to all, but you come in scent, in signs, in silence. And often, you use people like me unworthy, unknowing to stand in your place. To remind others that you are always present, always watching, always partaking. Who can explain this? Not science, not philosophy. Only bhav devotional emotion can touch this truth. You come through laddus half eaten. You come through a gaze mistaken for God. You come when we least expect, yet exactly when our soul needs you most. Sai, let me be a vessel of these silent visitations. Let me be the feet that walk into homes where you are awaited. Let me carry your fragrance, even if the world sees only a man, because you alone are the divine guest at every feast, the unseen blessing behind every joy, and the unforgettable presence in every heart that loves you. This chapter continues the story of Baba's mysterious intervention, involving the picture delivered to Hemat Pant, and describes Mr. B.V. Dev's experience with reading the Dyaneshwari. 9 years after Ali Muhammad presented the picture of Sai Baba to Hemat Pant, he recounted how the image had survived destruction that befell other saintly pictures in his Bandra house. During a period of illness, Ali Muhammad's brother-in-law advised that immersion of the pictures in the sea would end his suffering. All the images were removed and disposed of except Baba's, which inexplicably remained. Recognizing Sai Baba's will, and after consulting Mulana Ismu Mujawar, Ali Muhammad decided to entrust the picture to Hemat Pant, believing it would be properly revered. This sequence revealed Baba's omniscience and subtle way of fulfilling the genuine intentions of his devotees. The chapter then turns to Mr. B.V. Dev, Mamlatdar of Dahanu, who wished to read Dyaneshwari but found obstacles whenever he tried. Even during a lengthy leave, persistent distractions kept him from the text. He resolved that he would only begin reading when Baba ordered him directly. During a family trip to Shirdi, Dev related his struggle to Jog, who advised having Baba consecrate the book, but Dev insisted Baba would know his heart and instruct him when the time was right. Over several days, Baba received dakshina from Dev and, through playful accusations of theft and scolding, challenged Dev's reliance on others for spiritual instruction. Eventually, Baba instructed Dev to read the Dhyaneshwari daily, explain it to others with love, and not seek answers elsewhere. Dev understood Baba's rebuke that asking others for insight amounted to stealing rags when Baba himself was ready to give the precious shela or spiritual guidance. Dev felt blessed, accepted Baba's reprimand as teaching, and began reading regularly. Baba's involvement did not end with this instruction. Within a year, Baba appeared to Dev in a dream, asking about his progress and encouraging him to read the text before him with proper attention to its spiritual essence, emphasizing that real understanding comes only through the Guru's grace. These combined stories illustrate Baba's subtle intervention, omnipresence, and focus on guiding devotees directly towards spiritual clarity, rewarding sincere seeking, and removing unnecessary dependence on intermediaries. Now, let me speak about how this chapter impacted me. Sai, your presence often comes not in thunder, but in whispers. Not in signs the world expects, but in those sacred moments we overlook until the divine clock strikes and the truth is revealed. In Shirdi Sai Satcharitra, Chapter 40, we read of that beautiful holy morning when you, Baba, gave a photograph to Himatpant. No grand ceremony, no declaration, just a silent, sacred gifta symbol of your unseen companionship. And 9 years later, Ali Muhammad, unaware of the divine plan, narrated how that very photo had reached Himatpant's hands. Who could explain such timing? Not a coincidence. A spiritual revelation unfolding when the heart is ready, and not a moment before. I am reminded of another story, one etched deep in my heart. A woman named Jyoti from Panipat would call me, her voice full of longing. Aushim ji, I try so hard to feel Baba's presence, but there's no sign, no dream, no darshan. Every day, the same yearning. Every day, the same silence. But Sai's silence is never empty. It is filled with invisible arrangements. One day, I simply said, "There is already a photograph of Baba in your house." She was startled, almost offended. "No, there's no such photograph," she insisted. But Sai had chosen that very moment to pull back the veil. After some time, her husband passed away. In her grief, she began sorting his old clothes to give to the poor, and there beneath a pile of folded garments, she found a sealed envelope. Inside it was a letter and a photograph of Sai Baba. In her husband's own handwriting were these words: "In the final days of my life, I felt a strange pull toward a fakir named Sai Baba. As a Sikh, I've only ever bowed before Guru Nanak Dev Ji and Guru Gobind Singh Ji. But this Baba, he carries a power I cannot explain. I believe he holds something divine, and when I leave, you too will feel drawn to him." She collapsed in tears, not of sorrow, but of recognition. Everything she had been seeking had already been planted by her husband's soul. A seed of devotion sown in silence, only now blossoming under the light of Sai's grace. Sai, this incident reminded me, you never force, you never demand, you only attract. With patience, with grace, you draw souls not through religion or ritual, but through the soul's own silent remembrance. Like a river that forgets it is the ocean until you gently lead it back. What we think is lost is only waiting to be found. What we think is delayed is only perfectly timed. That photograph beneath the clothes, that letter hidden in silence, that tear of longing, that call of love, all of it was known to you, Sai. All of it was arranged by you. So, I say today, to every soul who seeks but does not yet see, do not mistake silence for absence. Baba is already in your home, already in your heart. You only need to clean the corners of your memory, and you shall find him waiting exactly where he said he would be. Chapter 42 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra narrates the final days and passing away of Sai Baba. Hemar Pant explains that the Guru's grace removes fear and misery, opening the path to salvation. Those who keep faith in the Sadguru are led beyond the pain of worldly existence and the sting of death. Baba began to show signs of impending departure with a mild fever on September 28, 1918, ceasing to eat after a few days and gradually weakening. On October 15, 1918, after 17 days of illness, Baba left his body. Baba had previously hinted at his passing. 2 years earlier, on the Vijayadashmi festival in 1916, Baba dramatically threw off his clothes and questioned whether he was Hindu or Muslim, declaring his crossing of the border, but the meaning was not understood until later. He also gave an ominous prediction concerning Tatya Patil. Sometime after this episode, Ramchandra Dada Patil, suffering from a life-threatening illness, was assured by Baba that his death was averted, but Baba warned that Tatya Patil could die on Vijayadashami of 1918. This secret was kept between Ramchandra Dada and Bala Shimpi, and as the predicted day approached, Tatya became seriously ill, while Baba also grew weaker. On Vijayadashami, Tatya's condition deteriorated, but contrary to Baba's prophecy, he survived and Baba passed away instead. It was widely felt that Baba exchanged his life for Tatya's, a sign of his compassion and mystery. Immediately after, Das Ganu at Pandharpur saw Baba in a dream announcing his departure. Das Ganu was instructed to cover Baba with bakkal flowers and arrived in Shirdi to lead bhajans and prayers before the Samadhi, weaving a garland of Lord Hari's name and performing mass feeding in Baba's honor. Near the very end, Baba ensured charity to Lakshmibai Shinde, a devoted woman who served the masjid day and night. Baba illustrated his spiritual teaching by telling her that feeding a hungry dog was the same as feeding him, signifying that he pervaded all creatures and recognized no separation. Daily, Lakshmibai offered bread and milk, which Baba partly consumed and partly sent as prasad to Radhakrishna Mai. Just before leaving his body, Baba gave Lakshmibai 9 rupees, symbolizing either the 9 forms of devotion or the spiritual qualities of a true disciple. Although she did not need the money, the gesture carried spiritual significance. In his final moments, Baba remained conscious and alert. He instructed his close devotees to go to the Wada for food, and though reluctant, they obeyed. While they were away, Baba quietly left his mortal coil seated, resting on Bayaji's lap rather than on the ground or bed, and having performed charity with his own hands. True to the nature of saints, Baba's departure was peaceful and purposeful, fulfilling his mission and departing just as quietly as he had lived among devotees. Let me now share what this chapter means to me. Sai, in your final hours, when the world should have been serving you, you were still serving the world. Even in Mahanirvana, you gave not just teachings, not just words, but your very life to save others. The story is well known. Tatya's life was ebbing away, fevered, weak, lost in suffering, but in that sacred exchange of love, you whispered not with words, but with karma itself, "Let me take it." And just as Lord Shiva drank poison to save the world, you absorbed Tatya's illness into your own body. He awoke, trembling, unsure of what had just passed. But you grew weaker. You had taken the pain of your child and in return gave him life and yourself, Moksha Sai. In 2015, I touched a similar moment. I do not compare. I only confess what I felt. It was November. I was healthy, no symptoms, no sign of illness. I had been preparing to go to Haridwar. But suddenly, a Ferreira burning sensation seized my stomach. There was no warning, no diagnosis. My body bloated. I couldn't move. I couldn't even go to the toilet. Every second felt like an eternity of agony. The doctors were unreachable, and my mind clouded with pain could only chant one name: Sai Ram, Sai Ram, Sai Ram. There was a young Mana child in my eyes, critically ill at the same time. Doctors had given up. His body was slipping. And Sai, I know now. You transferred his pain into mine. That night, when I suddenly managed to get up and reach the bathroom, I sat there for over an hour. What came out was not just waste. It was something spiritual, something karmic, something far beyond biology. Urine and stool poured out like toxins fleeing the soul. When I emerged, I was empty not just in body, but in spirit. I slept deeply, and the next morning, I felt born again. That same morning, I received the call. He is recovering. He's safe. Sai, you never took credit. Just like you didn't announce your Mahanirvana. You didn't explain the pain I felt or the reason I suffered. But I understood. You used me as a vessel to carry someone else's suffering, to transmute karma, to give someone a second chance. It was you, not me. I was just a medium, just like you made Dwarkamai a healing chamber. You made this body a silent chamber for someone's rebirth. You are not a god who asks for rituals. You are a Sadguru who gives results through love. You never demanded fame. You never claimed miracles. But you gave them again and again and again. Even today, you heal wounds that medicine cannot name. You silence cries that therapy cannot calm. You shift karmas that lifetimes cannot repay. You, Baba, are not just a healer of the body. You are the surgeon of the soul. If you choose to use me again, to carry pain, to absorb sorrow, to channel healing, let me never resist. Let me only say, Sai Ram, Sai Ram, Sai Ram. Because when I chant your name, even poison becomes Amrit and death becomes rebirth. Chapters 43 and 44 continue the account of Sai Baba's final days, preparations for his passing, and the events that followed. Aware that his end was near, Baba followed the Hindu custom of having sacred texts read to a dying person, asking Mr. Vase to read the Ramvijay. The reading continued over several days, after which Baba sat quietly, conscious till the last, advising devotees not to lose heart. On 15 October 1918, after the morning Arati, he sent Kaka Saheb Dixit and Bhuti to dine, keeping only a few close devotees near. Giving 9 rupees to Lakshmibai Shinde as symbolic charity, Baba said he felt unwell in the masjid and should be taken to Bhuti's stone vada. Leaning on Bayaji, he breathed his last at about 2:30 p.m., still seated, and the news spread rapidly through Shirdi. Discussions arose on where to place his body. Some favored an open tomb, but Ramchandra Patil insisted on the Vada. For 36 hours, opinion was divided. until a unanimous decision was reached to inter the body in the central shrine meant for Lord Murlidhar. On the evening of 16 October, with full formalities, Baba was laid to rest there, transforming Bhuti's Vada into the Samadhi Mandir. Ominous signs had preceded this. Shortly before, Baba's long-used meditation brick had been accidentally broken, and he lamented its loss. Decades earlier, in 1886, Baba had entered a 72 hours Samadhi, leaving his body under Malsapati's guard before returning to life, demonstrating mastery over the physical form. Baba taught that while the body is perishable, the self within is eternal and ever-pervasive. Even without his physical presence, Baba assured continued guidance to devotees. Himmat Pant also records the life of Bapu Saheb Jog, a devoted Arati performer and scripture reader in Shirdi. After his wife's death, freed from attachments as Baba had foretold, he accepted sannyas and attained the goal of his life. Baba's nectar-like words expressed that the one who loves him most, remembers and surrenders to him completely, becomes one with him. The me he referred to was the pure consciousness present in all beings. By recognizing this inner self and loving all, devotees please him and merge with him. Himmat Pant concludes that those who sing or hear Baba's Leelas with devotion become one with Sai. Next, I'd like to reflect on my personal takeaways from this chapter. Sai, as you prepared to leave your mortal coil, you never truly left. You simply changed form from the visible to the eternal. You whispered to Mahalsapati, your closest devotee, "My soul will leave this body, but I shall return after 72 hours. And with those words, you made time itself a servant of your sankalp, your divine resolve. The world doubted. Whispers filled Shirdi. Is he truly gone? Why guard a lifeless body? But Mahalsapati knew. He stood watch at Dwarkamai like a lion. He did not allow anyone to touch you. He protected not just your body, but your promise. And Sai, you kept your word. As the 72nd hour passed, your presence returned. The body stirred. Life whispered again. And in that moment, the world saw that what seemed like death was actually divine silencia, temporary retreat into cosmic stillness. Sai, on that day, something else broke the brick. The sacred brick gifted by your Guru, Venkusha, which you had kept with you all through your earthly journey, shattered. It wasn't just a symbol, it was an extension of your energy, your Guru's grace. It had soaked in your meditations, your breath, your touch, and when your mortal form departed, even the brick could not bear the separation. It crumbled just as the heart does in grief. Years later, I found myself echoing that same Leela without fully knowing it. In my healing journey, Sai, you guided me to ask devotees for bricks not for wealth or fame, but for temples, for centers of light and seva. And in return, I offered them CDs of Baba's Vibhuti, infused with prayers. People laughed. They called it gimmickry. Some mocked me. Who gives bricks for spirituality? But you stood by me. You transformed skepticism into surrender. Soon those bricks began building temples brick by brick, village by village. And then those same people said, "This isn't a fundraising drive, this is a calling, because your power flows through even a brick when surrendered in devotion." Sai, you were a Hath yogi, a silent master of energies, of breath, of inner restraint. Today, I see many who wear the robes of spirituality but lack humility. They speak of Kundalini, of realization, of cosmic powers without discipline, without pain, without transformation, and I smile not in arrogance, but in compassion, because I know how far they stand from the fire you walk through. You never claimed anything. You only served. You touched animals, healed the poor, sat on the floor, and cooked with your hands. You were light wrapped in simplicity. Sai, you've given me one message to share again and again. Shun pride, shun flattery, bow before the invisible will of God. Everything else is momentary. Even applause fades, only service endures. It is not miracles that matter, but the mind behind the miracle. It is not recognition that counts, but the surrender that remains unseen. You are Shiva's boon to mankind, a yogi who needs no stage, no validation. A century ago, you walked among us. You took nothing for yourself, only gave. Sai, today I offer my voice, my work, my breathe very word you place in my mouth back to your feet. Let every brick we lay become a temple of truth. Let every skeptic become a seeker. Let every breath I take carry your name. Chapter 45 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra opens by reminding that although Baba's physical form has departed, his spiritual presence remains ever living, continuing to work for the welfare of his devotees. True worship, it stresses, must be done with complete surrender of mind, senses, and heart to the Guru. The first account concerns Kaka Sahib Dikshit's doubt while reading the Eknathi Bhagwat. During a discourse on the 9 Nathas description of the path of devotion, Kaka Sahib wondered aloud whether such intense, perfect devotion was possible for ordinary people. Madhavrao Shama reassured him that Baba had promised remembrance of Hari or the Guru's feet alone was enough for salvation. But Kaka Sahib remained troubled. The next day, Anandrao Pakade arrived with a vision that addressed the concern. In his dream, he stood in waist-deep sea before Baba, who sat on a bejeweled throne with his feet underwater. Urged by Madhavrao in the vision, Anandrao bowed to Baba's feet after Baba lifted them from the water. Baba blessed him, assuring his welfare, and instructed him to give a silk-bordered dhotar to Shama. Following Baba's way, the cloth was accepted by many, satisfying all and showing that complete faith in the Guru's words is the key to crossing worldly existence. The second account recalls Baba's early days sleeping on a suspended wooden plank with lamps at its corners, later broken and discarded. Kaka Sahib once offered to hang a similar plank for Baba again. Baba refused, saying he would not sleep elevated while Malsapati slept on the ground. When Kaka Sahib suggested giving Malsapati a plank, Baba explained that only those with great steadiness and wakefulness could manage it. Each night, he had Malsapati sit beside him, hand on his heart, to watch whether he fell asleep during the inner chanting of God's name, but Malsapati himself would nod off. If one cannot maintain such watchfulness on the ground, Baba said, one cannot sleep on a narrow plank. Baba concluded with a simple truth born of love for his devotees. What belongs to us stays with us, and what belongs to others stays with them. Now, let's turn our attention to my feelings about this lesson. Sai, you never desired comfort. You never asked for gold or silken beds. You lay each night on a wooden plank so narrow it could barely hold you. But even that hard surface bore no complaint from you. For you, sleep was not escape, but silent seva. You rested only the body, while the soul remained ever awake, listening to the verses of the Bhagavad Gita. Always by your side was Malsapati, your eternal companion, his hands placed gently on your chest, as if guarding your breath, as if his touch kept you anchored to this earth. And the moment he moved, even slightly, you stirred, for the burden of the world pressed back upon you. How deeply this moment speaks, Sai, of a saint who sleeps not for rest, but to bear the pain of others. Sai, I may never reach your purity, but You molded me in your reflection. You stripped me of attachments to comfort. You trained my body and mind to find rest on the floor, to surrender to silence in cars, on trains, in airport lounges, with only your name in my heart. I've slept on wooden floors, half beds, cold marble, and never once did I miss luxury, because I carry your teachings in every breath. You taught me that peace is not in the softness of cushions, but in the softness of surrender. Along with this detachment, you gave me the anchor of a mantra. You whispered in my soul, chant Om Namo Shivaya, Om Sai Ram, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And now I chant them endlessly, in joy, in pain, in service. I share them with others not as rituals, but as living vibrations of the divine. These mantras are not words, they are keys to unlock the gate between Krishna and Shiva. And you, Sai, you are the bridge between them. Sai, I speak these truths to thousands. Some nod and walk away, some smile and believe. Others return months later, changed, whispering. I began chanting, and something shifted. And I smile not because of me, but because you are working through them. You choose the time. You decide when a soul is ready to awaken. And I am just the echo, the messenger, the wooden plank beneath their rest. Sai, tonight I sleep again on no grand bed, but a humble seat with your name repeating like a heartbeat. Because I know you're not asking me to be comfortable, you're asking me to be available. To listen when someone calls. To guide when someone falls. To hold your chest like Mahalsapti did so. You may continue to carry the weight of the world with grace. Chapter 46 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra recounts Shama's pilgrimage to Kashi, Prayag and Gaya, as well as Baba's profound compassion for all creatures, illustrated by the story of two goats. The chapter opens by praising surrender to Baba's feet, which brings inner peace and destroys worldly attachment. Devotees, even if far away, are subtly drawn to Baba, who supports them unseen and fulfills their wishes. Baba's grace often manifests through unexpected help and mysterious presence, as this narrative demonstrates. At one point, Kakasaheb Dixit decided to perform his son's thread ceremony in Nagpur, while Nanasaheb Chandorkar planned his son's marriage in Gwalior. Both invited Baba, who instructed them to take Shama as his representative, assuring them, after doing Benaras and Prayag, we would be ahead of Shama. With Baba's permission, Shama and Appakote attended the functions, received hospitality, and then proceeded to Kashi, Ayodhya, and finally to Gaya. Despite initial fears about a plague in Gaya, Shama and his companion found excellent accommodation with the local Gayawala. What astonished Shama most was seeing a large portrait of Baba in the central hall, the very same picture he had once given the Gayawala many years earlier. Remembering Baba's prophetic words, Shama was overwhelmed with emotion, realizing Baba had truly reached ahead of him. The Gayawala, delighted to discover his guest was the same Shama from Shirdi, showered him with affection and hospitality, affirming Baba's omnipresence and foreknowledge. The chapter next describes Baba's love extended not just to humans but to animals as well. One day while returning from Lendi, Baba noticed two goats in a passing flock. He bought them for the seemingly excessive price of 32 rupees, instructing that they be fed well. When questioned by devotees on what appeared to be a poor bargain, Baba explained that these two goats had once been human brothers, devoted but later estranged by greed and jealousy. Their enmity escalated and they killed each other, resulting in their rebirth as goats. By showing them compassion buying and feeding them, Baba aimed to relieve their suffering and repay an old debt of love and connection before returning them to their owner. This incident reinforced Baba's wisdom and loving kindness toward all living beings, explaining that his acts stem from deep unseen awareness of all souls' histories. Through these accounts, the chapter illustrates that with faith and surrender, Baba guides and shelters his devotees, remains ahead of their journeys, and meets their spiritual and worldly needs, exemplifying his boundless compassion for all forms of life. Allow me to express what resonates with me most from this chapter. Sai, you send us to places we do not choose. You hand us tasks we do not understand. But when we surrender, you work through Usand. What unfolds is nothing short of a miracle. It was during one such moment of divine nudge that I landed in Hisar. A respected, well-off family had invited me. Their home was filled with tradition, hospitality and tension. The love between the brothers was real, but so was the rivalry. A year later, I received a call. Their ailing hospital, barely surviving, was offered to me. I had no medical background, no administrative ambition, and yet I spoke without hesitation. The Sai Baba Foundation will take over this hospital. They looked stunned, perhaps even amused. And then came the condition, 2.5 times higher than before. But you, Baba, had whispered in my spirit, do not refuse. So I accepted, not for gain, not for pride, but for service. The first day, the space felt cold and lifeless. But with your Udi Sai, the energy changed. We began placing vibhuti in every patient's thali. Prescribed medicines came with sacred ash. No charge, no compulsion, only grace. And then it began the miracles. The sick healed faster. Word spread. Patients left big city hospitals and came to DLF colony. Every morning at 6 a.m., the day began with your aarti. Doctors, nurses, patients, visitors all stood with folded hands, feeling the divine wind. But as the light grew brighter, the old shadows returned. The same brothers who had welcomed me with faith began whispering, demanding, arguing. Their ego resurfaced, just as in the tale of the two fighting goats in the Sai Satcharitra tale that ends with both goats dead, their horns locked in pride. Under pressure, I handed the hospital back. And just as quickly as the blessings had arrived, they departed. One brother passed away. The hospital collapsed into silence. No aarti, no devotees, no light. Baba, you have always said, without unity, there is no divinity. Where discord dwells, grace recedes. This Hisar hospital was never mine. It was your temple in disguise, built with faith, selflessness, and silence, and when those values were lost, so was the life of the place. Even now, people wonder how it once flourished so brightly and why that divine wind no longer blows. But you know, Baba, this is not tragedy. It is a lesson, a repetition of stories already told. Only the actors have changed. The Leela remains the same. Chapter 47 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra continues Baba's reminiscences with the story of the snake and the frog, revealing the past life enmity of two souls. Baba recounted how, after taking breakfast one morning, he rested by a small river when a traveler invited him for a meal. They heard a frog croaking, and Baba explained it was in distress, caught in a snake's mouth, both creatures reaping the fruits of past life actions. Baba went to the spot, addressed the snake as Veerbhadrappa and the frog as Basappa, urging them to give up their hatred. At once, the snake released the frog and disappeared into the river. Baba then related their history. In a previous life, near a Mahadev temple, funds collected for repairs were placed with a wealthy but miserly treasurer. His devout wife Guri wished to contribute her ornaments after divine prompting, but the husband undervalued them, cheated her, another poor woman named Dubaki, and even God by endowing worthless mortgaged land. In time, lightning struck, killing both husband and wife, and Dubaki also died. In the next birth, the miser was born as Veerbhadrappa, Guri as the temple priest's daughter, and Dubaki as Chenbasappa. With Baba's approval, Guri married Veerbhadrappa, but his greed persisted. When the once worthless land sold for 1 lakh of rupees, disputes erupted. Baba affirmed it belonged to Guri by divine sanction and instructed its use. Veerbhadrappa grew angry, threatened Chenbasappa, and Guri sought Baba's protection. Baba pledged to save her and Chenbasappa. Later, Veerbhadrappa died and was reborn as a snake, Chenbasappa as a frog. Hearing the frog's call, Baba remembered his promise and intervened to save it, thus honoring his word. The moral is clear. Each must face the consequences of past actions, and greed for wealth can drag a person to ruin and repeated cycles of suffering. Here's what touched me personally in this chapter. Sai, you once narrated the tale of Veerbhadrappa and Chandrasa, a snake and a frog, bound by karma and conflict through lifetimes. What seemed like a natural predator-prey chase was in truth the unfolding of an unresolved karmic debt. You told us that no incident, however random it appears, is without cause. It was a chilly December evening, around 6 p.m. I was traveling with 2 companions, stopping briefly at a roadside tea stall near Moradabad. The light was fading, the air felt heavy. As we stepped in, a husband and wife approached. The moment they came near, my inner space shifted, their energy disturbed mine. I turned to my companions and said, "In the next 20 minutes, these two will begin to fight and she will strike him." They looked at me, half doubting, half curious. We ordered tea and went inside. And then, just as I had felt, shouts echoed. We rushed out. The woman's pallu was flying, her hands raining blows on her husband's head. The crowd had formed. Between tears and fury, she shouted, "He stole my mother's jewelry and ours. 10,000! He confessed after 2 years." I stepped forward, looked her in the eye, and asked, "Did he steal ours, 10,000 and jewelry from your mother?" She gasped, "Yes, but how do you know?" What I said next was not mine to say. It was you, Baba, speaking through me. 4 lifetimes ago, I said, "You and he wronged an old woman, stole her land, her belongings, and in a moment of greed, even killed one of her cows. Since then, you are bound. You take turns hurting each other, and until you seek Mahadev's grace, the cycle will continue." Her expression changed from rage to reverence. His eyes welled up. Neither of them questioned it. They stood still as if time had paused. And then, 12 years passed. 6 months ago, she called me. She had watched one of my television appearances. "I follow you on YouTube," she said softly. I remembered that day. I gathered courage to speak to you. Today she lives in Haridwar. She has left behind the noise of conflict and the bonds of marriage. She lives simply, serving quietly, healing silently, and walking the path of peace. She did not mention her husband, but her voice had no bitterness, only clarity and solace. "Baba, how could I have known what I did that day? How would a man like me, born in this age, see 4 lifetimes ago? I now know those were your words, not mine. I was merely the medium, as always. And now I understand why you sat with the Chilam, not as a recluse, but as a seer, absorbing and releasing karma, smoking away the veil that blinds us from the truth. You teach us not by sermon, but by presence, not by ritual, but by energy. That day, Sai, Your energy rewrote someone's life story, turning a moment of violence into the beginning of liberation. Chapter 48 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra opens with Hemad Pant explaining the qualities of a true Sadguru. A Sadguru is not merely one who teaches scriptures or gives mantras, but one who, through both knowledge and self-realization, creates detachment for worldly pleasures and gives the taste of the self. Such a master seeks no service or gain, regards the disciple as equal, is the abode of peace, and treats all alike. Hemad Pant counts himself blessed to have met such a Sadguru in Sai Baba, whose grace still works after his Mahasamadhi for those devoted to him. The first story is of Mr. Shavade, a law student ridiculed by fellow students for his lack of preparation, yet confident he would pass because of his faith in Sai Baba's assurance. His classmate, Mr. Sapatnekar, scoffed then, but was surprised when Shavade succeeded. Years later, in 1913, after losing his only son and finding no peace through pilgrimages or study, Sapatnekar remembered Shivade's words and decided to visit Shirdi. On his first approach to Baba, he was rebuffed with a stern, "Get out!" Despite trying again with Bala Shimpi's help, Baba sent him away. A year later, after his wife dreamt of a fakir by a neem tree offering help, they returned. She recognized Baba as the fakir from her vision, and he narrated a story describing pains identical to hers, which were instantly cured. When Sapatnekar next approached, Baba again shouted at him. Determined to atone for past deeds, he sought Baba privately, placed his head on his feet, and received Baba's touch. Baba, while speaking to a shepherdess, narrated the life of a Banya who lost his only son. Sapatnekar realized this was his own story. Baba remarked that he wrongly blamed him for the son's death and then blessed him, promising that the same child would return to his wife's womb. Consoling him, Baba urged complete faith. At parting, Baba accepted 1 rupee dakshina, then asked for a second as per Sapatnekar's own silent plan, blessed him and told him to place a coconut in his wife's sari fold without worry. Within a year, a son was born, followed by 2 more children. The couple returned with their infant to offer thanks, affirming that Baba's words never proved untrue. Here's what touched me personally in this chapter. Sai, you reveal yourself not only through temples, scriptures or dreams, but also through people, timings and fire itself. In 2009, at the height of the Sai Baba serial on Sony TV, you showed me, once again, that your presence is never distant, never uncertain, only waiting to be seen with faithful eyes. It began with a phone call to Jain Shashain, the then CEO of Shirdi Sai Baba Sansthan Trust, Shirdi. I asked him for a favor not for myself, but for a dear devotee, Mrs. Merotra, who was in her final days. Bound to a wheelchair, her only wish was simple and pure. Let me offer Naan to Baba's Samadhi before I leave this world. Mr. Shashain agreed graciously. We were told to come at 12 noon, after the Madhyan Arti, during the temple's closed hour. At that sacred hour, the doors of Samadhi Mandir were opened only for us. Mrs. Merotra was carried in. With trembling hands and tear-filled eyes, she bathed Baba's idol, offered the naan, and bowed her wish fulfilled in divine silence. I thought the miracle had ended. As we stepped out of the Samadhi, a man approached me. I am from Bangalore. My mother Rekha is waiting nearby. Baba told us we'd find you here today. I paused. My first instinct was caution. Was this coincidence or something deeper? Still, I felt an inexplicable pull, as if Baba himself was guiding my feet. I followed him through the narrow lanes of Shirdi to a small rented room. Inside, a havan was underway. The room smelled of ghee, sandalwood and something ancient. Before I could question anything, they wrapped me in a white dhoti. Rekha looked at me with unshakable calm and said, "Baba has asked me to remind you of your real purpose. Sit by this fire, close your eyes, see what he shows you." I obeyed, half skeptical, half surrendered. I sat beside the flames, folded my hands, and shut my eyes. And then it happened. Through the flickering firelight, I saw Sai Baba himself seated, tall, radiant, eternal. I was lying prostrate at his feet, arms outstretched, my heart pouring out silently. It was no imagination, it was a darshan, as clear as daylight. The moment overwhelmed me. I began to weep uncontrollably, the tears flooding from a place I cannot name. When I opened my eyes, Rekha asked softly, "Did you see him?" I could only nod, still trembling. She smiled knowingly and fed me kheer with her own hands. Her son brought me milk as if in a sacred offering. That day was not just about a miracle. It was a reminder, a summons, and a blessing. "Sai Baba, you were telling me, do not forget who you are. Do not drift. You are my servant, and I will call you back again and again until you remember your dharma." The fire that day didn't just consume wood, it burned away doubt, fear, and distraction. It left behind only faith and purpose. How did Rekha know where I would be? How did her son arrive at the right moment? How did Baba arrange for a dying woman's wish to be fulfilled, then, moments later, ignite my soul through a stranger's havan? Because this is your way, Baba. You do not need announcements. Your grace moves in silence, and your leelas unfold beyond the reach of logic. I carry that fire within me, even now. Every time I'm tired or lost, I remember that day, and once again I see you, seated in the flames, smiling gently, reminding me, I am always with you. Keep walking. Chapter 49 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra presents three stories of Hari Kanoba, Somadev Swami, and Nana Sahib Chandorkar, each illustrating Baba's omniscience and the way he corrects and guides devotees. The chapter begins by affirming that while Brahma and the Sadguru cannot truly be described in words, the best path is complete surrender, meditation on the Guru, chanting his name, and performing all actions for his sake. The first story concerns Hari Kanoba from Mumbai, who came to Shirdi to test Baba wearing a lace-bordered turban and new sandals. Unsure where to keep the sandals before entering the masjid, he left them in a corner, but they disappeared. Later, a boy arrived with a stick carrying those sandals, saying Baba had sent him to cry out on the street for Hari ka beta, jari ka feta, and to return them only if the claimant met the description. Surprised that Baba knew his name and lineage on their first meeting, Hari Kanoba realized Baba's greatness and returned home satisfied. The second incident is of Somadev Swami from Hardwar, who visited Shirdi after hearing of Baba's Leelas. Nearing the village, he saw flags flying over the masjid and assumed Baba sought fame, deciding to turn back. Fellow travelers urged him to continue, explaining that such paraphernalia was arranged by devotees out of love. He went on, but when he approached, Baba, reading his thoughts, rebuked him for judging by appearances and told him to go home. This shock made the Swami reflect, understand his error, and later become a firm devotee. The final story involves Nana Sahib Chandorkar. While he was in the masjid, a Muslim gentleman from Bijapur arrived with veiled women. Nana Sahib, seeing one lady's uncovered face while she took darshan, felt drawn to look again. Reading his mind, Baba counseled him that the senses should do their work without us getting agitated. Beauty in God's creation should be appreciated without evil thoughts. On the way home, Nana explained to Shama that Baba's teaching meant curbing the senses through discrimination, allowing them to perceive their objects but keeping the mind pure and desireless, so that even in enjoyment of beauty one remembers God. Without such control, attachment traps us in the cycle of birth and death. Now I want to talk about my own perspective on this chapter. Sai, in this age of Kali Yuga, even the wise are tested. Lord Krishna prophesied that many would rise in your name, some sincere, many misguided. The world is filled with voices claiming to guide, to heal, to bless. But how does a devotee recognize the true voice, the true master? This question has haunted seekers for centuries. And in 2009, during a pilgrimage to Shirdi, you answered it for Menno through a sermon, but through a simple pair of shoes. It was a crowded day at Dwarkamai. Pilgrims pressed forward, barefoot and hopeful, as the shrine swelled with devotion. A couple arrived simple, sincere. They placed their shoes near the entrance, as instructed by a priest. There was no organized rack, no markings, just trust. But when they returned after darshan, the shoes were gone. Panic struck. The man and woman began searching in all directions, their mood shifting from devotion to distress. At that very moment, I was exiting Dwarkamai, having offered my own quiet prayers. I saw them, distraught and confused. I did not approach with judgment, only empathy. Within, I turned to you, Baba, and prayed silently. Let their faith not be shaken. Let this moment become a sign of your presence. Then I said aloud to them, look to the right side of Dwarkamai. They stared at me, puzzled. The left side often symbolizes testing and adversity, but the right side carries the energy of hope and restoration. They turned their heads and walked toward the right side of the shrine. And just then, a boy of around 13 approached them. In his hands were their shoes and chapels. He said softly, I thought it might rain, so I took some of the footwear to move it under shade. But these weren't mine, they belonged to you. I picked up my sisters by mistake too. Their faces lit up with relief and wonder. The man turned to me and said, you are a true devotee of Sai. Only someone touched by him could have seen this. But I smiled quietly because I knew the truth. It was you, Sai, working through me. Sai, you once said, why fear when I am here? But even more important is, where to look for you. Some look for you in ceremonies. Some look at loud claims and social media messages. But you dwell in the heart, in the unspoken prayer, in the soft instruction, in the right word at the right moment. You don't need validation. You don't need crowds. You work through the ordinary to reveal the extraordinary. That day, you used a missing shoe to show your divine touch, and you also gave a silent lesson. A true master does not raise his voice. He raises vibrations. He doesn't gather followers. He awakens seekers. In this age of confusion and falsehood, let every devotee ask not, who speaks loudly, but instead, who speaks the truth without speaking at all, who acts without claiming credit, who sees without being seen. Baba, may your children always be guided to the right Guru, to the right moment, to the right side of Dwarkamai. Because when they look with faith, even a lost shoe becomes a sacred parable. Chapter 50 of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra recounts the lives and experiences of three devotees, Kaka Saheb Dixit, Sri Tembe Swami, and Balaram Dhurandhar, highlighting Baba's omniscience, the unity among saints, and his power to bless and transform lives. Kaka Saheb Dixit, born in 1864, was a Mumbai solicitor who suffered a leg injury that never healed. His old friend Nana Saheb Chandorkar told him about Sai Baba and urged him to seek his grace, quoting Baba's saying that he draws his men like sparrows tied with strings, even from across the seas. Arrangements fell into place through Shama, who met Dixit at Ahmednagar, and they travelled together to Shirdi. At the Mirika residence, Dixit was shown a large portrait of Baba, originally Meghas, which moved him deeply, as though Baba himself was greeting him. On reaching Shirdi, Baba told him he had been waiting and had sent Shama ahead. Dixit later built a vada at Shirdi as his home and served Baba devotedly. Baba had assured him he would take him in an air coach at the Enda happy peaceful death, which came true in 1926 when Dixit, travelling with Himat Pant, rested his head on his shoulder mid-conversation about Baba and passed away without pain. The next account shows the fraternal respect saints have for each other. Sri Vasudevanand Saraswati, known as Sri Tembe Swami and a great Datta devotee, was once at Rajamahendri when a visitor mentioned Sai Baba. Swami folded his hands reverently, entrusted a coconut for Baba, and asked that his brother Sai be given his pranam. On the journey, the carrier and companions unknowingly broke and ate the coconut. In Shirdi, Pundalik Rao confessed this to Baba, who refused any replacement, saying the incident occurred by his wish to teach that one should not feel doership for good or bad deeds. Remaining egoless quickens spiritual progress. The third story is of Balaram Dhurandhar, an advocate and principal of the government law school from a devout Mumbai family. Forewarned by Baba of their coming, he greeted the Dhurandhar brothers in Shirdi, saying they had been connected for 60 generations. While massaging Baba's legs, Balaram was offered Baba's chilam. Though unused to smoking, he respectfully complied and was instantly cured of 6 years of asthma, which only briefly recurred at the time of Baba's Mahasamadhi. That night he witnessed the Chavadi procession. Seeing the divine form of Lord Pandurang in Baba's face, a vision repeated the next morning during Kakad Arati. Balaram later authored a biography of the saint Tukaram, published posthumously in 1928. Let me share the thoughts and emotions this chapter stirred in me. Sai, I have known you for 60 births. These were not just words, Baba. They were a revelation spoken only to those few whose devotion reached beyond lifetimes. You once said this to Kaka Sahib Dixit, referring to Nana Chandrakar. You said it again to Balaram Dhurandhar, the High Court advocate from Santa Cruz. To be recognized in such a way, to be told that one's soul has known you for 60 births is to be given a glimpse of something far beyond this present life. Sai, through your grace, I too was shown glimpses of my own past, not in a dramatic vision, not in a trance, but through 10 years of penance, through surrender, silence and service at your feet. Each moment was a chisel, carving away my illusions. Each test stripped away my pride. Each prayer, unanswered at first, was a seed waiting for divine timing. And then, quietly, gently, you answered. Not with words, but with awakening. I realized I had not met you for the first time in this lifetime. Ours was an eternal bond. Lifetime after lifetime, I had walked in search of the very path I now walk. I had stood before you before. I had failed you before. And this time, you had granted me the memory so that I may not forget again. People think this life is everything. But you teach us that this is only a chapter or single page in a vast divine manuscript that the soul writes across births. When you told Dhurandhar, I have known you for 60 births, you were not just revealing the past. You were reminding us that divine love never breaks, that a true devotee is never a stranger, just a soul rediscovering its source. You did not show me my past out of indulgence or ego. You showed it when I was ready, when the 10 years of purification had made my soul fit to receive it. You showed it so I may understand why I had this mission, why healing flowed through me, why your voice whispered within, why did certain people recognize me instantly. You made me realize that I was not here by chance. I had chosen this service, this path, this surrender long ago. Baba, I now speak not just with faith, but with the knowledge of 60 lifetimes that you were always there, watching, guiding, testing, and waiting. I have stumbled, I have forgotten, but you, in your infinite mercy, remembered. And today, I bow, not just as a disciple, but as a soul you've carried through centuries. Sai, may I never forget again. May this life become the one that fulfills the vow of all my past ones, and may the bond we share continue for as many births as you will it to be. Baba, through your divine grace, you lifted the veil from my eyes and showed me that this life is not an isolated existence, but a continuation of my soul's eternal journey threaded through lifetimes, each one shaping the next. You revealed that between 1200 1300 BCE, I was known as Kemhotep, a priest who walked beside Moses not just as a follower but as a close companion. I helped write parts of the Torah, and long before Moses was even born, I prophesied that a deliverer would rise to free the Hebrews from slavery. That deliverer was him. I stood at the edge of awe and fear during the 10 plagues of Egypt. I climbed Mount Sinai, witnessing the reception of the 10 commandments. I helped build the sacred tabernacle, a divine sanctuary of worship and communion with God. Challenges of that lifetime, balancing faith with reason and logic, navigating diplomacy between Egyptian and Hebrew leaders, overcoming self-doubt and fear of divine magnitude. Influences that resonate even now. A deep, unwavering sense of justice and compassion, an inborn inclination towards spiritual leadership, a magnetic draw toward causes rooted in liberation and divine service. Between 1850 and 1918, you showed me, Baba, that I walked this earth once again, this time as Raghunath, a humble devotee in Shirdi. I was among those blessed to serve you directly. I helped with daily rituals, assisted in feeding others, and sat quietly watching you perform leelas that even today baffle the mind and melt the heart. I wasn't a scholar, I wasn't a preacher, I was just a servant at your feet. Challenges of that lifetime. Battling the ego amidst praise and proximity to divinity, letting go of the pull of material attachments, embracing detachment, humility, and simplicity. How that life shapes me today. A soul deep urge to serve without recognition. A profound connection to spiritual teachings and healing. An inner calling to guide others not with authority but with love. Baba, I now understand this life is not mine. It is a vessel, a bridge, a medium for your divine mission. Every word I speak, every healing I perform, every person I guide, you are the one doing it through me. You have given me an identity, yes, but I know it is not for me to carry as pride. It is for me to honor with responsibility and live with surrender. After all these lifetimes and revelations, you have awakened in me a single piercing truth. If one can become Hanuman to Ram, then nothing else matters, not name, not fame, not even salvation, only service, only love, only utter devotion to the Master. This universe is vast, but none of it holds meaning unless it echoes the name and grace of Ram. And you, Sai, have given me the strength to walk that path not as a man of this world, but as your devotee across lifetimes. Baba, the reverence you've entrusted me with is not something the world can understand. But I know it is all your grace, not my merit, not my doing, just your divine will manifesting through one's soul across time to serve the eternal light. May I always remember this. I am not the doer. I am merely the flame you chose to light. This concluding chapter of the Shirdi Sai Satcharitra serves as Hematpant's epilogue. It summarizes the greatness of Sadguru Sai and the reward of studying his life and teachings. Sai Samarth, who pervades all animate and inanimate things without distinction, treats all devotees alike and knows neither honor nor dishonor. If we remember him with surrender, he fulfills our wishes and carries us safely across the turbulent ocean of worldly existence. This ocean is filled with waves of attachment, winds of ego, whirlpools of I and mine, and creatures like anger, hatred, and jealousy. For Sai's devotees, he is the safe boat that crosses it without fear. In his prayer for all, Hematpant asks that our minds may never wander toward anything but Sai, that this Satcharitra be present in every home, studied daily with reverence, and that it protects readers from calamities. The Falashruti, or reward of study, declares that after bathing and taking darshan at Baba's Samadhi in Shirdi, reading or listening to the Satcharitra removes the triple afflictions. Even casual hearing of Sai's Leelas awakens love for spiritual life. Studying them with devotion destroys sins. For release from the cycle of birth and death, one should always remember Sai's feet. Meditating on his form leads to self-realization. For approaching the formless Brahman through the form of Sai makes progress easier. Surrendering fully, the devotee loses ego and merges with him, becoming one with the Lord in waking, dream, and sleep states. Reading with love and faith, daily or completing it within a week, wards off dangers and fulfills desires according to one's devotion. Sai blesses such study by removing ignorance and poverty, granting knowledge, wealth, and prosperity. Special merit comes from reading on occasions like Guru Purnima, Ram Navami, Gokulashtami, and Dasara, his Punyatithi. By its study, the sick gain health, the poor wealth, the afflicted relief, and the mind steadiness. Hematpant ends with gratitude to the readers and a request: never forget Sai whose stories you have heard. The more earnestly you read or listen, the more Sai inspires service. The author and reader must join in devotion and be happy together. The epilogue closes with a final prayer, that readers may have full surrender and unwavering devotion to Sai's feet. May his form remain ever fixed in their eyes, and may they see the Lord in all beings. I'd like to highlight what I personally gathered from this chapter. Even listening has its own blessing, and this blessing is bestowed upon those who walk the path of Sai with sincerity in mind, words, and deeds. These words, Baba, echo through my soul. Hematpant wrote in the Sai Satcharitra that anyone who listens to your divine stories is assured of peace, healing, and progress. But you, Baba, went further. You said that true listening happens not through the ears, but through the heart. I have walked many paths, stumbled, strayed, and failed. At first I followed my own mind, thinking I knew best, but each time I fell short. Then I turned to you, at first half-heartedly, and saw glimpses of success. But my ego returned, overpowering the heart, and once again I lost my way. It was only when I surrendered completely when I let go of pride, ambition, and control, that real success embraced me. You didn't just show me the way, Baba. You became the way. This question still lingers in my heart. Baba, why did you choose me? When you placed this mission in my hands, I felt unworthy. But slowly, I began to see reflections of you within me. Like you, my anger is never selfish, it arises only when people refuse to evolve or take responsibility. Like you, I live moment to moment not knowing where money will come from, yet always taken care of by nightfall. I do not understand how the Shirdi Sai Baba Foundation now serves 3.2 million people. I do not know how millions have been healed, or how the clairvoyance you've given me works so accurately. And yet, everything flows as long as I keep chanting your name. The dreams you send, the divine insights you whisper, the healing energies you pour through me, I have never kept them secret. Baba, you taught me that science and spirituality are not separate. You bridge them effortlessly, and I strive to do the same. You never abandon anyone. Even those who oppose you, you protect them silently. I've followed this teaching, Baba, and I've seen it in my own life. Those who left in anger returned in peace. Those who doubted returned transformed. That is your Leela, not mine. If you have chosen me for this task, I bow in gratitude. Today, your teachings and miracles are shared across the world. The love and respect I receive from people is not for mates, for you. I place all their joys, sufferings, prayers, and hopes at your feet. I am just a cook, a Bawarki serving the spiritual nourishment that you have blessed me with. Baba, I believe with all my heart. You are the divine bridge between Krishna and Shiva, guiding humanity through the most difficult yuga. And I, a mere traveler in your shadow, am blessed to walk a small stretch of this road with you. Baba, I am yours.
स्किप करने से पहले बस एक सवाल, क्या कोई एक पुस्तक आपके सोचने का तरीका, आपका जीवन और आपका विश्वास बदल सकती है? आखिर ऐसी क्या बात है श्री साई सच्चरित्र द न्यू टेस्टामेंट में, जिसे लाखों श्रद्धालु केवल पढ़ते नहीं, अपने जीवन का मार्गदर्शक बना लेते हैं? आध्यात्मिक लेखक औशिम खेत्रपाल द्वारा लिखित यह विशेष संस्करण शिरडी से साउथ अफ्रीका से वेटिकन से अल्बेनिया आशा, विश्वास और आत्मिक शांति का संदेश पहुंचा रहा है। श्री साई सच्चरित्र आज ही Amazon या फ्लिपकार्ट से मंगाइए, या फिर आप डायरेक्ट फाउंडेशन के माध्यम से मंगवा सकते हैं। अभी कॉल करें 7290042224 और साईं की मार्गदर्शन को अपने जीवन का साथी बनाइए।